Entering the third step with the slaughter essence doesn't require the help of Joss flames. The slaughter essence inside Qing Shui was planted by the seven-colored figure but was not taken away. Instead, most of it remained inside Qing Shui, so when the seal was removed, it triggered the void gate. Wang Lin immediately analyzed the situation. However, why didn't the seven-colored figure take the slaughter essence? What is his purpose? Was he not after the slaughter essence like I thought? If not for the slaughter essence, what the hell did he do it for? What does he want from senior brother Qing Shui? Wang Lin's eye shined. The more he thought, the more he felt like something was wrong. Then a thought suddenly flashed into his head. He remembered the thorn that was stuck through Qing Shui's head that was off by several inches. The area between the eyebrows is the intersection of life and death, but the thorn was several inches off. The seven-colored figure said that this would open reincarnation. Reincarnation is ethereal. Could the purpose of the seven-colored figure be for senior brother Qing Shui to enter reincarnation through the slaughter essence? But even so, what's the use? There was also that remark where he said that he was certain I have no relation with him. Does that mean there is some connection between him and senior brother Qing Shui? If so, what's the connection? The more Wang Lin thought, the more he felt like he had grasped something, but it was still unclear. Ever since he met Greed in the Fallen Land and obtained the seven-colored statue, Wang Lin had faintly grasped a layer of fog. Behind this fog stood a grand secret regarding the inner and outer realms. Wang Lin still couldn't see through that secret due to this fog. It wasn't until the battle against the outer realm in the Cloud Sea, the exchange between the Sovereign and Old Ghost John, that Wang Lin began to speculate once more. From Wang Lin's view, the repeated wars between the inner and outer realm was connected to the secret hidden by this fog. What is the seven-colored figure is looking for? Wang Lin thought about the crystal inside the black tortoise's back that was taken by him. A thunderous rumble interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts. He looked up and saw Qing Shui point at the void gate. The gate rumbled and showed signs of opening. Staring at the void gate, Wang Lin revealed longing. He wanted to become a third-step cultivator. Only with a high enough cultivation level would he be qualified to know the secret behind the fog and revive Li Muin. Life and death, karma, true and false. I must complete these three essences. It shouldn't be far. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning and he was filled with confidence. Now that I have 2 Dao fruits with one more, I'll be 90% confident in succeeding. The third step is close. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Qing Shui laughed as he charged at the void gate. He waved his hand and a monstrous slaughter essence appeared. Large amounts of black snow gathered before him and formed a long sword. He grabbed the sword and slashed down at the void gate. Today, this celestial lord will complete my Dao, break the void gate, and enter the path of the grand Dao. The might of this sword was heaven-shaking. It formed a black storm that rushed at the void gate. The black storm instantly closed in on the void gate, and the entire abandoned planet trembled. The rumble echoed across the entire planet. Fine cracks appeared on the void gate when the storm smashed into it. Before it even opened, it was opened by force. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he looked at Qing Shui. The slaughter essence inside Qing Shui was extremely powerful, far stronger than any other essence Wang Lin had seen. This force, this aura, was extremely shocking. A small part of the void gate was broken by Qing Shui and pushed inwards. A soft light appeared from within and shrouded him. This light had no color and it filled the sky. The light gathered on Qing Shui, then his aura began to become stronger rapidly. Soon, the aura of an early-stage nirvana void cultivator appeared. This aura contained slaughter, and countless phantoms appeared around Qing Shui. There were countless phantoms. They were all people Qing Shui had killed. These endless phantoms all trembled as they looked at Qing Shui. They seemed to be screaming, but no sound came out. Under the silent screams, these phantoms all knelt down while trembling and began worshipping Qing Shui. However, there was one figure that didn't kneel but looked at Qing Shui with a gentle smile. It was a woman. Qing Shui looked at the woman and 2 streams of tears fell. He stretched out his right hand. The woman's smile became even brighter and she began to slowly walk toward him. The woman got closer and closer until she was before Qing Shui and was being hugged by Qing Shui. Tears flowed from Qing Shui's eyes as he looked at the woman in his arms and wept in pain. He was a celestial lord, a third-step cultivator with a slaughter essence that didn't even cry when enduring the imaginable pain of having the 10 thorns being pulled out. But at this moment, when Qing Shui hugged this woman, he cried. He was like a mortal holding on to the woman as more and more tears flowed. He hugged her very tightly, as if he was worried that she would disappear and leave him forever. The woman bit her lower lip, and her eyes seemed to become watery as she smiled. However, these tears were only illusory as souls didn't have tears. You could see her cry, but there was no trace of tears. This was the sorrow of a soul. The woman silently smiled and silently cried in Qing Shui's embrace. She slowly raised her right hand toward Qing Shui's face to wipe away his tears, but she couldn't touch him. The sadness in Qing Shui's eyes would cause your heart to ache. He also raised his left hand to touch her hair, but he also couldn't touch her. He watched the woman slowly go through his arms and retreat as if something was pulling her body. Her body was like smoke, just like her name, and was about to disappear. Han Yen! Qing Shui let out a heaven-shaking roar. At this moment, he had forgotten that he had broken open the void gate, forgotten everything. At this moment, the only thing in his eyes was this woman, his wife Han Yen. In order to retrieve his wife's belonging, he had destroyed the entire slaughter realm. His love for his wife was his world, his joy, and also the source of his pain. His wife had appeared because he had broken open the void gate and completed his slaughter essence. However, seeing that she was going to disappear once more, he let out a mournful roar. He rushed forward. He wanted to keep his wife's soul. Even if didn't reach the third step, even if he had to give up everything, he would keep this soul. Even if this soul was incomplete, even if it was just a weak projection created by the void gate. However, the woman's figure went further and further. There were no tears in her eyes, but the sadness on her face was something you could never forget. Even with all this sorrow, she still smiled and silently looked at Qing Shui. Wang Lin looked at all of this and silently reached at the void. A rift appeared in the void and more than 10 ancient leaves appeared. He didn't know if it would help Qing Shui, but he had to try. The moment the ancient leaves appeared, Wang Lin formed millions of restrictions, increasing the power of the ancient leaves. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and pointed at the woman that was dissipating. The 10+ ancient leaves shot forward. Wang Lin clenched his teeth before he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out golden blood. This blood had the power of his bloodline, the blood of celestials. The moment the golden blood appeared, celestial spiritual energy shrouded the ancient leaves, causing them to become golden. They flew past Qing Shui, surrounded the woman, and sealed. The woman's body suddenly stopped. The golden aura shrouded her and more than 10 ancient leaves shot toward her. They turned into a seal and solidified her body. Qing Shui grabbed the woman. Tears flowed down his face and he murmured some words to her. The woman also silently held Qing Shui, and this seemed to last for an eternity. After a long time, Qing Shui raised his head and he waved his hand. An ancient hairpin appeared. This was what his wife had left behind and what he had taken back from the slaughter realm. He slowly put the hairpin in the woman's hair. As he looked at the woman, the sadness in his eyes became even stronger. A moment later, he turned to look at Wang Lin. The gratitude in his eyes was indescribable. His left hand reached at the void and the black sword he had used to break open the void gate appeared. He shook it and then all the kneeling souls beside the woman were absorbed by the black sword. An extremely powerful slaughter essence erupted from the sword and swept across the world. Wang Lin, this sword is formed from my broken void gate. It helped me open the void gate and contains the aura of the void. It also contains my life of slaughter and my soul. It is formed by my slaughter essence. I gift it to you. If you refine it, you will have the slaughter essence. Qing Shui threw the black sword toward Wang Lin and it floated before him. The slaughter aura coming it even shocked Wang Lin. This sword was a complete slaughter essence. This sword could be said to be Qing Shui's most powerful treasure and his first essence treasure. Not all third-step cultivators could form an essence treasure when they break the Void Gate. These people were extremely rare. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, esteemed Nanzhao, esteemed teacher Tianzhao, Zhou Jin, Ling Dong, none of them could do it. Not even Master Hong Shan and Master Southcloud could do it. This showed just how precious this treasure was. The Void Gate broke and the power flowed out. Qing Shui turned the soul of his wife, Han Yen, into a mark and placed it near his heart. It wasn't that he couldn't put her in his storage space, but Qing Shui was unwilling. Qing Shui was determined to give that slaughter sword to Wang Lin. So Wang Lin put it away. A sliver of slaughter essence was born within Wang Lin during the first battle against the Outer Realm. However, this essence was very weak and had just been born. With this slaughter sword, Wang Lin would have 6 essences. As for the battle mark that was not an essence, it had long turned into the Star of Law and was engraved deep inside Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin didn't intend to immediately refine the slaughter essence. It was not the time. He was going to wait for his karma, life and death, and true and false essences to be complete. Then, when he is about to open the Void Gate, he will absorb the slaughter essence and break open the Void Gate in one fell swoop to become an extremely rare third-step cultivator with 6 essences. Qing Shui descended from the sky and looked at the dissipating Void Gate. His right hand reached out at the void and grabbed the green gourd with the dragon blood wine. He drank a mouthful, and as the spicy taste spread across his body, his eyes slowly turned cold. He passed the wine jug to Wang Lin. The two looked at the dissipating Void Gate on the abandoned planet while facing the cold wind. The wind kicked off layers of dust as the two silently drank wine. No one spoke. Wang Lin didn't ask Qing Shui if he had found the answer he wanted inside the 7-colored realm in the Alliance. Qing Shui didn't speak. Only he understood what he had found and comprehended. However, in the end, the more he realized, the more he silently pondered. A game. There was a flash of coldness in Qing Shui's eyes, but there was a hint of bitterness on his face. He took the wine jug from Wang Lin and took a gulp before he laughed. Wang Lin, promise me one thing. Qing Shui's laughter was filled with determination as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't speak but nodded. If one day I die, if I still have a complete corpse, take my body and bury me in my hometown. Don't leave any name on the tombstone. A clean burial is the best for me. Qing Shui looked at the sky. Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he said, "If there is no hometown, then bury me in the world." Qing Shui drank a mouthful of dragon blood. Some of the blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth and gave off a red light when the sunlight shined on it. Okay. Wang Lin took the wine jug from Qing Shui's hand and took a drink. His expression became serious and his eyes lit up. If I die before you, send me back to planet Suzaku, country of Zhao, Wang family. Qing Shui looked at Wang Lin and slowly nodded. This was a promise. The dragon blood wine was very fierce and could intoxicate most, but it couldn't make Wang Lin or Qing Shui drunk. The Void Gate started to dissipate when there wasn't much wine left. Qing Shui closed his eyes. Looking a bit lonely, he softly said, "Wang Lin, I have never asked you before. Do you have any descendants?" "I have a son." There was sorrow in Wang Lin's eyes. He drank a mouthful of the little remaining dragon blood wine. The wine was no longer spicy in his stomach but turned into a stinging pain. "I have a daughter." Qing Shui opened his eyes, revealing a sense of remonstrance within them. It was bitter. "However, I can't find her. Perhaps she is no longer around anymore and is gone forever." Qing Shui recalled the past filled with sorrow. At the moment he became sober and was holding the corpse of his wife. There was a little girl 7 or 8 years old howling in the distance among the bloody wreckage. She was holding a dead crane and looking at him and her mother with hollowed eyes. Perhaps she has already entered reincarnation and is a different person. However, I left a red mark on her shoulder at her birth, and that mark will always stay with her. If you see such a girl, take care of her for me. The phantom gate in the sky disappeared completely. Qing Shui stood up and let out a deep breath. Coldness appeared in his eyes. Wang Lin, I want to kill. Qing Shui raised his right hand and an extremely powerful slaughter essence erupted from his body. It gathered in his right hand, and in a flash his right hand was surrounded by a black and chilly aura. The chilly aura spread out and caused the entire abandoned planet to become cold. The slaughter essence was an extremely special essence. Very few people possessed this essence, but those who did could easily break open the void gate. This essence was the limit of slaughter. Although Qing Shui was at the early stage of Nirvana Void, thanks to his slaughter essence and his tens of thousands of years spent in battle, even a late-stage Nirvana Void cultivator would fear encountering him. Killing? Good. Wang Lin stood up and stepped toward the sky. Ripples echoed and he disappeared from the world. Qing Shui also stepped into the ripples Wang Lin had created and disappeared. If the entire brilliant void star system was a lake and what floated in the water were the planets, then right now the ripples on the surface were like two fish swimming rapidly through the water. There weren't many outer realm cultivators in the brilliant void. After all, the Alliance was only their temporary headquarters, and most of them had died during the heaven-shaking slaughter earlier. This slaughter was set off by a teacher and his disciple. With Master Longpan's cultivation level, hardly any outer realm cultivators could survive. However, Master Longpan's goal was the summoned river, so he didn't stay in the brilliant void. This allowed some fish to run free. 3 outer realm cultivators with marks between their eyebrows were carefully flying through the stars. They didn't dare to move too fast in fear that the fluctuations would attract others' attention. There is no response from the message Jade. I fear everyone else is facing danger. Damn it. What the hell happened? We can't go back to the Cultivation Alliance. I fear there is some problem there. Could it be that the inner realm has launched a counterattack? It's best we look for a cultivation planet to hide in until the main army slaughters their way in. As the 3 moved forward, they were sending messages to each other. Just at this moment, 2 ripples passed by and a monstrous killing intent pierced through the 3 of them. When the 2 ripples passed, the 3 outer realm cultivators trembled, unable to utter a sound. Countless fine cracks appeared on their bodies and they suddenly collapsed. Their origin souls were torn apart and they died. Similar scenes could be seen in other places in the brilliant void, all heaven, and the cloud sea. Shortly after Master Longpan swept through, the remaining outer realm cultivators experienced Qing Shui's madness. The blood flowers bloomed, revealing the beauty of their deaths. The 2 ripples swept across the 3 major star systems and then entered the summoned river. The summoned river was completely occupied by the outer realm cultivators, so there were many outer realm cultivators here. Just as they entered the summoned river, there were a powerful smell of blood. However, this smell of blood couldn't stop these 2 ripples. They quickly moved past planet by planet. In the end, they charged into the depths of the summoned river, toward the last 7-colored realm. This was where Master Hongshan's original body was sealed. Among the stars, there was a giant rift emitting 7-colored light. Outside the rift floated broken limbs everywhere. Large amounts of dead outer realm cultivators scattered the area. Thunderous rumbles were coming from within the 7-colored realm. There was obviously a fierce battle happening inside. The 2 ripples closed in. The ripple filled with a monstrous killing intent left a trail of ice and shot toward the 7-colored rift. When he arrived, the broken limbs and countless corpses were shrouded in ice and the coldness spread everywhere. As the powerful killing intent ripples closed in on the 7-colored rift, the ripples disappeared and Qing Shui appeared. He entered the 7-colored realm without hesitation. Wang Lin also appeared. He looked a bit tired as he entered the 7-colored realm. Just as Wang Lin stepped into the 7-colored realm in the summoned river, he immediately heard miserable screams. This 7-colored realm was different from the other 2 Wang Lin had seen before. There were several large, floating continents forming this 7-colored realm. However, this area was filled with fragments of a continent. Only 3 continents remained. Master Longpan was fighting a black-robed person. As the 2 waved their hands, heaven-shattering rumbles echoed. Wang Lin had seen the old man in black before. This person was the Heaven Punishment Palace's palace lord that was trapped by the Lord of the Sealed Realm during the first battle in the Cloud Sea. This person's cultivation level was just below that of the 5 masters of the Outer Realm, early stage arcane void. He hadn't obtained it by destroying his lifespan like Master Longpan, but had truly reached the early stage of arcane void. Tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators were sitting on the 3 floating continents. They were all murmuring a chant. Strands of joss flames floated into the sky, forming strange creatures that surrounded Master Longpan. They were attacking together with the Heaven Punishment Palace's palace lord. Qing Shui had entered a step before Wang Lin. When he appeared, he looked at Master Longpan and the old man in black before a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes, and he rushed at the tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators. The miserable screams Wang Lin heard when he entered came from those cultivators. Qing Shui was killing. After he broke open the void gate, his slaughter essence reached completion. He had spent his life in slaughter, and now when he waved his hand, countless died. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked past Master Longpan and the old man in black. He saw that there was a giant Dao fruit hanging down from the 7-colored cloud above. The Dao fruit was faintly transparent, and one could see a boy covered in red sitting inside it. The boy's face was filled with pain. Countless lines were connected to his body as if they were absorbing nutrients. This boy was Master Hongshan's original body, but he didn't have the heaven-defying bead to absorb the chaotic Dao intent inside. The only result would be his death. Slaughter continued and waves of miserable screams came from all directions. The strange beasts that were helping the old man in black attack Master Longpan scattered and shot toward the slaughtering Qing Shui. Mere ghosts. You dare to bare your fangs against this lord? There was a flash of coldness in Qing Shui's eyes and he waved his right hand. A black storm filled with slaughter essence formed and shot into the sky. When it closed in on these strange creatures, the storm suddenly exploded. The slaughter essence inside rapidly scattered and swept by those strange creatures. The creatures trembled and crackling sounds echoed. They all turned into pieces of black ice. They were all frozen. Countless black ice thorns appeared inside the ice and pierced these strange creatures. Wang Lin stepped forward. He didn't look at Qing Shui slaughtering the Outer Realm cultivators or at Master Longpan's fight. He instantly arrived below the Dao fruit hanging in the 7-colored cloud. All of this happened in an instant. It had only been a few breaths of time since Wang Lin and Qing Shui entered. The Heaven Punishment Palace's palace lord turned around and looked at Wang Lin in shock. Lord of the Sealed Realm. There was a flash of killing intent in the Heaven Punishment Palace lord's eyes. He wanted to retreat to intercept Wang Lin. However, Master Longpan revealed an indifferent gaze and spread out an ancient aura to block the Heaven Punishment Palace lord. No victor has been decided between us. With Master Longpan blocking him, the Heaven Punishment Palace lord's eyes glinted with a cold light and he decided to ignore Wang Lin, who was heading toward the Dao fruit. In his view, Wang Lin was only the Lord of the Sealed Realm in name and was far too weak. Attempting to save Master Hongshan was just asking for trouble. At this moment, his hands formed a seal to gather joss flames, and he began fighting Master Longpan once more. Wang Lin arrived next to the Dao fruit and looked at Master Hongshan. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand at the Dao fruit. There was a thunderous bang and a rejection force came from the Dao fruit and landed on Wang Lin, forcing him to retreat a few steps. The light of deduction flashed in his eyes. When the Dao fruit was hit by Wang Lin, the filaments connected to Master Hongshan twisted as if all the force had been transferred to him. Master Hongshan's expression became even more painful, and he opened his eyes, revealing a hollow gaze. Wang Lin stepped forward and waved his hands 6 times. A thunderous rumble echoed, but there seemed to be no change to the Dao fruit. Only Master Hongshan's expression became even more painful and his eyes more hollow. With your mere cultivation, you dare to try to destroy the Dao fruit to save him? Forget you, not even this old man can destroy it. I want to see how you can save that Master Hongshan. The Sovereign Seal is not something you can break. The more attack, the more you will help the Dao fruit refine Master Hongshan to become a puppet for my outer realm. When the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord looked over, he sneered. Wang Lin heard the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord's words. He turned around and slowly said, "Is that so?" The Heaven Punishment Palace Lord sneered. He was originally slightly worried that Wang Lin had some special method to break the Dao fruit because of the title Lord of the Sealed Realm. After all, the previous Lord of the Sealed Realm was extremely powerful, and he had a profound memory of him. However, he put away his worry. He was confident that Wang Lin could not break the Dao fruit. His eyes lit up and he continued to fight Master Long Pan while looking toward Qing Shui. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. Slaughter essence, it is actually the slaughter essence. Once they join forces, it will become difficult. I need to escape. While fighting, the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord moved and knocked away Master Long Pan. He stepped toward the exit of the seven-colored realm. If the three of you work together, perhaps you all can really save Master Hong Shan. This old man is leaving. The Heaven Punishment Palace Lord was about to leave when Qing Shui suddenly looked up. He waved his right hand and black clouds filled with slaughter essence spread. Ice began to form, but it didn't attack. Instead, it went toward the exit of the seven-colored realm and sealed it by freezing it in ice. This lord hasn't killed enough. Master Long Pan also formed a seal and the mountain and river painting appeared to block the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. He then stepped toward the old man in black. This old man hasn't fought enough. Don't be so eager to leave. There was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the old man in black as he looked back at Qing Shui and Master Long Pan. His expression became gloomy and simply gave up on leaving. Instead, he waved his sleeves and his Joss flame realm appeared. Since you won't allow this old man to leave, then you will have to pay the price. Master Long Pan silently pondered, and then his right hand formed a seal. The mountain and revering painting gave off a suction force. The mountains and rivers inside seemed to come to life and suddenly appeared in the seven-colored realm. Master Long Pan took a step forward and disappeared. He fused with the mountain and river painting. The mountains and rivers smashed toward the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. He had already burned his life force, and now he was attacking without regard for his life. The mountains and rivers turned into a huge palm that burned with Master Long Pan's most powerful cultivation. The palm reached toward the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. At this moment, Qing Shui raised his head and his right hand formed a seal. He then calmly said, "Dark Moon." The moment he spoke, Qing Shui waved his right hand and pointed at the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. The seven-colored clouds trembled and dark clouds appeared around the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. These dark clouds appeared very suddenly, and at the same time, a round tattoo appeared on the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord's face. This tattoo looked like a bright moon. Clear sky. A glint of killing intent flashed in Qing Shui's eyes. The bright moon on the old man's face shined brightly like the sun. The light seemed to be trying to destroy the bright moon on the old man's face. Bai Fan's spell. This is one of Bai Fan's 6 great spells. Bai Fan is dead. You're Qing Shui. The bright moon on the old man's face became twisted. Normally, with his cultivation level, he would resist this spell by force. However, just as the moon on his face lit up, Master Long Pan's huge palm closed in behind him. Qing Shui stepped forward and a shocking slaughter essence shot toward the old man in black. With the attacks from both Qing Shui and Master Long Pan, a thunderous rumble echoed across the entire seven-colored realm and a shockwave quickly spread in all directions. The 3 continents collapsed before this shockwave. As the countless fragments were being pushed back, they collapsed once more into dust. The many outer realm cultivators that hadn't been killed by Qing Shui had no place to hide. No matter how powerful of a treasure they took out, they all died to this shockwave. The entire seven-colored realm seemed to be wiped clean and began to collapse on a large scale. The palm formed by Master Long Pan shattered under this impact. Then Master Long Pan's figure appeared, and he retreated several dozen feet. He coughed out a mouthful of origin essence and looked weakened, but his eyes were still calm. Qing Shui's body was knocked back as his cultivation was lacking. Although the slaughter essence was powerful, he was still injured. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but his expression was extremely cold. The Heaven Punishment Palace Lord coughed out blood and his body trembled. The countless Joss flame souls used to block the attack all dissipated. When the moon on his face disappeared, 5 deep cracks replaced it and spread toward his body. Flashes of sunlight came from the cracks, delivering intense pain throughout the old man's body. The slaughter essence raged inside his body. The clothes on his back were broken and there was a large palm print on his skin. There were mountains and rivers inside that palm print, causing the old man's body to instantly wither. His expression was gloomy as he coldly said, "I can help you save Master Hong Shan. We can work together to open the Dao fruit. In exchange for doing this, let me to leave. Otherwise, this old man will risk serious injuries to bury you two here." "There is no need." What answered him was Wang Lin's cold voice. Under the old man's gaze of disbelief, Wang Lin raised his right hand and directly reached into the Dao fruit without arousing any rejection. He grabbed Master Hong Xin, who was inside the Dao fruit, and dragged him out. The countless filaments connecting to Master Hong Shan collapsed when Wang Lin sent out a shockwave. Master Hong Shan's hollow eyes showed signs of awakening. "No one knows the Dao fruit better than me. Not even your sovereign can match me." Wang Lin let go of Master Hong Shan and waved at the branch. There was a flash of blood light and the blood sword cut off the branch. Wang Lin caught the Dao fruit and turned to look at the shocked Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. "Impossible!" The Heaven Punishment Palace Lord subconsciously retreated a few steps as he stared at all of this. He couldn't believe that Wang Lin was able to rescue Master Hong Shan so easily. Wang Lin put away the Dao fruit in his hand and calmly said, "I have devoured a Dao fruit and absorbed it completely." Master Hong Shan's eyes became more and more clear. He took a deep breath and popping sounds echoed inside his body. A red mist came out of his pores and formed blood-colored cloth over his body. He looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Thank you, Lord of the Sealed Realm." He raised his head and turned to look at the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord. His eyes shined with wisdom. "Qing Juyan, even if you burn your cultivation, you won't escape. You will not die. This old man will refine you into a blood puppet, and you will become a great help for my inner realm." After he spoke, Master Hong Shan turned into a red shadow and charged ahead. The old man in black was pale. Although he was a third-step cultivator, he was still a cultivator. He was powerless to fight against 4 of them. As Master Hong Shan closed in, the old man in black quickly retreated. However, Master Long Pan calmly raised his right hand behind the old man in black and the mountain and river painting blocked the old man's path. Qing Shui's expression turned cold and he pointed at the old man. The 5 cracks on the old man's face began to tear open once more. Dark Moon Clear Sky was a spell that engraved itself on the enemy and could continuously erupt with terrifying power. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and the moment the other 3 attacked, his eyes shined. Golden light gathered in his fingertip and he pointed at the old man in black. "Stop!" This was a battle without any suspense. The 7-colored realm collapsed and the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord Qingjian was captured and taken away by Master Hong Shan. Master Long Pan's burning soul stopped burning with the help of Master Hong Shan. He left with his disciple Master Zhongxian to silently wait for the next battle against the Outer Realm. Master Hong Shan invited Wang Lin to the Cloud Sea and used the name of the Lord of the Sealed Realm to ignite the fighting spirit of the Inner Realm cultivators. Then he led the Inner Realm cultivators to carry out the final counterattack. Wang Lin didn't go as he had obtained 3 Dao fruits. The most important thing right now was to complete his 3 Daos before the rejection force inside his body exploded. He had to break open the void gate and complete his Dao. Qing Shui left. His green robe fluttered among the stars with a sense of sadness and loneliness. He went to find his daughter. Perhaps he would find her. Perhaps he would never find her in his entire life. However, no matter what, as long as Wang Lin asked, he would come back from the end of the world. There was no need to speak too much between them. The things they experienced together was something Qing Shui wouldn't forget. Among the stars, there were only 2 people Qing Shui still cared about. One of them was his junior brother, Wang Lin. Master Hongshan's escape brought joy to the inner realm. The retake of Summoned River gave the remaining inner realm cultivators hope. The death of esteemed teacher Tian Zhao, the addition of Master Long Pan, and the capture of the Heaven Punishment Palace Lord reignited the confidence of the inner realm. There were no seven-colored realms left in the inner realm. After decades of war, the remaining cultivators were all seasoned warriors. They had to fight because once they failed, the only remaining path would be death. Master Hongshan spreading the news that the Lord of the Sealed Realm had returned was the most impactful. This caused the inner realm cultivators to raise their heads, and the flame of battle in their hearts became even more intense. In the brilliant Void Realm, there was a place near the border between the Cloud Sea and All Heaven. This place quickly developed into a large trading area. Many planets like this appeared at the boundaries of the four great star systems. Lots of cultivators from all four systems gathered on these planets to trade for the resources they needed. This caused the four star systems to slowly fuse together. At this moment, on this planet in the brilliant void called One Spirit, there were cultivators from all four star systems. As the cultivators came and went, it was extremely lively. The female cultivators of the Summoned River were the most famous. Although a large amount of them had died, many of them had gained prestige during that counterattack. Although the Summoned River had just been recovered, a large amount of female cultivators from Summoned River returned. The Summoned River showed signs of recovery. The Summoned River had the most female cultivators, and they were all beautiful. The fragrance they gave off made the single male cultivators in the other three systems do their best to find themselves Tao partners that would accompany them for the rest of their lives. With female cultivators from the Summoned River present, the city became even more lively. There were some inns in this city that provided a place for cultivation for the cultivators that came. There was a large amount of spirit stones and some celestial jades in every room. Some inns with deep backgrounds had origin crystals to provide origin energy for those old monsters. In the eastern part of this city that covered most of the planet, there was a medium-sized inn. There were many cultivators sitting inside the hall in this inn. Although cultivators didn't have to eat, celestial fruits, wine, or some simple mortal foods would often evoke some memories of the past. The inn was often full. Due to the war with the outer realm, this became a good opportunity to meet all kinds of fellow cultivators. They would learn from each other, and perhaps simple acquaintances would have a chance to meet again on the battlefield in the future. At this moment, there were several cultivators sitting at the table in the northern end of the inn. One was a middle-aged scholar that was smiling and talking to his friends. I have already said before that I knew the Lord of the Sealed Realm, but none of you believe me. On the opposite of the scholar were two women who were both beautiful. However, their ages were somewhat different. The woman in a pink robe that was younger became curious. Where did Big Brother Zhou meet the Lord of the Sealed Realm? The woman in purple beside her was a bit older. She was already middle-aged. There were traces of time on her face, and she was calmly sitting there and hadn't said a word. Beside the middle-aged scholar was an old man. He smiled and interjected, "Lady Sue, don't believe fellow cultivator Zhou's words. Every time this guy meets female cultivators from the Summoned River like you, he says the same thing. I have almost grown calluses in my ears from listening to him." It was on planet Suzaku. The Lord of Sealed Realm at that time could not match his cultivation today. I remember back then, he was still a little core formation cultivator. I didn't think he would become the Lord of the Sealed Realm one day. The middle-aged scholar smiled and ignored the old man's words. His face was filled with emotions. The woman blinked and revealed a hint of interest. She looked at the woman in purple and smiled. "Senior sister, I remember you saying you came from planet Suzaku. Have you met the Lord of the Sealed Realm before?" After she spoke, everyone, including the middle-aged scholar, became silent. They all looked toward the woman in purple with shock and envy. There was also a faint look of respect. Even the nearby cultivators became silent when they heard this. They stopped speaking and looked respectfully at the woman in purple. The middle-aged man that spoke before quickly stood up. He clasped his hands at the woman in purple and said, "I, Zhou Dongda, greet fellow cultivator from planet Suzaku. What I said before was false. I hope fellow cultivator doesn't mind. Not only him, but even the old man and the large amount of surrounding cultivators all clasped their hands to greet her. The cultivators from the Cloud Sea walked up to her and clasped their hands. This kind of occurrence was not common in the 4-star systems, but it had happened several times. The fame of the Lord of the Sealed Realm was not a personal glory but was obtained through shocking events that happened in the war. In the minds of the Inner Realm cultivators, the Lord of the Sealed Realm was the soul of the Inner Realm. The Lord of the Sealed Realm was from the Brilliant Void, so the Brilliant Void cultivators were respected by the cultivators from the other 3 systems. Although it wasn't much, it was there. The Lord of the Sealed Realm came from planet Suzaku. It was something all the cultivators knew now. There was naturally respect toward the cultivators from planet Suzaku. However, planet Suzaku was a small place and very few cultivators could leave it. As a result, it was rare to meet someone who was really from there. However, it was because of this that once one was found to be a cultivator from planet Suzaku, they would be respected greatly. Planet Suzaku had obtained the respect of the entire Inner Realm due to Wang Lin. The woman in purple seemed to be unaccustomed to this kind of attention, so her face turned slightly red. She raised her jade-like hand to move her hair to side, and then greeted all the cultivators that greeted her. She softly replied her junior sister's words. I should have seen him. The woman began to recall, and her words caused everyone to begin to listen. However, I'm a bit unsure if the person I met was him. The woman sighed. Senior sister Zhou, quickly tell me. The woman in pink quickly rushed her senior sister. At that time he was called Ma Liang. At that time he was only at the foundation establishment stage, and he was very cold and ruthless. He returned to the country of Hu Fon from the foreign battleground. If he was really the Lord of the Sealed Realm, he and Li Muin should have met there. Li Muin was my best friend. The woman in purple was a bit unsure as she spoke. The surrounding cultivators all listened seriously. This kind of thing was very rare to hear from a planet Suzaku cultivator. Only a young man in black sat in the distance, occupying a table to himself, drinking silently. His expression was indifferent and he gave off a cold aura, so no one dared to get close. Teacher, where are you? The young man drank wine and looked out at the inn as he recalled the past. However, in an instant, his body trembled and looked at the man in white that had entered the inn. His eyes became filled with disbelief and excitement. At that time, planet Suzaku was a semi-abandoned planet, and the most powerful cultivator in Hofan was only at the nascent soul stage. The woman's eyes were filled with reminiscence. She had left planet Suzaku a long time ago, but she couldn't forget these memories. As she spoke, almost all the cultivators in the inn began to listen. Some even stepped closer with fascination in their eyes. Planet Suzaku is the hometown of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He grew up there and slowly stepped toward his glory today. The middle-aged scholar let out a sigh. I'm a cultivator from the country of Hofeng, and the country Hofeng faced a disaster which forced us to move to the neighboring country of Xianwu. The country of Xianwu was unwilling, so a war between the two countries began. The fighting from the past seemed to flash before the woman in purple. Ma Liang. Perhaps he was really the Lord of the Sealed Realm. At the time, he had already left his mark. Even though he was only a foundation establishment cultivator, hundreds of people with the same cultivation level fell to him. The woman in purple's soft voice echoed inside the inn. When she said this, it caused an uproar among the surrounding cultivators. At the foundation establishment stage and killing hundreds of people with same cultivation level. This is almost impossible. There is nothing that is impossible. How can the Lord of the Sealed Realm be someone we can imagine? The lower the cultivation level, the smaller the gap between cultivation levels. Although the gap is not that small, the spells and treasures a foundation establishment cultivator can use are very limited. I didn't expect the Lord of the Sealed Realm to already be so strong then. No wonder he could reverse the tides at the Cloud Sea. As they debated, the man in white that had entered rubbed his nose and went toward the cultivator in black. He smiled gently at the excited cultivator in black and his hand pressed down. He pressed the cultivator in black that was about to get up to kneel down back into the chair. Teacher. The cultivator in black was 13. His eyes were filled with excitement and his mind was blank. Wang Lin had appeared so suddenly and 13 had no warning. The young man in white was Wang Lin. After dealing with the seven-colored realm in the Summoned River, Wang Lin was going to planet Suzaku to pay tribute to his parents. He was going to refine his karma, life and death, and true and false essences there. When he passed by, he sensed 13 and the aura from the ancient demon statue, so he came here. Looking at the grown-up 13, Wang Lin revealed a look of relief. He still remembered when he first met 13 in the demon spirit land. His determination and loyalty, even though more than 1,000 years had passed, 13 was still the same. This child is becoming more and more like me in my early years. Wang Lin let out a sigh. 13's cold aura was very similar to his when he was on planet Suzaku. 13 took a deep breath and was about to speak, but when he saw Wang Lin shake his head, he no longer spoke. However, the excitement and respect in his eyes was intense. For him, Wang Lin was his teacher and his benefactor. His entire life had changed because of Wang Lin. Even if he died, he wouldn't forget what Wang Lin had given him. He was 13, the royal and cold 13. Later, during that war, there was no more news of him. I remember that he was ready to leave the country of Hofon, and I met with him right before. The woman in purple said calmly, and the discussions around her calmed down. No one had noticed the young man in white that had walked in. All their attention was attracted by the woman in purple. Later, I faintly heard that he had saved Li Muin and, under the pursuit of a core formation cultivator, entered an extremely dangerous place on planet Suzaku. It was called the Sea of Devils. The woman in purple's voice echoed as she recalled the past. Listening to the woman in purple, Wang Lin picked up a glass and drank a mouthful. His eyes were filled with reminiscence and he slowly smiled. He remembered Li Muin being hunted by the core formation cultivator, her helpless gaze, and her call for help. 13 picked up the wine jug and poured for his teacher. Core formation cultivator? Humph, is that core formation cultivator still alive? He actually dared to go after the Lord of the Sealed Realm. If he is still alive, his cultivation level can't be high. Even if the Lord of the Sealed Realm doesn't care, this old man will refine his soul. That's right, he provoked the Lord of the Sealed Realm, which means he provoked all the cultivators in the 4 great star systems. Lady Zhou, what is the name of that evil cultivator that hunted the Lord of the Sealed Realm? The woman in purple shook her head and softly said, I've forgotten. I never saw the Lord of the Sealed Realm after that. However, hundreds of years later, I heard that a cultivator named Wang Lin shocked planet Suzaku. He was a cultivator from the country of Zhao, and when he was at the Foundation establishment stage, he offended a nascent soul cultivator named Teng, who killed his family. It was the first time many of the surrounding cultivators had heard this. They could imagine that the pain the Lord of the Sealed Realm suffered at that time was not something ordinary people could withstand. Then he went back to country of Zhao and did something that shocked planet Suzaku. Rivers of blood flowed in the country of Zhao. It was really rivers of blood. That nascent soul cultivator's entire family was killed. None remained alive. He wasn't a gentleman but completely vented the hatred from before. Everyone who had the bloodline of the Teng family was killed. Rumors said that the sky of the country of Zhao was blood red. The woman in purple's voice was calm, but the surrounding cultivators could all feel the monstrous killing intent and hatred. They could faintly hear the heaven-shaking roar Wang Lin let out after exacting revenge and completely eradicating the Teng family down to the roots. Wang Lin silently pondered and drank the wine cup by cup. 13 continued to pour. This was the first time he had heard Wang Lin's story, so he had also become silent. Good. This is what should be considered revenge. That little nascent soul Teng cultivator should be killed, but his entire family. Some cultivators seemed to disagree. Humph, you are not the Lord of the Sealed Realm. How could you experience the sorrow and despair of all your loved ones being killed? This old man doesn't think he went too far. As everyone murmured, the voice of the woman in purple continued to echo. Wang Lin drank all the wine at once. Then he put down the cup and looked into the distance. He was really homesick, he missed his parents and he wanted to go see them. Let's go. Wang Lin stood up and walked out of the inn. 13 left a few spirit stones and followed Wang Lin. I only heard about the past of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He originally had the chance to become Lord of planet Suzaku, but in the end he chose to leave. On planet Suzaku, there is a statue of him guarding the planet. As the woman in purple spoke, she seemed to notice something and subconsciously turned to look at the door of the inn. Her gaze passed over 13 and paused on Wang Lin's back. This person is a bit familiar. Wang Lin raised the curtain of the door to the inn and turned his head. He looked at the woman in purple that was looking at him and revealed a smile. He gently shook his head and walked out. 13 followed Wang Lin out of this inn. The woman in purple trembled and was frozen there. The smile of the man in white filled her mind. That image began to overlap with the figure from her past. He is... The woman in purple trembled and was filled with disbelief. Her mind was blank. But that smile became more and more clear and profound. It was as if it was going to rush out from her mind. It's him. Senior sister, what's wrong? The woman in pink saw the woman in purple being startled, so she gently pushed a few times. She followed her senior sister's gaze, but only the curtain at the door was gently swaying. Not only her, but all the surrounding cultivators looked over. However, they only saw the curtain swaying gently and nothing else. Nothing. The woman in purple was called Zhou Zihong. She subconsciously moved the strands of her hair behind her ear and continued to speak about her memories. As she spoke, she revealed a melancholy smile and recalled Wang Lin's smile as he turned around. At the top of a high mountain, the wind blew by as if it was trying to topple the mountain. Wang Lin stood there with 13 kneeling on one knee before him. Teacher, 13 is willing to follow you. 13, you're my first disciple and the one that has followed me the longest. Wang Lin's voice was soft and his gaze toward 13 was very kind. 13 gently nodded and looked at Wang Lin with a hint of attachment in his eyes. To him, Wang Lin was a teacher that was like a father. However, if a bird wants to grow, it needs to face the wind and rain alone. Face the might of the world and overcome the wind and rain to step above the clouds. You have done very well. Wang Lin patted 13's shoulder. But teacher... 13 was about to speak when Wang Lin shook his head and interrupted 13. Wang Lin faced 13 and slowly said, 13, my disciple can't be a cultivator who stays under my protection. My disciple must have the heart of a heaven-defying cultivator. My disciple must have the determination to fight against the heavens. My disciple must be dragon amongst men, to be above heaven itself. He must attract the admiration of everyone when he says he is my first disciple. Teacher, 13 was excited and nodded. Of course, if anyone dares to bully you, your teacher won't allow it. From today onward, you will create your own path as my first disciple. Wang Lin had spent the most time on 13 among his disciples and had the most attachment toward 13. As he spoke, his right hand patted 13's head. An invisible ripple spread in all directions with the two of them as the center. This ripple spread out across the world. Wang Lin turned his comprehension of thunder and fire into a seed and buried it deep within 13. I won't gift you any treasures, only this essence seed. 13's body trembled. When Wang Lin's palm landed on his forehead, a golden seed appeared in his mind. This golden seed contained Wang Lin's comprehension of his complete fire and thunder essences. It was the aura of the third step. This seed also contained Wang Lin's celestial bloodline. That's why it was gold in color. This seed was comparable to a heavenly treasure. It was precious enough to cause a catastrophe. Wang Lin was giving it to his first disciple, 13. Teacher is leaving. Wang Lin looked profoundly at 13 and took away the ancient demon statue. He then stepped into the sky and gradually disappeared. Just as he was about to completely disappear, he turned his head and looked down at 13 with a gentle gaze as if he was looking at his own child and gently nodded. If you want to do something, do it, As long as you can live with your decision, then no matter how big of a disaster you cause, teacher is here. You should find a woman you like. Don't be like me. 13 bit his lip and tears appeared in his eyes. He silently watched his teacher leave and kowtowed 9 times. Wang Lin silently walked among the stars. He had come alone and left alone. After more than 2,000 years, he was used to this loneliness and used to looking at the bright stars by himself. He was used to breathing and savoring this unspeakable sense of loneliness by himself. He had long become used to this. He didn't immediately absorb the ancient demon statue into his left eye, and instead kept it inside his storage space. He could still maintain the rejection force in his body. Only by absorbing it at the critical moment could the ancient demon statue display its full effect. Wang Lin didn't want to absorb it if he could avoid it. He wanted to wait for this ancient demon statue to grow a bit more. As for the ancient demon he had caught in all heaven, it was still sealed by him. It was not time to use it yet. He once promised the ancient demon a chance at survival. Wang Lin didn't forget. The starry sky was silent at night unless there were rumbles of cultivators fighting. Right now, Wang Lin was silently walking into the distance. He looked slow, but in truth every step he took covered vast distances. It was no different than spatial bending. Wang Lin didn't go to the rain celestial realm. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't have enough time. He passed by the hidden rain celestial realm entrance and looked back. He had to go pick up the madman first. On the other edge of the brilliant void there was a planet. This planet wasn't planet Suzaku but a rank 7 cultivation planet. It was surrounded by several smaller planets, and it looked very quiet from a distance. Because this area was quite empty, not many cultivators came here. At this moment, in a mortal city on this planet, it was already autumn. The cold, autumn wind swept through this city as if it had taken something away and then left. This was a small town, it wasn't big. There weren't many people living here, so the street was mostly vacant. Only some shops were open, and the autumn wind was causing the shops to shake, making it look a bit depressing. There were several stalls in the corner of the street, and the servers were all lazily chatting with each other. They were wearing layers of clothing, but they could still feel the coldness of the autumn wind. The rustling sounds on the ground echoed as the withered leaves were blown along the street. Some of the leaves were sent to these stalls and were blocked by the tables. The leaves went around and glided off into the distance. Some autumn leaves flew into the sky and off into another street. Then they hit someone's face. That person was originally walking forward while swaggering with 2 men following him. They had flattering smiles and were whispering something to him, making this person laugh happily. This laughter was interrupted by the autumn leaves. He muttered something before slapping his face and removing a leaf. He threw it on the ground and then mercilessly jumped on it a few times. As he stomped the leaf, he roared at the same time. "Little leaf, you dare to have ideas about this king? Humph, humph. Let's see how this king will deal with you." He stomped on the leaf more than 10 times before the wind blew it away. Only then did he finally give up. He was the madman. The 2 people behind him were Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao. They were used to the madman's actions, so they only looked at each other. Su Ligua blinked as he watched the leaf fly away and sent a message to Lu Jinbiao. "Old Lu, why do I think there is something about his words? He couldn't have seen through us." Lu Jinbiao rubbed his chin and sent a message back. "According to my analysis, this person is really crazy, so he will not see through us. Master Su can rest assured." Su Ligua nodded. He believed in Lu Jinbiao's judgment. During this time, they had worked together to scam the madman and had gained a lot of benefits. Thinking of this, Su Ligua quickly revealed a flattering smile and walked up to massage the madman's shoulders. He viciously stared at the flying leaf and said, "That's right, trample it to death. Who let it dare to bully this king? King, do you want this little one to catch it, so you can trample it some more?" The madman waved his hand and proudly smiled. "Forget it, this king will let that leaf go. Little Su, where's that little girl you spoke of? Quickly take this king there. If this king is satisfied, this king will reward you." When Su Ligua heard there was a reward, his eyes lit up. However, Lu Jinbiao let out a dry cough. His expression was calm, as if he was unmoved. King, you didn't like any of the ones before. This time, I, Su Ligua, spent a lot of effort to find another that you will be satisfied with. But, without waiting for Su Ligua to finish, the madman bit his finger. Blood flowed out and he wiped it on Su Ligua. That's enough. Su Ligua's expression filled with excitement. He carefully wiped away the blood and put it away before he quickly nodded. Even Lu Jinbiao's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and made himself look calm, but his gaze constantly looked toward Su Ligua. Under the madman's eagerness, the trio arrived at the edge of the street, where there was a shop. Lu Jinbiao walked into the shop first. When the madman and Su Ligua entered, he immediately closed the door. After forming a few seals to seal the door, he quickly followed. Why is it so troublesome? Before he got close, he heard a roar from the madman. There was a transfer array in the backyard of this shop. This array was very rough, and it was obvious that it was placed not long ago. The madman stood outside the transfer array and roared at Su Ligua. Su Ligua put on a flattering smile and rubbed his hands together. King, this little one found you a cultivator at the corporeal yang stage. This person originally refused, but this little one spent a lot of effort to make this person agree. However, due to this person's noble status, that person is extra careful. The madman's face was filled with impatience and he pursed his mouth. We came here for so many days and haven't succeeded once. If it's not successful this time, this king won't play anymore. This can't be as fun as you say. What kind of fun thing has this king not played with before? Su Ligua smiled with a look of intoxication and quickly said, once king has a taste, you will know this little one is not lying. It's just that this little one doesn't have enough spirit stones to activate this formation. The madman muttered and hesitated for a bit before he squeezed out a drop of blood to give to Su Ligua. He then muttered to himself, this king's blood is very precious. Back then that Su Ligua ignored the madman and excitedly caught the blood. After putting it away, he winked at Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao remained calm and activated the transfer array when the madman wasn't paying attention. There was a flash of light and the three of them disappeared. Array light flashed inside a valley and 3 people appeared. However, shortly after, the madman began to roar once more. Why is there another transfer array? This king is not going to play. Su Ligua had somehow managed to convince the madman, and a moment later, there was another flash of light. The valley calmed down once more. Just like this, after the madman roared, there were flashes of light in more than 10 locations. The madman's roar became even more intense. How many transfer arrays are there? This king is really not going to play. Not going to play. You're bullying me, you've all gone too far. I'm going to tell my teacher. It seemed that this last sentence had an effect. Su Ligua's body trembled and even Lu Jinbiao's eyelids twitched. He anxiously looked at Su Ligua. It seemed that last sentence had scared him to death. During this period of time, the two of them had gotten the information that the madman had taken Wang Lin as his teacher. Su Ligua was shocked for a moment. During these days, he had almost forgotten about the fiend. He quickly said, this is the last one. This is the last one. This one doesn't need spirit stones. Once we go, we can see that little girl. At this moment, a ripple echoed outside the planet and Wang Lin walked out. He looked at the planet and frowned. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Nonsense. In the northwest part of this planet, there was a mountain range with plenty of spiritual energy. The mountain range was surrounded by a dense jungle. It seemed endless at a glance, and the leaves prevented any sunlight from shining through, causing the area below to be wet year-round. Deep within this jungle stood a long mountain. It was tall, but it was surrounded by fog. This fog made the mountain look blurry. A ray of formation light suddenly came from the mountain and pierced through the fog. This light lasted for several breaths before gradually weakening. There was a cave inside that mountain. This cave was dim and gave off a gloomy feeling. There was a transfer array inside the cave, and the light came from the array. As the light weakened, 3 people walked out. It was the madman and company. The madman blinked as he looked at the cave and murmured, "This king is confused. Damn it! Where's this place?" Su Ligua suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly walked out from the transfer array. He let out dry cough and showed a flattering smile. "King, this is the place. You wait here. I'll go see if that little girl is ready." When the madman heard the words "little girl," he was no longer confused and his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and roared, "Ha ha! Good. This king wants to see if it is as good as you say. If this king is satisfied, this king will reward you." Lu Jinbiao came out of the formation and waved his sleeves to cause a stone chair to fly over. After the madman sat down, he revealed a flattering smile as well and began massaging the madman's shoulders. Lu Jinbiao massaged with a lot of effort. His grasp of his strength was very good. This made the madman very comfortable, and the madman closed his eyes to enjoy it. A moment later, Lu Jinbiao stopped and stood next to the madman. He then put on a respectful expression, knelt down with his arms extended out, and silently lowered his head. The madman waited for a moment and opened his eyes with a puzzled expression. He looked at Lu Jinbiao and stretched his head. "Finished? That fast?" Lu Jinbiao didn't move. He kept his pose and said, "King, please give me a reward." The madman was startled for a moment and murmured, "Just a little massage and you want a reward? I won't give you anything. This king's blood is very precious." Back then that who. Before he finished speaking, Lu Jinbiao raised his head and looked at the madman with a serious expression. He said, "King, please give me a reward." The madman became angry. He got up and roared, Not giving, I'm not going to give anything." Facing the madman's roar, Lu Jinbiao's expression remained normal. He said, "Ever since King came here, everything you've eaten, used, and played with were paid by me, and I used a lot of spirit stones. This king won't give you anything." Although the madman was still roaring, his voice was clearly a lot lower. "In addition, the silver used in the mortal city was obtained by me. I clearly remember all the money used." Lu Jinbiao's voice was calm. Not much was spent. It was all you guys talking me into spending." The madman's voice became smaller and smaller. "King has been here for a total of 13 days, and I've spent 730,000 spirit stones and 9,850,000 silver. King, do you want me to list it out in detail?" Lu Jinbiao remained calm and gave a detailed report. The madman's eyes widened. His memory was a bit hazy. During these more than 10 days, he felt like he hadn't spent much. It was just that every time he encountered something fun or delicious, he would let Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao get it for him. At this moment, when he heard Lu Jinbiao list all the expenses, he began to sweat. "Of course, Master has ordered us to take care of King, so this is normal. King is also not a stingy person, you just don't have any spirit stones right now. Perhaps all of King's treasures are with that little red or something." Lu Jinbiao changed the topic. "That's right, go find little red, haha. Go find little red for it. How can this king be stingy? This king is not stingy at all. It's better you go find little red. Little red has all of this king's possessions." The madman subconsciously wiped away the sweat and nodded. "King is a generous person, you won't make me spend all this for nothing. As for the spirit stones and silver, although they were my savings for over 1,000 years, consider it my gift to the king. There is no need to look for little red." Lu Jinbiao shook his head and let out a sigh. He no longer spoke but walked to the side. He stared at the stone wall ahead as if he was very sad. When the madman saw Lu Jinbiao like this, he rubbed his nose, feeling his heart ache a bit. He scratched his head before he bit the tip of his finger and squeezed out a drop of his blood to hand to Lu Jinbiao. The madman's heart ached, but he pretended to be magnanimous and said, you're a good person, like Su Ligua. This king is not stingy. This king won't mistreat you." Lu Jinbiao suppressed the excitement in his heart. He accepted the blood without any expression and softly said this thanks. When he acted like this, the madman felt like he owed Lu Jinbiao something. He squeezed out 7 or 8 more drops of blood and gave them all to Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao's body trembled and his excitement could no longer be hidden. He quickly put them away and bowed at the madman. Just at this moment, Su Ligua came out of the cave. He smiled and said, "King, that little girl is ready. How about we go now?" After the madman heard this, he forgot his heartache. He excitedly got up and nodded. Su Ligua let out a mischievous smile. He looked at the madman like he was looking at a moving treasure. He and Lu Jinbiao led the madman into the depths of the cave. There was a room inside the cave, and there was a curtain blocking the door. One could see a blurry outline. There seemed to be someone sitting inside. After arriving outside the door, Su Ligua revealed a mischievous smile and whispered, "King, that little girl is waiting for you inside. Quickly go. Us two little ones will guard outside." The madman put on a smug expression and let out a few roars. Just as he was about to enter the room, he turned around to face Su Ligua and asked with a solemn expression, "Is it really as fun as you say?" Su Ligua patted his chest and nodded. "This little one never lies. King will know when you try it." The madman's eyes became excited and he stepped into the room. At a glance, he saw a young man wearing black sitting not far away. He was very handsome. "Haha, little girl, tell this king your name. This king will reward you." The young man frowned and coldly said, "This poor Taoist is Fan Huazi." Outside the room, Su Ligua rubbed his hands and looked very excited. He smiled at Lu Jinbiao. "Old Lu, your scam is very good. Just the dozen transfer arrays from before got us a lot of blood. Rest assured, according to our agreement, we will split its 7:3. Lu Jinbiao smiled and shook his head. "This is not a scam. This old man has never cheated any madman. They were all people with higher cultivation levels, and they were extremely cunning. Dealing with them required me to set up a scam, and there could be no flaws. As for this madman, his mind is simple. The complex scams from before are useless against him. It would be like playing a harp to a cow. This time this old man used the simplest one. Although the flaw is right there, it is effective." Su Ligua laughed and nodded. "We have to seize the time. After this, we still have a few places to go, so we need to end this quickly. We have to do a good job or else after that fiend comes back." Su Ligua shivered. In fact, he was very afraid. He calculated the time that had passed and crushed a jade. The moment the jade was crushed, the transfer array inside the cave lit up once more. More than 10 cultivators appeared, and they all looked fierce. The leader was a woman and her expression was cold. They charged into the depths of the cave. After meeting up with Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao, both sides smiled. Su Ligua walked next to the door and let out a miserable scream. "King, not good." Fa Huazi's Dao partner came. As he spoke, he coughed out a mouthful of essence energy. He looked dispirited and fell to the side. Lu Jinbiao hit his chest with his right hand and coughed out blood. The female cultivator let out a snort. With more than 10 cultivators behind her, she tore the curtain. Inside the curtain, the madman was sitting opposite of Fan Huazi. He stared blankly at the large group of cultivators and was startled. "You, what are you going to do? This king. The madman's eyes were filled with fear. He still didn't know why this was happening. "Shut up. You guys dare to do this kind of thing?" The woman stared coldly at the madman. The other cultivators all stared at him fiercely and filled the room. The madman became anxious and quickly began to explain. We didn't do anything. I only asked him his name. The young man in black sitting across from the madman revealed a sense of shame. He got up and silently walked to the side. "Don't try to twist words. Fill these 10 pots with your blood or else I'll kill them first." The female cultivator's eyes were filled with disgust. She waved her sleeves and 10 jade pots appeared before the madman. Then Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao were brought in. Su Ligua had swords stabbed into his body and he let out a weak yet miserable scream. "King, don't worry about me. Escape." Lu Jinbiao was also covered in blood. But when he heard Su Ligua's words, he secretly cursed and immediately let out a miserable scream. "King, we were involved because of you. King is righteous, you have to save us." None knew that as they were doing this, a figure with a cold gaze wearing white had appeared behind them. Su Ligua, Lu Jinbiao, you two got guts. Very good, very good. These cold words were like a cold wind blowing from behind them. When they entered Lu Jinbiao's ears, his pupils shrank and he was frozen on the spot. His mind went blank. He trembled and subconsciously turned around. This caused him to almost lose his wits, and he knelt down. His face was pale and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This time it was real blood, and it was scared out of him. No matter how good of a scammer he was, he couldn't think of anything. He trembled and wanted to say something, but under Wang Lin's gaze, his mind trembled and he felt like his body was being torn apart. That gaze pierced through his body and origin soul like a sword. It was as if Wang Lin only needed one thought to kill him. That terrifying gaze contained a killing intent that caused Lu Jinbiao's scalp to go numb. He was so scared, he became mute and couldn't say a word. He could only kneel and kowtow constantly. Even though his forehead was bleeding, he didn't care. Su Ligua was still proud and was screaming miserably, but when he heard this voice, he trembled. He was very familiar with this voice, very, very familiar. It was the voice of the fiend he feared. The anger and coldness in this voice caused Su Ligua's spirit body to almost dissipate. His mind trembled and his face turned pale. The swords in his body collapsed, and this time he truly looked dispirited. He turned around and saw Wang Lin's cold gaze. This gaze caused him to almost pass out, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Master! Su Ligua was frozen for a moment and let out a miserable scream. This sound could shake one's soul, and it completely transmitted his fear. Master, have mercy, Master, listen to me. This matter is not as you see. This matter. After all, Su Ligua had followed Wang Lin for a very long time. Although he was filled with fear, he could still somewhat speak, which was much more than Lu Jinbiao could do. Although his voice was trembling, he seemed to want to hug Wang Lin's leg and beg. This sudden change shocked remaining cultivators. The more than 10 vicious cultivators all turned around and looked at Wang Lin. When they saw Wang Lin, they felt the cold eyes penetrate them, and their minds rumbled. They all coughed out blood and fear filled their eyes. That woman also turned pale and coughed out blood, forcing her to retreat a few steps. The panic in her eyes reached its limit. She didn't know who this new person was, but the pressure he emitted was almost enough to make her collapse. Even her master and all the powerful cultivators she had met were like mere ants before this person. Who are you? Trembling, the female cultivator retreated. Even her words and face became twisted from fear under the pressure. Not only her, but almost everyone felt like they were standing before a storm. This storm was connected with the world and contained the power to destroy all life. They were small before the storm and would die just from touching the storm. The young man in black, Fan Huazi, was standing in the distance. Blood was flowing down from the corner of his pale mouth. However, he looked at Wang Lin with a dull gaze before revealing excitement. He seemed to recognize Wang Lin but couldn't believe it. The madman was the person with the least pressure. The moment he saw Wang Lin, he immediately revealed a wronged expression. Tears appeared in his eyes and he rushed over the crowd toward Wang Lin and began to cry. They bullied me. I clearly didn't do anything. I only asked what that little girl's name was. I really did nothing. Su Ligua told me how I could have a lot of fun by doing this and that. But before I could do this and that, they came in. I did nothing. The madman felt wronged and eventually began to cry. Su Ligua's heart trembled when he heard this. He didn't dare to move forward under Wang Lin's indifferent gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin pointed forward. With this point, Su Ligua spat out large amount of spiritual body essence and his body turned almost transparent. Then his body flew back and smashed into the stone wall. There was a flash of restriction light, causing him to let out another miserable scream as he bounced off. This point had wasted almost 30% of his cultivation, causing his spirit body to almost collapse. That intense pain caused him to scream miserably. This time he was completely afraid. He had followed Wang Lin for many years and knew how cruel Wang Lin was. He didn't call Wang Lin fiend for nothing. Master, Master! I have accomplished great deeds for Master! I have shed blood for Master! Master, do you still remember the giant demon clan ancestor on planet Suzaku? Does Master remember? Su Ligua screamed and listed almost everything he had done for Wang Lin. He was afraid that if he was late, he would not have a chance of speaking again. If it wasn't for all of that, that point wouldn't have just wasted 30% your cultivation, it'd have killed you. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He had vowed to be kind to this madman, yet Su Ligua had dared to go against his command. It was as he said, if not for the fact that Su Ligua had followed him for so long, Wang Lin would have already killed Su Ligua. His gaze swept toward Lu Jinbiao, who was kowtowing non-stop, and there was a flash of killing intent. The world can easily change, but one's personality is difficult to change. Lu Jinbiao, you disappoint me. You achieved great merits at the Fire Sparrow clan, and I promise to let you go. I plan to give you a great fortune as a gift for taking care of him. Wang Lin's voice was cold as he spoke. His voice was like a cold wind that filled the area. Lu Jinbiao's body trembled and he kowtowed even faster, smashing his forehead on the ground. Looking at Lu Jinbiao, Wang Lin pointed forward and a gust of wind landed on Lu Jinbiao's body. Lu Jinbiao trembled and coughed out blood before being knocked back a few dozen feet. You have made a great achievement, that is still there, but I won't give you that great fortune. You can forget about being free. You will be my slave for 1,000 years. When he heard Wang Lin's words, Lu Jinbiao revealed a bitter smile, but he let out a big breath of relief in his heart. He could accept this punishment. Lord of the Sealed Realm. You're the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Fan Huazi excitedly called out. He wasn't sure before, but when he heard Wang Lin talk about Planet Suzaku and the Fire Sparrow clan, he was certain. He excitedly walked toward Wang Lin and bowed. When he spoke, the surrounding cultivators were filled with disbelief and excitement filled their bodies. They all clasped their hands and bowed. Greetings, Lord of the Sealed Realm. The female cultivator was startled for a moment before clasping her hands like everyone else. She trusted Fan Huazi's words. Only the Lord of the Sealed Realm could give off such a terrifying pressure. Wang Lin's gaze was still the same as he looked at the young man in black and slowly said, You have seen me before? The young man was extremely excited. He quickly walked up and respectfully said, Junior lived in All Heaven for a period of time and was there in the first battle at the Cloud Sea. Junior was among the All Heaven army and saw the Lord of the Sealed Realm from a distance. Also, Junior received the jade from the Cloud Sea, so I had a vague idea of your appearance. After he spoke, he looked at the madman behind Wang Lin and looked ashamed. He wanted to explain something, but in the end he found it difficult to say. Wang Lin silently pondered and coldly looked at the cultivators inside the cave. His gaze brought a large amount of pressure on these cultivators. They all lowered their heads, ashamed, and didn't dare to speak. This matter, don't repeat it. A moment later, Wang Lin waved his sleeve. He took Su Ligua, Lu Jinbiao, and the madman into the ripple and they all disappeared. Only after he was gone did the cultivators in the cave dare to look up. Their backs were soaked in cold sweat and they looked at each other, their hearts beating rapidly. Su Nizi, this is your doing. If you didn't force me, we wouldn't be looked down upon by the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Alas, I'm also to blame for becoming greedy because of Su Ligua's words. To actually do such a thing to deceive a madman. Fan Huazi looked extremely ashamed as he looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to. Wang Lin was someone he respected, and he had dreamt of meeting the Lord of the Sealed Realm. However, he never actually dreamt that it would come true under such circumstances. The female cultivator also felt ashamed and gnashed her teeth. It's all that Su Ligua's fault. That man. If I meet him again, I'll definitely make him pay for this matter. Among the stars, Wang Lin slowly walked forward. Lu Jinbiao and Su Ligua were stored inside his storage space. Most of the golden blood they had obtained was taken by Wang Lin. The madman still looked wronged and chattered non-stop behind Wang Lin. This matter had left a profound impression on the madman. The human heart is sinister, the human heart is sinister, Also, spirit stones and silver are very important, very important. In the future, if I get spirit stones or silver, I must use them carefully and not careless spend them. Can't carelessly spend them at all. Can't careless spend them. Even Wang Lin didn't expect that this experience would change the madman's personality a bit. Once he had spirit stones and silver, his stinginess could shock anyone. Listening to the madman chattering behind him, Wang Lin gradually calmed down. He looked back at the madman. Especially given the chatter, this madman really looked like a certain person. A person he only met once in the outer realm and had almost completely forgotten. Wang Lin shook his head and smiled. He felt like his thoughts were a bit absurd. He no longer thought about this and slowly walked toward planet Suzaku. The starry sky was calm like the dark ocean that was sleeping without any wind or waves. The sparkling stars were like the eyes of mothers that would make one feel extra homesick. When one no longer had any close relatives, those sparkling eyes would become blurry. A sense of sadness would surge from the body of your heart and become a sigh. Cultivators were also people. They also had emotions and memories they couldn't give up. They bullied me, their punishment was too light. I want you to turn that Su Ligua into a little piggy, no wait, into a leaf. They'll let me stomp him to death. Lu Jinbiao too, he actually dared to deceive me. Humph, those who deceive this king will have miserable ends. Your punishment of turning him into a slave for 1,000 years is too light. You should also turn him into a leaf so I can stomp him to death. The madman followed Wang Lin and continued to talk non-stop until it became a buzz around Wang Lin's ears. Seeing that Wang Lin was staring into the distance and not paying attention to him at all, the madman gave up roaring at Wang Lin. Instead, he began to circle Wang Lin and roar at the same time. It seemed as if he wasn't going to give up until Wang Lin listened to him. Wang Lin silently walked forward. He was getting closer and closer to planet Suzaku. Even with his eyes closed, he could find planet Suzaku in the brilliant void. Some of it might be due to his spells, but, more importantly, there was something there that made his soul sad. The madman's chatter became even more intense and didn't stop at all. He didn't feel tired and continued to circle Wang Lin and roar. Turn them into leaves. I'm going to stomp. Enough! After the madman had circled him thousands of times, Wang Lin's thoughts were interrupted. Wang Lin raised his right hand and caused the madman to stop before him. Wang Lin looked at the madman and slowly said, "Be quiet for a bit." The madman was caught by Wang Lin and stared at Wang Lin as he roared, "Turn them into leaves." Wang Lin frowned. "I don't care, you have to turn them into leaves, into leaves. The madman didn't care and constantly growled. He was like a child that wanted a toy from his parents. Wang Lin's voice was calm as slowly said, "You actually had long seen through their plan and scam." This king didn't see through them." The madman was startled for a moment and his eyes turned, shaking his head. He shook his head like a mortal child playing with a rattle drum. Wang Lin meaningfully looked at the madman and loosened his grip as he walked forward. "The blood you gave Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao was useless. All that blood, even after being refined, wouldn't match half a drop of your real blood. They were cheating you and you were also cheating them. Do you still want play this kind of trick before me? I, Wang Lin, have already dealt justice. The punishment they suffered is enough. Don't mention it anymore." Wang Lin turned away from the madman and his words slowly echoed. The madman winked, then his face turned red and he giggled. A moment later he said, "How can this wise king be deceived by them? However, that Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao really do have the ability to deceive this king. Humph, they're too evil. Good thing this king understands how precious his blood is. Back then that who. The madman kept muttering. Then he saw Wang Lin walk away and quickly followed. His voice slowly weakened. After following Wang Lin for a bit, he looked at Wang Lin with a puzzled expression. Once more, he felt the feeling he got from Wang Lin when they first left the nether beast. Wang Lin was silent the entire way and didn't speak a word. Soon, a planet filled with rich spiritual energy, to the point that it was in a radiant state, appeared before him. This planet wasn't big. It could be considered a small planet. However, when Wang Lin saw this planet, his body trembled and he stopped. He silently looked at the planet, looked at the hometown that was engraved in his mind. Soon, lots of faces appeared before his yes. Those familiar people formed his life on planet Suzaku. The melancholy on his face became even stronger. Things remain the same, but people change is a phrase used to describe time. However, for Wang Lin, even these eternal things seemed to change. He stared stunned at planet Suzaku. There was a powerful formation around the planet that surrounded the area and was constantly active. It formed a ripple that spread across the star system. Wang Lin remembered that this formation didn't exist when he left. From his view, this formation was fairly new and only been up for a few decades. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and slowly walked forward. The madman followed Wang Lin and looked curiously at planet Suzaku. As the two moved forward, several rays of light flew toward planet Suzaku. There were 4 cultivators in total, 3 male, 1 female, 3 young, 1 old. Their faces were filled with respect as if they were on a pilgrimage. They flew past Wang Lin and the madman toward the formation around planet Suzaku. When the 4 rays of light got close to the formation, the old man said with a dignified tone, "This is planet Suzaku, the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown. Remember not to cause any trouble after entering planet Suzaku. This is the holy land of the brilliant void, or even the inner realm. A large amount of old monsters live here to protect the planet for the Lord of the Sealed Realm." The old man looked toward the 3 younger cultivators behind him, and they quickly nodded. The respect on their faces became even stronger as they looked at planet Suzaku. Wang Lin slowly arrived outside the formation around planet Suzaku. He was several thousand feet from those 4 cultivators. As he looked at planet Suzaku, he became even more emotional. The madman was very lonely along the way and couldn't help but miss Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao. He began to mutter secretly in his heart. Actually, those 2 fellows were not bad to his king. As he muttered, his gaze caught the 4 people several thousands of feet away and his eyes lit up. "Haha, 3 little girls, tell this king your name. This king will reward you." The madman's eyes lit up and he waved his hand. He immediately began calling out to those 4 cultivators. His words were abrupt, and the 4 cultivators were startled for a moment. The female cultivator subconsciously looked back thinking there would be more cultivators coming from the distance. The madman excitedly roared, "What are you looking back for? This king isn't talking about you. I'm talking to the 3 little girls behind you. Little girls, what are your names?" After he spoke, aside from the old man, the expressions of the 2 young men changed. He coldly stared at the madman and was about to speak. The old man frowned and lifted his hands to stop his disciples. He wasn't looking at the madman but at Wang Lin, who was still looking at planet Suzaku with reminiscence in his eyes. "Fellow cultivator, I presume you also came on a pilgrimage to the hometown of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown is a holy land. I hope you restrain your companion and refrain from causing problems." After the old man finished speaking, he no longer looked at Wang Lin. Instead, he waved his sleeves and he and his 3 disciples stepped toward the formation. The 3 disciples all stared viciously at the madman. In particular, the 2 young men were extremely angry. The madman pursed his lips and revealed a look of grievance as he muttered, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why stare at this king like that? This king was only asking for their names." Wang Lin's expression was neutral and he patted the madman's shoulder. He didn't directly enter planet Suzaku but entered through the formation. Since he was coming home, he was going to enter through the front gate. What kind of logic was it to avoid it? The old man leading his 3 disciples in front entered the formation. At this moment 2 people appeared. They were old men but they were phantoms. Their eyes were like lightning as they calmly looked at everyone that had entered the formation. "This old man is Master Virtue from the Summoned River's planet Mingmei. I'm bringing my 3 disciples to come here on a pilgrimage. I hope the holy guardians can let us in." The old man's expression was serious as he clasped his hands at the 2 phantoms. One of the 2 phantom figures said, Planet Suzaku is open to all cultivators of the inner realm. Do you know the rules? We know. We can't take anything from Planet Suzaku. We can't destroy anything on Planet Suzaku. We can only stay on Planet Suzaku for 3 days. The old man nodded. After hearing this, the two phantom figures formed seals and waved their hands. The formation light spread and a stairway through the clouds appeared before them. The stairway connected to Planet Suzaku. The old man clasped his hands and took his 3 disciples on the stairway. They slowly walked down the stairs. Wang Lin took the madman and calmly stepped onto the stairs. They also walked toward Planet Suzaku. The 2 phantom figures didn't stop but coldly looked at Wang Lin and the madman. After they disappeared, one of the phantom figures frowned. I feel like that person is a bit familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere before. You feel the same way too? I feel this as well, but I can't remember where I've seen this cultivator in white before. The 2 people pondered for a bit before they disappeared while shaking their heads. The formation around Planet Suzaku gradually calmed down until the light disappeared. Planet Suzaku appeared before Wang Lin as he walked down the stairs. The end of the staircase was connected to the highest mountain on Planet Suzaku. It was like a stairway to the heavens. Standing on the stairs, Wang Lin looked down on Planet Suzaku below him. This planet had become unfamiliar. The mountains and rivers had changed. It no longer looked like it did in the past. The ground was covered in grass, and as the wind blew, a fragrance filled the air. Interesting, this place looks fun. Look at the mountain there, haha. It's not very good. It's too rough. The mudmen this king makes are better. The madman clapped his hands and laughed. The 4 people originally had serious expressions as they bowed at the stone statue before them. After hearing the madman's words, the 3 disciples all looked back with fierce stares and disdain in their eyes. This mountain was connected to the stairs. This mountain was the highest mountain on Planet Suzaku, and a powerful spell had been used to shape it into a large statue. It was a cultivator with his left hand forming a seal and his right hand holding a giant axe looking at the sky. The invisible pressure it gave off made it feel like this person was going to fight the heavens. The staircase was connected to the bottom of the statue. As a result, all the cultivators that came to Planet Suzaku would immediately see the statue. As they descend, due to the difference in height, the pressure from the statue would become even stronger. It would be as if they were worshipping the statue as they descended. This was a statue of Wang Lin. This was Wang Lin during the first battle at the Cloud Sea. However, the face of the statue was blurry, which made it impossible for others to get a good look. This is a statue of the Lord of the Sealed Realm in the first battle of the Cloud Sea. It was right after he killed the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor and esteemed Nanzhao. He stood before the Outer Realm army of tens of thousands of cultivators, and none of them dared to take half a step forward. The old man's words echoed, causing his 3 disciples to turn around and pay their respects. After the first battle, the name of the Lord of the Sealed Realm became famous in the Inner Realm and people found out that he came from Planet Suzaku. The cultivators of the Inner Realm gathered, and under the lead of several powerful seniors and the Lord of Planet Suzaku, Zhou Wutai, the highest mountain was made into a statue of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The old man's voice echoed. Wang Lin silently looked at the statue and gently shook his head, letting out a sigh. He vaguely remembered that this mountain belonged to the country of Suzaku and was its holy land. However, now it had been changed. This was not the change Wang Lin wanted to see. He stepped forward and took the madman away. It wasn't until they disappeared that one of the men among the 3 disciples sneered. Such a vulgar person is not fit to come to the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown. The 2 disciples beside him nodded and glared at where Wang Lin and the madman went toward. The 2 of them are so rude and will surely be punished. I can't wait to see their sorry state when they are forced off the planet. Wang Lin slowly walked through the sky and looked at the earth below. The earth felt even more unfamiliar, which made him even more lonely. Everything other than his heart had changed. However, these changes just made him even more lonely and out of place. Too much has changed. There is no feeling of home. Wang Lin silently pondered and tried very hard to find a trace of familiarity. However, when he looked at the Earth, he still couldn't see it. Many of the cultivation countries on planet Suzaku had changed, and now planet Suzaku was just one country. Even the large amount of sects were gone and became the 9 great sects of planet Suzaku. These 9 great sects occupied most of planet Suzaku. As Wang Lin moved forward, he saw the soul-refining sect. The memory of Du Tian was still there, but the soul-refining sect was not the same. The mountain had disappeared and turned into a lake. There were many pavilions around the lake, giving off waves of spiritual energy, but it was another sect. Situ Nan had awakened here. Those domineering words still echoed in Wang Lin's ears, but he couldn't find any familiar aura. The giant demon clan of the past appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and it had also changed. The area where the giant demon clan was located was now a prairie. There were many nomadic mortals on his prairie, dressed in simple clothes or topless. They walked among a flock of sheep while singing cheerful songs. There were a few dogs among the flock of sheep that barked excitedly. The barking mixed with the singing and didn't seem out of place. Instead, it gave the song a leisure feeling. This place also changed. Wang Lin felt melancholy and slowly moved forward. The madman followed Wang Lin and was silent. He could feel the loneliness from Wang Lin, and he also felt homesick. After a long time, the country of Shuiyu appeared before Wang Lin. The snow-covered land was no longer there. That snow had melted a long time ago. This place had become a dense jungle and no longer looked anything like it did in the past. Even the cities had been turned into ruins by the jungle. What was also buried was that special mortal city that chronicled nearly 100 years of Wang Lin's life. A mortal child named Xianxia had grown up there. Looking at the jungle below, Wang Lin's heart felt terrible. It was an indescribable feeling. He vaguely felt like this was no longer his home. He couldn't find any familiarity on planet Suzaku. Without that sense of familiarity, he only had memories. It was like a traveler that had left for a long time and finally returned home only to find that everything had changed. It was unfamiliar to the point that it made him want to cry. It was unfamiliar to the point that it made him sad. It was unfamiliar to the point that he couldn't find his way home. Wang Lin had returned to planet Suzaku before and had seen changes, but they weren't as drastic as now. He couldn't adapt at all. He didn't dare to spread out his divine sense to see the entire planet at once, to see the country of Zhao and his parents' tomb. He was afraid that he would continue to see unfamiliarity, leaving him with only memories but no home. He was also equally afraid to look at the cave in the Sea of Devils where he had lived with Li Muin. He was afraid to look for that heartwarming valley. He was afraid that those were gone as well. Looking at the jungle below, Wang Lin silently walked in as if he was looking for something. Eventually, he removed the leaves before him and saw the ruins of a city. A few small beasts were moving between the ruined buildings inside the city. When Wang Lin arrived, the small beasts were frightened and all scattered. Wang Lin walked within the ruins of the city and looked for something. He faintly felt a hint of familiarity and almost grasped that sense of familiarity. However, a moment later, that sense of familiarity faded as he looked at a giant hole before him. It was this hole that buried his sense of familiarity and the street he used to live on. After being startled there for a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and left. He went to the Sea of Devils. The entire Sea of Devils was no longer there. Back then, although the fog had dissipated, the giant basin remained. Now someone had filled the basin and it was one of the 9 great sects. The cave he lived in with Li Muin was naturally gone. Wang Lin looked at it from the sky and he felt his heart sting. He wanted to look at the cave, to look at the body of the huge dragon, to look at the place where Li Muin put her heart and soul into making that jade. He sadly turned around. Unconsciously, Wang Lin arrived in the valley where he accompanied Li Muin until she grew old and where he felt warmth. That was also where Zhou Ru had grown up. However, even this place had been flattened and turned into an inner sea. It was beautiful, but it was just painful for Wang Lin. This place is also gone. The various changes on planet Suzaku made it much more beautiful, but it was only on the surface. This was not the planet Suzaku that Wang Lin wanted. Others only knew that this was the hometown of the Lord of the Sealed Realm and wanted to transform this place into a holy land. However, they didn't understand that this holy land was hollow. Was it really what Wang Lin wanted? All of this was just dust on the outside. Wang Lin was not one to care about his personal prestige and fame. He was just an ordinary person, and even as a cultivator he was just a little cultivator. He only wanted a home, a hometown where he could calmly recall the past. He just wanted a trace of familiarity that would allow him to feel warmth after more than 2,000 years of cruel cultivation. Just a trace of warmth. However, the warmth had become a luxury. He wanted to find it, but along the way he hadn't found any. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the confused madman as he whispered, "Why is it like this?" The madman gave a silly smile. "This king, this is quite pretty, he." Wang Lin silently pondered and looked at the sky. After a long time, he let out a sigh and stepped forward. He left with the madman to go the place he was afraid to look at the most. His real home, the old country of Zhao. Wang Lin looked at the country of Zhao from above and his eyes became blurry. This place didn't change. He was the Lord of the Sealed Realm, but at this moment, he was just someone who had returned to his hometown. He was an old man looking for trace of the past. Below him was the country of Zhao, and the old man and his 3 disciples had already arrived here. "This is where the Lord of the Sealed Realm grew up," the old voice slowly echoed. The old man pointed at the country of Zhao and said to his disciples, "The Lord of the Sealed Realm grew up here. It is called the country of Zhao. This is the real holy land of planet Suzaku." Before the 4 of them, there was a flash of light around the border of the country of Zhao. This light surrounded the country of Zhao, forming a formation. The role of this formation was to prevent outsiders from going in. All of planet Suzaku and its 9 major sects can be visited as long as you present a token. This is the only place that foreign cultivators are not allowed to enter. This was the most resolute request that Zhou Wutai, the leader of planet Suzaku, had when planet Suzaku was being transformed. Anywhere else can be changed, but not a blade of grass can be changed in the country of Zhao. The old man stood outside the light curtain and his voice was very calm. His 3 disciples looked at the country of Zhao with respect in their eyes. They looked at the faintly visible peaks and clasped their hands at the country of Zhao. Anyone who doesn't abide by the agreement and enters the country of Zhao is severely punished. The old man's eyes lit up as he spoke and looked into the distance at Wang Lin and the madman. His 3 disciples were startled for a moment and looked over at Wang Lin. They glared angrily and sneered. "Although planet Suzaku is not big, we always seem to see annoying people. Those 2 are so vulgar. They are really an eyesore." The madman also saw the 4 of them, and he immediately became excited. He began to happily yell at the 4 of them. "Little girls, we meet again, ahaha. It looks like we are fated with each other. For our connected fate, come, 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 this king has rewards." Wang Lin seemed to not hear the madman's roar as he silently looked at the country of Zhao. His vision became blurry and a burst of sadness appeared in his heart. The unspeakable mood made him walk closer and he gradually closed in on the light around the country of Zhao. The old man's 3 disciples were all filled with anger by the madman's words. If not for the fact that their teacher was present, they would have gone up and taught the madman a lesson. The old man frowned and was about to speak when his eyes narrowed as he looked at Wang Lin. He saw Wang Lin get closer and closer to the formation as if he was going to break it. His expression sank and the old man no longer paid attention to the madman. He stepped toward Wang Lin and said with a grave tone, "Fellow cultivator, the country of Zhao, home to Lord of the Sealed Realm, is not a place outsiders like us can enter. I hope you can control yourself." The old man's words were like roaring thunder and shook the surrounding area, scaring the madman. The madman stared at the old man and began to roar. "Damn it, you scared this king. You have to repay me. You scared me." Wang Lin turned a deaf ear. There was no light formation in his eyes. The only thing he felt was the familiar feeling from the country of Zhao. This feeling became more and more clear, making him remember everything. With one step, He closed in on the light formation and immediately caused ripples to spread out. It was as if a giant vortex had appeared before Wang Lin. The vortex became more and more intense until the ripples spread across the entire formation around the country of Zhao. "Fellow cultivator, stop!" The expression of the old man changed and he charged at Wang Lin without thinking. He tried to stop Wang Lin. In his eyes, Wang Lin's action had already offended the hometown of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, and he would need to be severely punished. Since he saw it, he had to stop it. However, he was a bit too slow. A breath before he closed in, the vortex before Wang Lin formed. It was as if two invisible hands were gently opening up a hole in the formation. Wang Lin's body didn't pause at all this entire time. He entered the country of Zhao from that gap with melancholy and homesickness in his heart. He wanted to find that familiar feeling once more. He stepped onto the land he was familiar with. There was a flash of coldness in the old man's eyes and he hesitated for a moment. He then let out a cold snort and chased through the gap. "What great courage! You dare to break open the formation of Zhao and enter? You have already brought a big disaster upon yourself. It won't be long before someone comes to punish you. Since this old man has witnessed it, I won't let you offend the Lord of the Sealed Realm like this." The old man stepped into the gap and chased after Wang Lin. The moment the formation was opened by Wang Lin, all the powerful cultivators on planet Suzaku noticed. Their expressions changed. They were angry and gloomy. "Who dares to break into the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown? He's courting death. This old man wants to see who has the guts to break the formation around the country of Zhao." Rays of light flew out from all directions on planet Suzaku and flew toward the country of Zhao. At the same time, 9 powerful auras flew out from the 9 great sects and rushed toward the country of Zhao. Breaking open the formation around the country of Zhao and entering by force was a great matter for planet Suzaku. It was an unforgivable offense to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. So that person had to be punished. Outside the formation, the old man's 3 disciples were in a daze. They had seen the gap open in the formation and Wang Lin entering. Then their teacher had chased him in, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. Instead, it was the madman who clapped and his eyes became filled with excitement. He roared and charged toward the gap. "Ha ha! So fun, so fun." The madman's body flashed and he stepped into the gap with a flash of gold light. The old man's 3 disciples hesitated for a bit. They looked at each other before clenching their teeth and charging in. Wang Lin looked at the familiar mountains and rivers below him. He looked at the Hangyu mountain in the distance. He looked at the pavilion on the mountaintop from 2,000 years ago. The more he looked, the more familiar everything became. "Hangyu sect?" Bitterness appeared on Wang Lin's face and he gently took a step forward. Ripples appeared under his feet and he disappeared. The moment he disappeared, the old man caught up. His expression was gloomy and his pupils shrank. "Spatial bending. I already can't see through his cultivation. I didn't expect him to know spatial bending. However, this is the home of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, and there are many powerful cultivators stationed here. Even though his cultivation level is high, he can't escape punishment." The old man's eyes lit up and his divine sense spread out. Ripples appeared under his feet and he also used spatial bending. There was a mountain village outside the jungle below the Hangyu mountain. This mountain village had already changed into a city. This city's name was changed to Emperor Ancestor City. Wang Lin already knew this when he came here before. However, inside the city, there was an old house that seemed to remain eternally the same. This old house was Wang Lin's old home. There was a large courtyard around his old home. There was an old grave rebuilt by later descendants. It seemed to be waiting for the wandering son to return home. There was no one inside the old house, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. Under this silence, Wang Lin's figure silently appeared inside the courtyard, before the grave. He looked grave and tears silently flowed down his cheeks. Wang Lin shed tears and knelt down before the grave. The memories of his childhood didn't appear in his mind like in the past. At this moment, he was filled with exhaustion, and tears continued to flow before his parents' tomb. As he looked at the grave, sorrow filled his mind, but he was calm. It was as if only here did his heart belong to himself and could finally rest. Everything here didn't change. Everything here was the same as in the past. Here was his real home. He raised his trembling right hand and touched the tomb. Feeling the names carved into the tomb, more tears flowed from Wang Lin's eyes. Hadn't he returned to planet Suzaku to pay his respects to his parents' tomb? Hadn't he returned to planet Suzaku to see his parents once more? Hadn't he returned to planet Suzaku because his parents were buried here? Planet Suzaku carried half of Wang Lin's memories and his memories of his parents, his everything. Whenever he became tired, he would look at the sky and dream of planet Suzaku. Leaves have roots. When they fall, they return to their roots. Humans have souls, and the soul feels sorrow when remembering one's parents. I can give up everything, as long as you all are alive. Let me, Wan Air and Ping Air reunite. I can give up everything? It had been a long time since Wang Lin last cried like this. He really missed his parents. His heart ached as he recalled his parents. His painful cry lingered in this quiet world. All people have parents. The sadness of losing both parents seems to slowly dissipate as time passes. However, in truth, it is buried deep within your bones. Who can forget? As one gets older and older, the feeling of grief gets buried deeper and deeper. Once it is released, that sadness is heaven-shaking. Humans have emotions. That's why they're called humans. You dare to charge into the Lord of the Sealed Realm's house. Just at this moment, ripples echoed across the sky and an elder stepped out. His expression was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anger. He respected the Lord of the Sealed Realm, so he wouldn't allow someone to invade the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown. He chased over and immediately saw Wang Lin kneeling before the tomb. He saw the tears on Wang Lin's face and heard those sad words. He immediately swallowed his words. He was startled and body trembled. His mind went blank and a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind. He knew what place this was and he knew who was buried here. He knew that there was only one person qualified to kneel there and cry like this. He also heard the person kneeling before the tomb mutter something. His body trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Father, mother, Taizhu came back to see you. Wang Lin touched the tombstone. It was as if his parents were standing before him. Their kind gazes seemed to penetrate time itself, reaching here from 2,000 years ago. Wang Lin seemed to not notice the old man's arrival. He touched the tombstone and knelt before it. The tombstone was very cold and bursts of coldness came from his hands. However, that turned into warmth in his mind. Tears flowed down from his cheeks and fell on the grave. They slowly soaked into the tomb and seemed to fall on his parents. The coldness from his hands, the warmth in his heart, and the tears that fell on the grave seemed to cause Wang Lin and his parents' grave to fuse into one. This fusion gave off an unspeakable mood. The old man in the sky was in a daze. His mind rumbled as if countless bolts of thunder were exploding inside him. His body trembled and he had a guess in his mind. This guess made his eyes filled with excitement. Only one person had the qualifications to kneel before this grave, to cry like this before this grave, and to call out father and mother before this grave. That was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. A faint and gentle light seemed to release from Wang Lin's body and shroud the tombstone. As he knelt there, his tears continued to fall. With a sad expression, he looked at his parents' names on the tombstone. However, when the old man looked over, he took a deep breath. He didn't know if he was hallucinating, but the shadow of a woman appeared on the left of Wang Lin. This figure was very weak, as if it would dissipate from a gentle breeze. She had long hair, but it was impossible to clearly see her appearance. However, her body gave off the same sense of sadness. She silently stood beside Wang Lin, looking at the tomb and also knelt down. From afar, the shadow of the woman and Wang Lin looked like a husband and wife paying respects before their parents' tomb. In the blink of an eye, another shadow appeared on the right of Wang Lin. This was the figure of a young man about 20 years old who looked very similar to Wang Lin. At this moment, a third shadow appeared. This time it was a woman. They looked at the grave with sad expressions and knelt down as well. This was like a family of 4 paying their respects. while heartwarming, an inexplicable bitterness spread in the old man's mind. Just at this moment, howls echoed across the sky. The madman closed in while laughing, and the old man's 3 disciples pursued closely. Everyone immediately arrived before this old house. The old man's 3 disciples closed in while shouting, but their teacher immediately brought them to his side. He stared at them and they immediately stopped shouting. They lowered their heads and looked at Wang Lin, who was kneeling before the grave. The madman ran for a long distance, but when he looked back to see no one chasing, he scratched his head. He landed in the old house and saw Wang Lin kneeling not far away. He circled around Wang Lin a few times and faintly saw the 3 figures beside Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned a deaf ear to all of this. He silently sat there, touching the tombstone as if he was his parents' old faces. At this moment, the sky became dark. As the sun gradually fell, the formation around Zhao flickered violently. Seeing that someone had entered the formation around Zhao, the powerful cultivators stationed on planet Suzaku all rushed over. More than 10 rays of light entered the formation, and they seemed to notice Wang Lin. Rays of light flew across the dark sky and a lot of cultivators appeared. They all stared at Wang Lin, who was kneeling before the grave. Some of them were native cultivators of planet Suzaku who had seen Wang Lin before, so when they saw the kneeling Wang Lin, they immediately recognized him. Lord of the Sealed Realm, Wang Lin! Exclamations came from the mouths of the cultivators that recognized Wang Lin. This caused a commotion that was like a storm among the cultivators that came. Shock and disbelief filled them, along with excitement. The old man's 3 disciples were gobsmacked. They could have never expected the person that had come with the madman, the person they had called vulgar, to be the Lord of the Sealed Realm. At this moment their minds were blank. They had forgotten how to think and were just standing there in a daze. In the distance, the sky lit up and a red cloud rushed over. In the blink of an eye, it closed in and a person walked out. He was an old man wearing a red robe. His face was pale, but he gave off a sense of majesty without being angry. One could faintly see Zhou Wutai's features on his old face. This old man was the lord of planet Suzaku, Zhou Wutai. He looked at the kneeling Wang Lin and his expression became melancholy. He silently stood there for a long time and then softly said one line before all the silent cultivators. "You've returned." Wang Lin didn't raise his head. He continued to look at the tomb. A moment later he said, "I've returned." Zhou Wutai was old and his body gave off a sense of age. With a step, he arrived beside Wang Lin and bowed at the grave. "All of you, leave and give us some quiet time." Zhou Wutai looked up at the people above. Although there were a lot of cultivators with higher cultivation levels, Zhou Wutai was the lord of planet Suzaku. His identity was highly regarded and his words had more impact than his cultivation level would indicate. The more than a dozen cultivators silently suppressed their excitement. They bowed at Wang Lin and then at the grave before respectfully leaving. Many of them didn't belong to planet Suzaku. They had come from other places and volunteered to guard planet Suzaku to pay respects to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The old man also left with his 3 disciples that were still shocked from disbelief. In a flash, only Wang Lin, Zhou Wutai, and the madman were left in this old house. A moment later, the madman felt that it was a bit boring, so he walked to the side. He leaned against a wall, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. Zhou Wutai silently pondered for a moment and then sat down beside Wang Lin. He waved his right hand, took out 2 jugs of wine, and put them down. He looked at the grave and softly asked, "How long do you plan to stay?" Wang Lin raised his hand that was touching the tombstone and silently sat down on the ground. The 3 phantoms around him slowly dissipated. "It won't be long." Wang Lin picked up one of the wine jugs and took a sip. The wine had a taste he was familiar with, as if he had returned to more than 1,000 years ago. Zhou Wutai softly said, "This is the Tsang family's wine. I saved a lot from back then to drink with you again." Zhou Wutai picked up the jug and took a sip. He looked up at the sky and slowly said, "I took that child from the Tsang family as my disciple, If he knew you would come back, he would be very happy. Wang Lin silently pondered, and Zhang Niu's child appeared in his mind. That child with pretty good talent. Wang Lin looked at his parents' grave and softly said, "Thanks. What is there to thank? My position as Lord of Planet Suzaku is something you gave me. Yet I can't stop them from entering Planet Suzaku. After you became the Lord of the Sealed Realm, a lot of people came. They came with good intentions to make this place a holy land. I can only keep this country of Zhao." Zhou Wutai said bitterly and then took a big sip. "I know you are one who is nostalgic. Perhaps this place has changed too much and it makes you feel estranged." Zhou Wutai sighed. Wang Lin didn't speak and drank the entire jug. Then Zhou Wutai took out a few more jugs and placed them before Wang Lin. The sky slowly darkened and moonlight shrouded the earth. While gentle, it contained silvers of coldness. The two of them sat under the moonlight and drank wine. They sat in Wang Lin's old home and spoke of the past. The Tattoo clan's Yun Keizi's lifespan reached its end. I buried him. Before he died, he kept saying your name. The cloud sky is now one of the 9 major sects, but all the old faces are now gone. The planet Suzaku today. Forget you, even I feel it has become unfamiliar. Very few people from the past remain. Zhou Wutai drank wine and his eyes recalled the past. Do you still remember the country of Ho Feng's Zhou Zihong? I only learned later that you knew her. She left with her mother, Feng Luan, many years ago. I heard that they entered a sect in the Summoned River. Zhou Zihong's Dao partner died in a great battle a few years ago. Wang Lin listened to Zhou Wutai's words and silently drank wine. One jug after another. Wang Lin, in truth, I envy you. The moonlight became even stronger. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Zhou Wutai seemed a bit drunk. Perhaps it wasn't his body that was drunk, but his soul. You dared to walk out of planet Suzaku and dared to struggle between life and death. I wouldn't dare. I can only guard here. Zhou Wutai's face was filled with bitterness. I've guarded for more than 1,000 years. I can never forget your figure as you left planet Suzaku after appointing me Lord of Planet Suzaku. Back then I envied you, but not as strongly as today. Remember that disciple of mine? Zhou Wutai took a large gulp and sadness appeared in his eyes. He has been dead for many years. He was part of my domain. I promised him I would accompany him until he died. I buried him on planet Suzaku. Every time I wanted to leave planet Suzaku, I would go to him and silently drink before his grave. Zhou Wutai lowered his head. My disciple really loved his home. He didn't want to leave his hometown. Wang Lin didn't speak. He drank the Tsang family's wine with Zhou Wutai until the moon disappeared, until the sky turned white and the sun began to rise. Wang Lin, Red Butterfly may not be dead. Zhou Wutai, whose soul was drunk, said this at the moment of dawn. Wang Lin's hand that was holding the wine paused due to Zhou Wutai's words. That extremely prideful soul appeared before his eyes. That red soul filled with pride and loneliness had shined brightly on planet Suzaku. Red Butterfly's life was very short, but the brightness of her existence was something even someone like Wang Lin found hard to forget. That woman that would rather die than submit. That extremely cold woman who had made all the juniors of planet Suzaku bow and not dare to raise their heads. Red Butterfly, just like her name, was a butterfly formed by the most bright red light in the heavens. This butterfly was very beautiful and was remembered by countless people. Wang Lin recalled the past as he slowly put down the wine and looked at Zhou Wutai. Zhou Wutai raised his head to look at Wang Lin and slowly said, Red Butterfly belonged to the country of Shuiyu. The country of Shuiyu disappeared over the ages, which was related to your seal. The cultivators of the country of Shuiyu that remain are now scattered between the 9 main sects. However, after the country of Shuiyu disbanded, I found an empty area there. Zhou Wutai's expression became serious and he took a sip of wine. Do you still remember Red Butterfly's teacher? Her teacher once divined that Red Butterfly would face a life and death calamity. If she could survive it, her 5-element body would be completed. Wang Lin nodded. Zhou Wutai calmly said, The place I found was sealed by Red Butterfly's teacher before her death. Red Butterfly's teacher's cultivation level was not high. So one thing confused me. How did she place such a complex formation? In this formation, there is a strand of Red Butterfly's hair. What formation? Wang Lin felt that this was a bit strange and his eyes narrowed. I don't know much about formations, so I couldn't see through much. I know about the relationship between you and Red Butterfly, so I preserved the formation. Now that you're here, you will know when you see it. Zhou Wutai got up and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at parents' grave. His purpose for returning was to pay his respects to his parents. He took a deep breath and didn't awaken the sleeping madman. He stepped toward the sky along with Zhou Wutai. In the northern part of planet Suzaku stood a mountain range. At the heart of the mountain range there was a large Suzaku statue. It was something from the past, and it was Zhou Wutai's cave. The sky became twisted when Wang Lin and Zhou Wutai appeared. Zhou Wutai led the two into the large Suzaku statue. There was a large mansion inside. In one of the stone rooms, Wang Lin saw the mysterious formation Zhou Wutai had moved here. This formation was about 100 feet wide and occupied the entire room. This caused the room to be covered in ice. There was a strand of hair frozen at the center of the formation. The formation seemed to have been inactive for many years and showed no signs of operating. This is the formation. Zhou Wutai looked at the formation and his face revealed the bewilderment he had in the past. I don't believe Red Butterfly's teacher could have placed this formation with her cultivation level. Wang Lin stepped into the formation and lowered his head. He began to carefully examine it. It was very complex and contained a lot of restrictions. It was as Zhou Wutai had said. It was not something a first-step cultivator could place. Zhou Wutai slowly said, "If not for the fact that the formation had already stopped when I found it, I would have been injured by it." Wang Lin squatted down and placed his right hand on the ice. The ice twinkled and thunderous rumbles echoed, causing the formation to show signs of activating. Deduction light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and a moment later, he released his right hand. After he removed his right hand from the ice, the formation stopped. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and then calmly said, "This is a soul-splitting transfer array. This must have been placed by a cultivator at the peak of the Nirvana cleanser stage or higher. It is not something Red Butterfly's teacher could place, or she was hiding her cultivation level. However, if she was hiding her cultivation level, what happened to Red Butterfly later can't be explained." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he analyzed. The role of this array is to separate a portion of the soul using his strand of hair and then transfer it away. I don't know where it will be transferred to. This strand of hair does contain Red Butterfly's aura. Maybe Red Butterfly really isn't dead. This matter surprised him. He didn't expect to find such a secret on planet Suzaku. Back then, Red Butterfly's teacher divined that Red Butterfly would face a life and death crisis. She likely knew that this crisis was difficult to avoid and somehow found this formation. She placed this formation here before Red Butterfly faced her calamity. She took a part of her soul and sent it away. She wanted to use this method to give Red Butterfly a chance of survival. As a result, even though Red Butterfly died, with this portion of soul, she can be reborn and avoid that calamity. Wang Lin got up and looked at Zhou Wutai. Zhou Wutai began to ponder. After thinking for a long time, he said, "After I found the formation, I searched the records of the previous lords of planet Suzaku. I found a secret. The cultivators of the country of Shui, you were foreign cultivators, just like the giant demon clan." Wang Lin silently pondered and left the room. He stood on top of the Suzaku statue. His gaze seemed to penetrate the world and enter the vastness of space. No matter what the truth is, Red Butterfly being alive is a happy thing. Perhaps, at this moment, she is somewhere else, looking at planet Suzaku. However, I wonder if she still has memories of this place, if she remembers the past. Wang Lin's voice was light as it entered Zhou Wutai's ears. "I'm also happy that she is not dead. There are not many friends left. I hope I can meet her again in my lifetime." Zhou Wutai smiled before letting out a sigh and nodding. The hatred of the past had long dissipated in the passage of time. "Perhaps I have seen her." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he recalled the past 2,000 years. But he couldn't find an answer. Forget it. If she wants us to know, we will meet her one day. If she doesn't want to, then we can just think that she is dead. Zhou Wutai seemed a bit depressed. He looked at Wang Lin as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he didn't. Brother Zhou, I'm leaving. Wang Lin turned toward Zhou Wutai and clasped his hands. Zhou Wutai's expression became complicated, and after hesitating a bit, he clasped his hands and asked, Have you seen Lu Mei over the years? Wang Lin looked at Zhou Wutai, and after a moment he slowly said, I have seen her. She is dead. Zhou Wutai's face became pale as he bitterly shook his head and no longer said anything. Wang Lin left. His figure disappeared from the Suzaku statue. Zhou Wutai silently stood on the statue, looking at where Wang Lin disappeared to. He looked even more dispirited. Lu Mei died. Zhou Wutai sat down and let out a sigh. He picked up a wine jug and began to drink. There had always been a figure in his heart over the past 2,000 years, and it had never disappeared. He drank until the sky was dark. Zhou Wutai looked at the sky and began to laugh. His laughter was filled with sadness. No one knew that back then, he had always admired Lu Mei. Even Wang Lin had only noticed this from Zhou Wutai's expression just now. But what could he even say? Wang Lin showed his filial piety by staying before his parents' grave for 7 days. During these 7 days he didn't leave. He just sat before the grave drinking wine. During these 7 days, Wang Lin's heart slowly calmed down. He was like an old man who had stopped thinking. He stopped thinking about the rejection force in his body and was immersed in the warmth of the sorrow of accompanying his parents. He silently watched the days go by. The madman had woken up a long time ago. He stretched his body and began to chatter nonstop in Wang Lin's ears. After he took Wang Lin's wine jug and downed a few drinks, he became even more talkative. After drinking a lot of wine, he seemed to be drunk and began to sing. This caused the sadness around this old house to dissipate a bit. On the 8th day, Wang Lin kowtowed before his parents' grave and took a deep breath of the air in his hometown. He looked at parents' grave before turning around and leaving. With this step, he turned from a mortal that had returned to his hometown back into a cultivator. A ruthless cultivator. With this, Wang Lin returned to the bloody cultivation world from the mortal world. What he would face now would not be the warmth of his parents but the treacherous and dangerous cultivation path. This was a path of no return. Once you stepped on this world, you would have to continue. You couldn't stop, and even if you looked back, it would only be for a brief moment. There is one last place I need to go on planet Suzaku. Wang Lin flew in the sky with the madman and his gaze looked into the distance. That was where the deep hole of the Tattoo clan was located. That was the place where the old vermilion bird divine emperor wanted to go into. The secret that was inside the 19th layer had troubled Wang Lin for a long time. In a flash, Wang Lin brought the still chattering madman, and they flew toward that giant hole in the Tattoo clan. The whole of the Tattoo clan hadn't changed much after the reconstruction of planet Suzaku. Over the years, it had become the most mysterious place on planet Suzaku. Cultivators would often go explore inside. During the recent few decades, as foreign cultivators came to planet Suzaku, there were many that went into this deep hole but in the end found nothing. No one could get to the deepest layer. Wang Lin and the madman instantly appeared outside the hole. He looked at the hole and was about to enter. However, the madman behind him was unwilling and began to roar at Wang Lin. Not going, this king will not go. This king will wait for you here, haha. Go on you own. Once you come out, find this king. The madman's eyes turned and he retreated, shaking his head. Wang Lin looked at the madman with gaze like lightning. The madman blinked and his voice lowered a lot, but he still vigorously shook his head. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He knew the madman's thoughts. The madman only wanted to play around planet Suzaku. Wang Lin didn't want to force him and only nodded. He no longer paid attention to the madman and entered the deep hole. When the madman saw Wang Lin leave, excitement filled his face. He ran off into the distance while murmuring. Those 3 little girls didn't want to tell this king their names. Their expressions were really strange before. Haha. If this king finds them again, they will definitely tell me their names. The madman looked extremely proud as he disappeared over the horizon. Wang Lin had come to the Tattoo Clan's land many times in the past, so he was extremely familiar with it. He remembered the entrance to each layer and he quickly flew through each layer. Along the way he didn't stop at all. He appeared in a layer and would then disappear and reappear at the entrance to the next layer. Soon he arrived in the 16th layer. There were 13 coffins with flashing tattoos on the 16th layer. These 13 coffins were placed in a circle with a black pool in the middle. They gave off a chilling aura that spread across this area. The coffins were still as Wang Lin had seen them before. They gave off a chilling aura. The corpses lying inside were the ancestors of the Tattoo Clan. The entrance to the 17th layer was inside the black pool. Wang Lin looked at the pool and spotted a seal. This seal could only be broken by corporeal yang or higher cultivators. Back then, Wang Lin couldn't enter himself, so he had relied on Big Head's strength. Now Wang Lin calmly stepped forward. When he got close to the pool couldn't withstand the pressure from Wang Lin's body. The pool collapsed, revealing a giant vortex. The vortex pulled the black water and revealed the entrance to the next layer. Wang Lin stepped in and disappeared. When he appeared, he was in the 17th layer. Back then, countless chains filled this place. Many celestial corpses were sealed here to be guards. Everything that had happened was still fresh in Wang Lin's memory. He had begun a vicious battle here, causing the 17th layer to collapse. He looked over and saw that the 17th layer was in ruins. Only the giant vortex at the center was still there. This vortex was entrance to the 18th layer that had appeared after the 17th layer collapsed. Looking at the entrance, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He spent a lot of effort back then to get here, but now it all seems so easy. Back then, he still remembered the old vermilion bird divine emperor's avatar appearing to stop him from entering the 18th layer. Then the old vermilion bird divine emperor's avatar changed his mind and allowed Wang Lin to enter to comprehend under his protection. Wang Lin shook his head and calmly walked into the vortex. Howling sounds echoed across his ears, but they couldn't mess with his mind at all. After the howling disappeared, Wang Lin appeared in the deepest part he had been to before, the 18th layer. This was a room that was 1,000 feet wide. The surroundings were black. Only a faint fire emitted a small amount of light at the center. This light fused with the darkness, making this place look extremely dim. As the fire flickered, there seemed to be myriads of ghosts floating around, and there were sounds of ghostly howls. Some ghosts seemed to want to punch at the fire. However, fluctuations came from the fire and destroyed them all. It was here that Wang Lin had absorbed a strange of essence with the help of the old vermilion bird divine emperor. Just that silver of essence had almost caused him to explode. He looked at the fire with deep fear in his eyes. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin approached the fire. As he closed in, the countless ghosts in the dim room retreated. Their mournful screams echoed within the room. It seemed Wang Lin's arrival had scared these ghosts greatly. They all retreated to the corner while trembling, not daring to get close. Looking at the fire, Wang Lin found that the essence inside it was far too small and chaotic. It was as if someone had created it by force, and it held no attraction to him. The last layer. What is exactly hidden there? Yunkazi said there is a portion of his Tattoo Clan ancestor's soul in the 19th layer. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. However, the Tattoo Clan's ancestor is the sovereign's daughter, and she was sealed by Qing Ling in the demon spirit land. There is no way her soul is here. Wang Lin raised his right hand and grabbed the fire. The essence inside the fire erupted and seemed like it wanted to resist, but its power was simply insignificant to Wang Lin now. Wang Lin mercilessly squeezed and the fire collapsed with a bang. The fire seemed to diffuse across the room, and all those ghosts hiding in the corners seemed to dissipate. A circular door slowly appeared where the fire collapsed. This door gave off an ancient aura. It was being sealed by a large amount of tattoos. There was a large amount of tattoos on the door, and they hadn't been placed at the same time. Instead, it seemed like people had come to place tattoos on it over the countless years, and as time passed, this was the result. Although it was chaotic, these tattoos fused together to create a powerful sealing force. While the seal prevented outsiders from going in, it also sealed whatever was inside the door, preventing it from coming out. No one knew if these seals had been placed to prevent people from going in or to trap the things inside. As Wang Lin looked at those tattoos, his expression became serious. He now knew why the old vermilion bird Divine Emperor still wasn't able to enter the 19th layer. Because the power of this seal had reached a peak, it was comparable to the full force of a fifth heaven's blight cultivator. Even a fifth heaven's blight cultivator would find this door difficult to open unless they reached the third step. Planet Suzaku has such an amazing seal. Wang Lin looked at the tattoo for a long time before raising his right hand. There was a flash of light as he touched the door. Cracking sounds echoed as the countless runes collapsed and his hand swept across the door. In a flash, the countless seals on the door shattered, leaving only one. Only the Wang Lin of today could do this. If it was the past, this seal could stop tens of thousands of cultivators. The last tattoo on the door was very simple, and it was formed by one stroke. It was just an ordinary circle, but from Wang Lin's view, this last tattoo contained a strange force. This force was also a seal, but it sealed aura. It was sealing the aura of the door, so no matter what was inside, none of the aura would leak out. Under Wang Lin's gaze, he vaguely saw a glimmer of gold in the circle, an extremely well-hidden celestial energy. This tattoo is not something the tattoo clan can possess. As Wang Lin stared at the last tattoo, he took a deep breath and his pupils shrank. This tattoo gave off no aura, but Wang Lin could clearly feel the pressure inside with his divine sense. This is the pressure of the celestial bloodline. When Wang Lin felt this aura, he retreated a few steps. His eyes lit up and he raised his right hand that was shining gold. The celestial energy in his body gathered in his finger and he pointed at the last tattoo. That circle tattoo flashed and the golden light flashed. Another aura Wang Lin was extremely familiar with appeared. Just as his finger was about to land, his expression changed greatly. His right hand stopped and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the circle. There is ancient aura here. The aura he was familiar was ancient aura. It was the aura of ancient EMO. The moment he felt this aura, his body trembled and a shocking guess appeared in his mind. The left eye was shot out by the Li Guang Bao and disappeared into space. There is ancient aura here. Could it be that the 19th layer is where Yimo's left eye is sealed? Wang Lin's heart began to pound. That should be right. This place contains both the power of the celestial bloodline and the ancient aura. Aside from the left eye that was taken by the arrow, there is nothing else. That left eye originally didn't have the power of the celestial bloodline, but the Li Guang Bao that injured it did. As a result, the two fused. This fusion is like my body and there is a rejection force. I don't know what the tattoo clan did to turn that rejection force into a seal, but thanks to the seal, no one else in the world has found out that ancient Yimo's left eye is actually here. Wang Lin's heart was pounding. He was shaken by his bold guess. He stared at the last tattoo sealing the door and let out a deep breath. The tattoo seal contained the celestial bloodline and ancient aura, creating the rejection force. However, this circular tattoo not only made it so the rejection force didn't break the door, it was also sealing the door. The ingenuity of this tattoo shocked Wang Lin. This tattoo opened a door for him, another path for him to take to get rid of the rejection force inside him. This tattoo seal fuses celestial and ancient energy. Too few people in the world can open it. Only someone like me can. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with deduction. But after a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. He felt a sense of complication and absurdity. He felt that it was like a reincarnation cycle that layered upon of itself. If he didn't leave planet Suzaku, he would have never gone to the demon spirit land. Then he would have never used the rift there to enter all heaven. If he hadn't gone to all heaven, he couldn't have entered the nether beast. If he hadn't known about the nether beast, he wouldn't have had the idea of making it his life essence beast. With that, he wouldn't have been devoured by the nether beast in the first battle at the Cloud Sea. Then he would have never met the madman, let alone get the celestial bloodline. He naturally also wouldn't have had to deal with the rejection force. Now that he had returned to planet Suzaku, he had arrived back at the place where he had taken his first step. He had returned to the point of origin. However, at the point of origin, he found that if one thing went wrong, he could never open the 19th layer. He was the only one in the world who could open this seal. This kind of thing made Wang Lin feel emotional and confused. After a long time, Wang Lin gently shook his head and no longer thought about such absurd things. His eyes shined and he slowly raised his right hand. He didn't use any celestial energy or ancient energy. Instead, he controlled the rejection force to spread out from his index finger. An instant later, Wang Lin felt pain in his body. It was like a soft sword that moved around like a twisted thorn. It went through his right arm, shredding his flesh and blood. Even his bones trembled as the rejection force gathered in his index finger. Wang Lin's index finger trembled, and a large amount of sweat appeared on his forehead. It took him a moment to regain his breath, and he used his great fortitude to stop his index finger from trembling under his intense pain. Wang Lin's right index finger slowly stretched out and landed on the circle tattoo. At this moment, the rejection force inside Wang Lin roared inside his body and erupted as if it had found its companion. Wang Lin's face immediately turned pale, but his right index finger didn't tremble. His gaze was focused on the tip of his finger and he was ignoring the rejection force inside his body. He slowly manipulated his index finger to sketch the circle tattoo. He was going to completely sketch it once. By doing this, he could open the tattoo. Every time he moved, the rejection force inside his body erupted. He could feel the rejection force continue to rush out from the tattoo and enter his finger. The intense pain caused him to sweat a lot in just a few breaths. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs felt like they were churning and about to collapse. The tearing between his celestial body and flesh was like pulling someone's soul out of their body. This kind of pain was difficult to describe unless you have experienced it yourself. Time slowly passed, and in a flash, 7 minutes went by. This room was filled with Wang Lin's rough breathing. His eyes became bloodshot and the veins in his right hand swelled up greatly, resulting in a shocking sight. Not only his right hand, but the veins on his face were also swollen. They were wiggling as if the rejection force wanted to erupt from his body. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and stared at his finger. He slowly moved and continued to sketch. The rejection force rumbled violently inside him. The popping sounds from his body overshadowed his breathing. The thunderous rumbles echoed across the room. A bit more. Wang Lin's right hand was almost numb. The difficulty of absorbing the rejection force was like fighting a vicious battle against a third-step cultivator. It was even tougher than that. This tattoo could only be opened with this method. If one only had celestial energy, they couldn't open it. If one only had ancient energy, they also couldn't open it. If one had either, they could destroy and refine the entire place and it wouldn't harm the tattoo one bit. Time passed. Wang Lin used almost 15 minutes to draw this last small portion. When he finished drawing and his numb finger returned to the starting position, a powerful rejection force erupted from the tattoo and entered his right hand. There was a loud bang and Wang Lin was forced back. Light came from his body and the light and shadow shield activated. But it only lasted a few breaths before collapsing. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment the light and shadow shield collapsed, the Emperor Furnace appeared. With a bang, the Emperor Furnace became distorted. It was knocked back into Wang Lin's star. Thanks to the light and shadow shield and the Emperor Furnace, the power from the tattoo had weakened greatly. It landed on his body and blood flowed from his mouth once more. His body was knocked back several hundred feet into the wall. Cracking sounds echoed and the wall behind Wang Lin began to crack. The circular tattoo gave off a powerful light that lit up the entire room. As the bright light shined, the stone door rumbled. It slowly opened, revealing the passage inside. As the stone door opened, an ancient aura came out, surrounding the area. Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and immediately saw the entrance to the other world. This was the greatest secret of the tattoo clan. This place was the 19th layer. When the stone door was opened, that ancient aura was mixed in. Wang Lin clearly felt this, and without hesitation, he hit the side of the wall. Thunderous rumble echoed. Borrowing this force, Wang Lin flew out toward the open stone door. In an instant, he entered the 19th layer of the tattoo clan that no one else had entered after it was sealed countless years ago. The moment he entered, the stone door slowly closed. Wang Lin didn't turn around. His mind trembled from what he saw before him. The place he was in wasn't the real 19th layer but a strange passage. The 19th layer was at the end of the passage. This passage was formed by increasingly large circles, and they spread out as you walked forward. This wasn't enough to shock Wang Lin. But each of these rings was the same as the tattoo on the stone door. They were formed after celestial and ancient energy were fused together. It was because of their existence and them being connected to the stone door that the circular tattoo had appeared. How was this place formed? Wang Lin looked ahead. Even though he had gone to many places and seen many strange worlds, he was still shocked. The larger the circle in the tunnel, the greater the rejection force. There was also a sharp spiritual energy here. The deeper Wang Lin went, the more he felt like he was being locked on to by a sharp sword. The area outside the circles was completely dark, and not even divine sense could spread out. However, Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he looked over and vaguely noticed something. There is dirt outside the rings that make up this tunnel. Wang Lin's mind was in disarray. He was deep within planet Suzaku, so it was natural to see dirt. However, when he entered the door, he felt like he had entered another world. When he saw dirt, he had an indescribable feeling. After silently pondering for a moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Since he had come here, he had to see what this place was like. Wang Lin charged through the passage toward the end. The circles before Wang Lin gradually became larger and larger until they were thousands of feet wide. The ancient and celestial energies became even stronger along with the sharp spiritual energy. The surroundings were cold, but there were no sign of ice. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin saw the last circle. He arrived at the end of the passage. The circle was tens of thousands of feet wide. Standing here, Wang Lin looked back and couldn't see the stone door. All he could see were the circles that were getting smaller and smaller. While pondering, Wang Lin turned around and stepped toward the last circle. He turned and stepped into the center of the circle with a boom. Then he saw it. He saw sky. The sky was calm, with no clouds or wind. It was like a blue picture hanging in the air. However, there was a giant hole to the left of the sky. This hole was tens of thousands of feet wide. It was a shocking sight. It was like a piece of paper that had a hole poked through. There was even debris along the edge. In the hole, he saw something that was tens of thousands of feet thick, and the part that was outside the hole was hundreds of thousands of feet long. It was an arrow. This arrow penetrated through the sky, but it was half stuck inside. Under the sky was a vast earth. There were no mountains, it was a bare plain that seemed to go on forever. It was as if a powerful force had come through and destroyed this place, leaving nothing but death. Wang Lin appeared above this earth and looked directly at the arrow. Wang Lin's entire body was startled there. A chilly aura came from the arrow and bombarded the area between his eyebrows. This caused his body to tremble violently. At this moment, his left eye felt violent pain. The ancient inheritance and the memories inside erupted like a storm. Blood flowed out from Wang Lin's left eye and fell on his clothes. Li Guang shot down my left eye. That left eye contained all my thoughts and memories of my hometown. That voice in Wang Lin's mind became louder and louder until it became a roar. Give me back my left eye. Wang Lin's body trembled, and his face was filled with confusion and struggle. The scene in his memory was something he couldn't forget. In that scene, Li Guang held the bow with his left hand and pulled the string with his right. The arrow shot out with a monstrous howl. That arrow broke through the void and the ancient spell. It shot through his head and took the left eye before disappearing among the stars. After a long time, Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled and he retreated a few steps before sitting down to cultivate. He cultivated for a long time, and after an unknown amount of time passed, he let out a breath of foul gas. He opened his eyes and looked at the arrow in the sky with a complicated expression. Yimo's left eye is not here, only this arrow? Wang Lin looked at the arrow. He had to admit, his guess was only half correct. Aside from Yimo's left eye, which had the ancient aura, and the bow, which had the celestial energy, there was one more thing that could contain the rejection force. That was the arrow. Wang Lin looked at the dried black blood marks on the arrow and felt the ancient aura coming from it. This blood was from Yimo's left eye. He saw that the tip of the arrow wasn't sharp like a thorn, but round like a ring. This wasn't a piercing arrow, and the circle looked like a seal. Precious things must be hidden in a place no one can find. The kind of treasure that you can't use must especially be hidden well. Once it is discovered, it could cause a disaster for your entire clan. The Tattoo clan hid it very well. Wang Lin looked at the arrow in the sky. He understood a lot now. Various scenes appeared in his head. These connected with his memories, forming the whole situation. Yimo had used his spell to kill countless people before him. Li Guang's arrow had pierced through his left eye and taken it away. It then flew off into the stars, into the endless void. That arrow was very large, and the power inside could pierce Yimo's left eye, much less space. As it flew, nothing could stop it at all. At that time, there was no realm ceiling formation. As it flew, it penetrated several large cultivation planets, causing them to collapse before it disappeared into the distance. However, as the arrow flew, the left eye fell in the outer or inner realm. It fell into the vastness of space and went somewhere unknown. When the arrow arrived in the inner realm, not much of its power remained. It pierced through into a separate space someone had set up at an unknown time. This separate space was what Wang Lin was seeing right now. Perhaps there were many beasts and plants before. Perhaps there were cultivators here and this place was once filled with life. However, on the day the arrow arrived, it broke through the sky, forming that giant hole. Due to most of its power having dissipated, it was stuck inside the hole it had created. As the giant arrow pierced through the sky, the remaining killing intent released and fused with the ancient blood. This was the fusion of celestial energy and ancient energy, forming that shocking rejection force. This rejection force didn't collapse but gathered at the tip and then was absorbed by the seal at the tip of the arrow. It would then turn into rings and shoot toward the earth below. At the beginning, these rings were the same as the tip of the arrow, tens of thousands of feet wide. However, the further the rings went, the smaller they became. The rings pierced through the earth and got smaller and smaller as they made their way underground. Finally, the ring would only be the size of a fist, which was what Wang Lin had seen on the stone door. As the rings spread, they would into storms that swept this area. All the mountains collapsed and all the rivers dried up. The dried-up rivers' paths shattered. The ocean here flew into the air and dissipated. The basin that was ocean disappeared as if a giant hand had flattened it. The countless beasts all died tragically and their flesh dissipated. Perhaps they didn't even have time to let out cries before they died. There was no need to talk about the vegetation. It turned to ashes and flew away with the storm. There was also the cultivators that might have existed there. It might have been one person, a sect, or a lot. However, they all died in this storm. The storm stirred up the world and destroyed everything. That's why this world was flat but filled with death aura. This world was hidden within space. It was due to the celestial energy from the arrow that no one could find it. It wasn't until after the realm ceiling formation appeared and the inner and outer realms had battled countless times that on a certain day, someone from the outer realm calculated its vague position. As a result, the Tattoo clan entered. Perhaps the sovereign's daughter's purpose was to scheme against Qing Lin. Or perhaps her real purpose was to find this arrow. After enduring many twists and turns, the Tattoo clan found this world where the arrow was. However, they also found that they couldn't dissipate this rejection force, so they were unable to control it. They sealed this place. Perhaps the sealing extermination clan had helped them. In the end, they left that door here. That door was placed in an ingenious spot and used the circle to form the first seal on the door. They were waiting, They were waiting for the sovereign to personally come and take this arrow. However, during this time a huge upheaval occurred. The sovereign's daughter was sealed by Qing Lin in the demon spirit land. The Tattoo clan was slaughtered by the 4 celestial realms and left in ruins. A portion of the clan members were taken as slaves by the celestials and became the chosen Immortal clan. A group of them left and came to planet Suzaku and survived here. That door was in their hands and was buried here. The truth gradually dissipated and was replaced with a legend that the 19th layer was sealing a portion of their ancestors' soul. Perhaps the sovereign had come here before. He was willing to enter the sealed realm no matter the cost. Maybe aside from killing the lord of the sealed realm, he had also come for the arrow the Tattoo clan found. However, the roar from the inner realm broke the sovereign's plan. It terrified him and he was forced out from the inner realm with serious injuries. This arrow remained here forever and was sealed by the Tattoo clan for countless years. Eventually, not even Yun Keizi knew the truth, until Wang Lin's arrival. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He didn't know if his guess was correct. This was all formed by connecting things he knew. Perhaps this was the truth. While silently pondering, Wang Lin took a step forward. With that step, Wang Lin arrived next to the arrow that was half sticking out of the sky. Beside it, Wang Lin looked very small. It was like a person next to a mountain. He took a deep breath and sat down on the giant arrow. He then pointed at the dried ancient blood and closed his eyes. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, and he began to absorb. He was going to absorb the blood from Yimo's left eye. This blood contained a very well-hidden demonic energy. This demonic energy was very useful to Wang Lin. As he absorbed, Wang Lin waved his left hand and his storage space appeared. The ancient demon statue appeared and his left hand grabbed it. Time slowly passed. There wasn't much blood in the left eye left, and as time passed, most of its power dissipated. However, the left eye was formed by a 9-star ancient demon. So although there wasn't much blood, it was still great nourishment for Wang Lin. The ancient demon power refined from the blood entered Wang Lin's body through his right arm. After making a cycle around his body, it went into the ancient demon statue in his left hand. That ancient demon statue gave off a demonic red glow, as if it was awakening, and it continued to absorb the ancient demon power. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until the 10th day. Perhaps the time here flowed differently from outside, but Wang Lin felt like 10 days had passed. The ancient blood before him slowly dried up, but the ancient demon statue beside him was like heaven and earth compared to before. Ancient demon stars gradually appeared in its left eye. 1, 2, 5 ancient demon stars appeared. The demonic red light it gave off almost colored the entire world. On the 11th day, the ancient blood collapsed into red fragments and floated before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand without hesitation. He immediately pulled all the red blood fragments into his hand, so now his hand looked like a dark red blood palm. He looked at the ancient demon statue and pressed his palm between its eyebrows. There was a thunderous bang when the palm landed. All the dried blood fragments in Wang Lin's palm entered the ancient demon statue. This caused the statue to release a shocking amount of demonic energy that howled through the sky. At this moment, the 5 ancient demon stars in its left eye flashed rapidly and a faint 6th vortex appeared. This vortex was rapidly condensing toward a real 6th star. There wasn't much ancient blood here, and over the years most of the power has dissipated. But I still have that other ancient demon. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his left hand reached out to open a rift to his storage space. He took out the ancient demon he had captured from Blood God. This ancient demon was sealed and was asleep. Wang Lin ripped away the seal, and the moment he awakened, Wang Lin's hand landed on his body. A thunderous bang rang out and the ancient demon stars in the ancient demon's left eye collapsed. A surge of demonic energy moved toward the ancient demon statue under Wang Lin's control. After fusing with the demonic energy, the ancient demon was red enough that it looked like blood. The 6th ancient demon star directly formed and the vortex for the 7th star appeared. With the last of the blood from Yimo's left eye and the power from the ancient demon inside Blood God, Wang Lin's ancient demon statue was able to from its 7th star. Just as Wang Lin had promised, he didn't kill the ancient demon inside Blood God but kept his soul. The ancient demon was sealed and placed in Wang Lin's storage space. Wang Lin was going to release the ancient demon after exiting this place. Since I can't find Yimo's left eye, I'll raise my own. Wang Lin could feel a powerful blood connection when he looked at the ancient demon statue. He waved his sleeve and put the bright red statue inside his storage space. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked at the giant arrow below him and his eyes lit up. This arrow now belongs to me. With the Li Guang Bao, I wonder how powerful it will be. Wang Lin slowly placed his right hand on the arrow. He endured the rejection force inside his body and used the celestial bloodline power inside his body. The moment the celestial energy moved, his body trembled. Golden light came from his origin soul and his body seemed to become transparent. A bow slowly appeared from his body. This bow was like Wang Lin's tendons and gave off bursts of golden light from his body. At this moment Wang Lin was that bow. The moment the bow appeared, the giant arrow below Wang Lin trembled. It seemed to sense the bow, and a powerful arrow energy erupted from the arrow and shot toward Wang Lin. At this instant Wang Lin felt an ancient soul. This soul was the soul of the arrow. It seemed to have awakened from its slumber and rushed into Wang Lin's body. It made contact with the bow. Wang Lin remained calm and slowly said, "Smaller." The moment he spoke, the giant arrow trembled and shrank. The arrow immediately slid out from the hole and dropped tens of thousands of feet before it got stuck once more. A bit smaller. Wang Lin's voice was cold and the arrow trembled as it shrank a lot more. As it shrank, it continued to fall from the hole until it landed on the ground. A thunderous rumble echoed when the arrow fell on the ground, stabbing into the earth. The arrow trembled, and Wang Lin landed on the end of the arrow, where the 9 feathers were. These 9 feathers were very soft. Wang Lin stood on the arrow and his body bobbed up and down as the arrow trembled. After shrinking twice, the arrow was still 100,000 feet long and thousands of feet wide. It was like a giant pillar stabbed into the earth diagonally. As Wang Lin stood on the arrow, he looked at the hole in the sky. It was completely black inside, leading to an unknown place. The edges of the hole were slowly moving. It was actually slowly healing. This place is strange. Wang Lin lowered his head. His right hand formed a seal and then pointed at the arrow. Smaller, smaller, smaller. The giant arrow trembled once more and shrank rapidly. Eventually, it started shining. Wang Lin landed on the ground and the arrow was now normal-sized. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the arrow flew into his hand. Holding this arrow, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He saw 4 runes on the arrow. They were slender and spread across the entire arrow, giving of a faint glow. These 4 runes are related to the soul and can increase the power of the arrow. Back then, Li Kuang used this arrow to shoot out Yi Mo's left eye. I wonder what souls he used. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before his left hand pointed at his forehead. His ancient god stars appeared and the Emperor Furnace flew out. The moment the giant Emperor Furnace appeared, it started rotating slowly. Wang Lin could clearly see the souls of 2 people inside the furnace. Esteemed Nan Zhao, esteemed teacher Tian Zhao. Their souls were being suppressed inside the Emperor Furnace by Wang Lin. I'll use their souls to reinforce this arrow. Wang Lin's expression remained indifferent and his left hand pointed at the Emperor Furnace. The furnace trembled, the lid opened, and their souls flew out. Before they could escape, Wang Lin's left hand grabbed them. Their souls screamed as Wang Lin pressed them into the arrow in his right hand. The runes on the arrow trembled violently and their souls stopped screaming. Their souls fused with 2 of the runes, and at this moment, a heaven-shaking aura erupted from the arrow. This aura was very strong, so much so that even Wang Lin was shocked. There are still 2 souls to go. As for which souls to seal, Wang Lin pondered and his left hand reached out. The rift to his storage space appeared and a giant pavilion flew out. This was the Earth Palace Wang Lin had found in the ancient tomb. There were several windows inside this pavilion. Back then, Wang Lin saw 3 powerful souls inside. Unless it was the last resort, it couldn't be opened. At this moment, Wang Lin stared at the Earth Palace and the 3 souls inside. After pondering for a bit, instead of acting recklessly, he put the Earth Palace away. Those 3 souls are too powerful. They were Yi Mo's enemies he sealed back in his homeland. If I release them now, with my current power, I would suffer. While pondering, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the circle at the tip of the arrow. Wang Lin looked at it for several hours. This circle was the key to the rejection force formed by the fusion of celestial and ancient energies. However, after a long time, Wang Lin still couldn't see through the mystery of this circle. He let out a sigh and gave up observing. He then waved his right hand, and the arrow dissipated into 7 strands of light that entered his body through his orifices. After putting away the arrow, Wang Lin looked around. He took a step and his body entered the earth. He followed the rings and headed toward the stone gate. He was extremely calm and calmly arrived at the last circle where the stone door was. He didn't hesitate to wave his right hand to open the stone door. He then stepped through and returned the 18th layer. Standing in the 18th layer, Wang Lin looked back at the stone door and the stone door closed. He placed many seals before he was ready to leave. I need to refine the Tao fruits to allow my life and death, karma, and true and false essences reach completion. Wang Lin turned to leave, but then he suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the wall that had been hit by the force he had used to open the stone door. That wall was filled with cracks and a large amount of rocks had fallen off. One crack was very deep and seemed to penetrate the wall, revealing the scene behind the wall. Wang Lin's attention had been fully focused on the door, so he hadn't noticed the crack on the wall before. Now that he had calmed down, he immediately noticed that it was strange. His gaze followed the crack and he faintly saw that the outside was a dark void. The aura that leaked in from the crack was very familiar to Wang Lin. Wang Lin murmured, "Foreign battleground." The 18th layer of the Tattoo clan isn't located in the depths of planet Suzaku but in the foreign battleground. Wang Lin walked up to the wall and pressed his right hand against it. Cracking sounds echoed as the cracks connected and the wall collapsed, revealing a gap. Wang Lin stood inside the gap. Before him was the foreign battleground. The entire foreign battleground was extremely large, almost without limit. Wang Lin saw a few large corpses slowly floating through the endless void. There was a large amount of ghost-like things drilling through the corpses. In the distance, there seemed to be storms silently raging. Although they were silent, they seemed to be giving off screams that could be heard by the soul. These storms were formed by these ghost-like things. Wang Lin's mind trembled and his divine sense spread out. He clearly saw that at this moment he was also near a huge skeleton. This was not the skeleton of a person but of a dragon-like beast. He was located near the skull of this beast. The wall he had broken was part of the beast's skull. He was standing in the skull, looking ahead. If one looked at Wang Lin from inside the foreign battleground, they would clearly see that there were countless corpses surrounding this giant skull. The distant storms closed in, but when they closed in, countless wandering souls scattered in terror. It was as if they were extremely afraid of Wang Lin's existence. Wang Lin was once a soul devourer. Wang Lin stared at the foreign battleground. He had been to too many planets and far too many places, but he had never seen another planet with a foreign battleground like planet Suzaku. It was as if the foreign battleground only belonged to planet Suzaku, only belonged to the cultivators of planet Suzaku. While silently pondering, Wang Lin stepped forward. After more than 2,000 years, he stepped into the foreign battleground that had given him a new life. He could not forget the day he was killed by the Tung family ancestor. Then, with the help of the heaven-defying bead and Situ Nan, his soul entered his place. He then found Mai Liang's dead body, and that began his new life. After a long time, Wang Lin's divine senna continued to spread across the foreign battleground. He saw too many corpses and too many wandering souls. All the wandering souls screamed and retreated in fear. However, in the end, they couldn't escape and could only tremble before his divine sense. Some of those corpses belonged to cultivators, but most of them were strange beasts. Wang Lin hadn't seen more than half of those beasts. His divine sense spread out more and more, surpassing all the places he had gone before. It even surpassed anywhere the cultivators of planet Suzaku had explored. Wang Lin saw even more corpses. A moment later, Wang Lin's divine sense seemed to touch the edge of the foreign battleground. There seemed to be a faint barrier that confined his divine sense. His eyes lit up. His divine sense didn't stop but continued to push outward. A violent rumble echoed across the foreign battleground. It sounded like a mirror had shattered. Wang Lin's divine sense broke the barrier and saw what was beyond it. It was still the foreign battleground, but it was even bigger. Compared to inside the barrier, it was like comparing the river to the ocean. Wang Lin's mind trembled and his divine sense continued to spread. In the foreign battleground outside the barrier, Wang Lin saw corpses giving off a golden glow. Those corpses that gave off the golden light were celestials. He saw countless beasts whose corpses were extremely fierce and gave off powerful auras. It was obvious that they were extremely powerful when they were alive. His divine sense spread out even more. He saw the large corpses of mosquitoes, he saw the corpse of a jiqiong, and he even saw countless beast corpses that were hundreds of thousands of feet large. Aside from the nether beast, all the other beasts he had seen in his life existed in the foreign battleground. Wang Lin's mind trembled like a wave. His divine sense spread out even more through the endless corpses and finally hit the real edge. His divine sense covered the entire foreign battleground. At this moment, Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he was horrified. When his divine sense covered the entire foreign battleground, he saw that this whole foreign battleground was just a large fragment. This fragment had a strange connection with planet Suzaku, as if planet Suzaku had been born because of it. This fragment had an irregular shape, as if it was part of something. Wang Lin's mind rumbled. At this moment, he thought of the shocking secret the old vermilion bird divine emperor had passed on to him. Planet Suzaku was part of the door. Those words echoed in Wang Lin's mind and slowly fused with the foreign battleground in his divine sense. After gaining such enlightenment, he immediately recognized the foreign battleground as part of that mysterious door. The door that the four divine sect found. What kind of door is it? Does the ancestor in the fallen land know of this? Wang Lin stood there for a long time and slowly suppressed the shock in his mind. He eventually thought of the silver-haired woman. The mournful scream she let out when she saw the seven-colored Taoist statue. "I didn't open the door. I didn't open the door." Wang Lin silently pondered. He didn't know if the two doors were referring to the same one. He slowly withdrew his divine sense until he returned to his body. He looked at the foreign battleground with a complicated gaze and then left. Wang Lin had found too many things on this trip back to planet Suzaku. These things were overwhelming and made planet Suzaku feel even more unfamiliar. Red Butterfly didn't die. The 19th layer in the Tattoo Clan was sealing the Li Guang arrow. The foreign battleground from the past was only a small area and there is a wider world outside. It turns out to be part of the door. Wang Lin sat down on top of a mountain on planet Suzaku. He faced the howling mountain wind as it blew his hair and clothes. There was a complicated gaze in his eyes. As my cultivation level increased, I gradually learned about the secrets of planet Suzaku, so it turns out it's like this. Wang Lin looked at the dark sky before him and dark clouds gathered. Thunder rumbled in the distance and it began to rain. A white bird quickly flapped its wings and flew before the clouds in an attempt to avoid the dark clouds that were putting it through a life and death crisis. However, there was a thunderous rumble and the bird's body trembled as it was devoured by the rolling black clouds. Seeing this, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he vaguely felt like something was wrong. That rain was moving with the wind and hadn't arrived yet. The gust of wind blew the moist air toward Wang Lin and brought the chill of the rain. It was very cold. This rain was the autumn rain. The sky gradually became completely dark and the thunderous rumbles continued. It seemed to be coming closer and closer to the peak Wang Lin was on. The dark clouds were like black ink spreading across a piece of paper. The rain became even heavier. The clattering of the rain entered Wang Lin's ears, becoming more and more intense. The dust on the ground was supposed to be kicked up by the rain but didn't move at all. The small pebbles around Wang Lin on the mountain would originally be blown away by the wind, but right now there seemed to be an invisible force suppressing them. They remained motionless. A thunderous rumble echoed, and a few more bolts of lightning connected the heavens and earth in the horizon before Wang Lin's eyes. They lit up the dark clouds, looking like silver snakes or a mark. Looking at the rolling black clouds, Wang Lin let out a deep breath and an inexplicable sense of irritation entered his mind. Wang Lin frowned and suppressed the discoveries he had made on planet Suzaku. Right now, he was going to complete his life and death, karma, and true and false essences. He would then refine the slaughter essence sword Xianxia had given him and use his 6 essences to break open the void gate. Wang Lin stood up and was about to leave. Behind him, the rolling clouds rushed over as if there was a slaughter god inside staring at Wang Lin. It wanted to devour and destroy him just like the bird. The lightning crisscrossed and flickered. As the rain fell, a killing intent erupted from the black clouds. That killing intent appeared very abruptly. Wang Lin's right foot that had just risen suddenly stopped and all the hairs on his body stood up. The powerful feeling of a life and death crisis shook his body as he stared at the black clouds. His expression was extremely serious. Something's wrong. The 3 images Wang Lin saw before flashed through his head. The flying bird died, the dust didn't drift, and the pebbles didn't move. This life and death crisis was beyond what he felt in the ancient tomb and beyond any encounter he had after returning to the inner realm. This was like the life and death calamity that Red Butterfly had brought, and was something Wang Lin had to face. Only after surviving this life and death calamity would he be qualified to continue living. This was the enlightenment he had gained the moment he saw the rolling black clouds in the distance. The rolling clouds didn't have real killing intent. This killing intent came from the change in the thunder created by the clouds. Came from Wang Lin's own intuition. This change didn't happen earlier or now, but just as Wang Lin noticed it. It was a heavenly change. Heavenly change. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He didn't hesitate to spread his divine sense out across the entire planet and rush into space. Once he saw the space outside, his expression changed. The space outside planet Suzaku wasn't dark with bright stars but surrounded by a blue light. The entire starry sky was completely blue. It was like a sky curtain. Or you could say a sky suddenly appeared outside planet Suzaku. This was originally impossible, but now it became true. How could there be a sky outside planet Suzaku? It was as if the entire place was shrouded by a heaven-shattering Tao spell that had dragged it into another world. This world was blue. It replaced the star system. There was nothing under the blue sky beside a single planet. This planet was planet Suzaku. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly and his eyes became monstrously cold. His divine sense spread across planet Suzaku and his expression became even more gloomy. At this moment, no life remained on planet Suzaku. Not only cultivators, but even the mortals, grass, and beasts all disappeared completely. At this moment, Wang Lin was the only thing left on planet Suzaku. It wasn't that all the creatures on planet Suzaku had just died or gone missing. The one that had gone missing was Wang Lin. Planet Suzaku was still there in the inner realm, and the countless living beings on it were still carrying out their daily tasks. Zhou Wutai was still drinking while sitting on the statue, and those cultivators were still excited about the Lord of the Sealed Realm's return. On planet Suzaku, on the mountain Wang Lin was sitting on, there was no one there. The sky was blue and calm. There were no dark clouds. This planet Suzaku seemed to be reflected by a mirror and divided into 2. One was in the inner realm where everything was. The other had no living beings and was completely dead aside from Wang Lin. It was the same mountain, but it was filled with sunshine. Wang Lin stood on the top of the same mountain, but this one was surrounded by rolling black clouds. Thunder roared and the rain fell. This spell was like stealing from the heavens. Wang Lin looked gloomy as he stepped forward and charged through the rolling black clouds. He left this copy of planet Suzaku. The moment he walked out, he saw a glaring light coming from the world outside. The endless blue light seemed to be able to penetrate the endless void. Wang Lin stood inside this world. Behind him was the dead planet Suzaku, and before him was a vast world that he could not see the edge of. Not even his divine sense could cover this place. It was like a real endless void. The ground was not earth but a calm water surface. There were no ripples, so it perfectly reflected the blue in the sky. From afar, the vast place Wang Lin was in was like an endless well, a well that had been expanded indefinitely and had no end. A faded voice came from the sky and entered Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin silently pondered and looked up at the sky. His pupils shrank and he took a deep breath. Popping sounds echoed inside his body, and he released faint, golden light as he activated his full cultivation. In the blue sky, the blue light slowly condensed into a blue figure. The figure was wearing blue and was a middle-aged man. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze and let out a sigh. Wang Lin clasped his hands and calmly said, "Wang Lin greets the Tao Master." Tao Master Blue Dream silently looked at Wang Lin, and time gradually passed. After a long time, the complicated expression in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with determination. Then he slowly spoke up. "The last time the Lord of the Sealed Realm died, I didn't get involved. This time I won't attack you either. This world is formed by all the arcane void cultivators in the outer realm working together. The celestial imperial concubines also helped so that it could break the void and trap you here without anyone in the inner realm noticing. This world can exist for 3 hours. During these 3 hours you will find it difficult to escape death. This old man knows you, so I showed up to tell you. If you want to blame anything, then blame that you are the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The Lord of the Sealed Realm must die." Tao Master Blue Dream let out a sigh and his figure turned into specks of blue light that disappeared into the void. When they disappeared, violent ripples appeared in the sky. A person walked out of the ripples. This figure was blurry and one could only tell it was a gray-robed old man. This old man's gaze was like lightning and contained a hint of killing intent. The moment he appeared, he raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. "Although this old man can't use my full cultivation, even if it's just mid-stage spirit void, you will die just like the Lord of the Sealed Realm in the past." With this point, the world changed colors and a gust howled across the world. A gray line appeared and soon turned into a gray dragon. It was fierce and charged at Wang Lin at an unimaginable speed. What was even more shocking was that this dragon contained chaotic joss flames. As the joss flames condensed, shocking and shrilling roars came from the gray dragon. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his expression became extremely serious. He no longer considered his life and death calamity at this moment. This time he would pass if he lived, and even if he dies, he would still pass. This was the calamity of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm had died to the encirclement of many outer realm third-step cultivators. Like a reincarnation cycle, this calamity reappeared for Wang Lin today. 3 hours. The gray dragon closed in. Wang Lin stepped forward without hesitation and pointed at the sky. Call the Wind appeared in this blue world and turned into 13 extremely powerful black dragons. The 13 black dragons let out roars and revealed a faint, golden glow as they shot toward the gray dragon. Golden color? The gray-robed old man's eyes narrowed. They collided in an instant and a thunderous rumble echoed. The gray dragon twisted as it entangled with the 13 black dragons. The roars shook the heavens and earth. Under this impact, Wang Lin's long hair fluttered and he retreated several feet. His face became pale and he raised his right fist. He didn't attack forward but turned around and threw a punch. Just as he turned around, a ripple echoed and an old woman with a blurry figure appeared. The old woman had a gloomy expression as she raised her dried-up right hand and pointed at Wang Lin's back. However, what greeted her was Wang Lin's punch. The punch and her finger collided an instant later. Wang Lin's body trembled and he coughed out blood while being knocked to the side. The old woman trembled and the fingernail on her right index finger collapsed. There was a flash of coldness in her eyes and she walked toward Wang Lin. "You have some skills." Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were calm. He knew that the calamity today would be very difficult to pass, and that the 3 hours before him were like a deep gully. However, it was impossible for him to accept his death. No one can control my fate, not even a life and death calamity. At this moment, as he retreated, his right hand pointed at the sky. Golden light appeared out of thin air and condensed into a palm print. Golden light again. The gray-robed old man's pupils shrank. Even the black-robed old woman squinted. However, just as the palm print appeared, a shocking sword energy appeared behind Wang Lin. This sword energy was extremely cold and formed an icicle behind Wang Lin. This icicle came from the void and shot toward Wang Lin, creating crackling sounds on its way. There was a blue short sword at the front of the icicle. This short sword was too fast. When it appeared, Wang Lin used the war spirit print. The ice of the heavens and earth shot toward Wang Lin. Endless light gathered around Wang Lin. A giant light shadow appeared around him as the blue sword closed in. The blue sword collided with the light shadow. Cracking sounds echoed and the light and shadow shield became a giant ice sculpture. The cold sword pierced through the ice sculpture and rushed at Wang Lin with monstrous killing intent. A thunderous bang rang out and Wang Lin's war spirit print was interrupted. He coughed out blood once more and his body was thrown forward. Behind him, the icicle chased after him. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, and there was a flash of blood light in his hand. He waved his hand and the blood sword shot toward the cold sword. From afar, this scene looked extremely shocking. This was a confrontation between the blood light and the cold ice. This was a confrontation between survival and killing intent. In a flash, the two swords collided. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Miserable screams came from the two swords. The cold sword trembled as it split in half and was knocked back. The blood sword trembled and the blood light collapsed. Wang Lin grabbed the blood sword and stared ahead. A man in white slowly walked out beside the cold sword that was split in half. He looked at Wang Lin with a merciless gaze. Quickly, finish this battle. The man's words were as cold as his appearance. As he moved forward, the gray-robed old man and the black-robed old woman charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly retreated. Although their cultivation was suppressed here, 3 mid-stage spirit void cultivators was not something Wang Lin could resist. While he retreated, Wang Lin pointed at the sky. The interrupted war spirit print appeared once more. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a golden glow and released intense battle intent. Since you want to battle, then let's battle. Wang Lin's voice was calm. The more dangerous it was, the more crazy he would become, but his mind would become calm as well. This was a habit he had developed during his cultivation path over the past 2,000+ years. At this moment, he waved at the sky and the world rumbled as the golden light shined. The huge palm print gave off a golden glow and descended. Before the palm print even got close, a powerful pressure descended. This was the most authentic war spirit print. In the palm print, the lines on the palm were visible like mountain ranges as it smashed down. What the hell is this golden light? It gives me a faint feeling of terror. The gray-robed old man stared at the golden light coming from the war spirit print. The moment the golden palm print appeared, Wang Lin took a step forward. Ripples echoed and he suddenly appeared above the palm. He bit the top of his tongue and spat out golden blood into the palm print, causing its golden light to intensify. If you want to kill me, then you all must pay the price. Wang Lin let out a roar and his expression became fierce. His right hand pressed down and the golden palm print descended. The pressure from the palm print caused vortexes to appear on the water below. The gray-robed old man's eyes lit up. The moment the war spirit print closed in, he waved his hand and a round bottle appeared in his grasp. The bottle was transparent and was filled with yellow soil. He waved his hand and the soil flew out. More and more soil flew out until the mass of soil gathered was hundreds of feet wide. Earth essence, spirit burial. As the old man spoke, the soil rushed into the air toward Wang Lin's golden war spirit print. At the same time, the black-robed woman calmly waved her hand. Her nails extended and flew off her fingertips. Then 9 rays of black light shot out. Inside the black lights were 9 ghosts standing on the 9 nails as if they were flying swords. They rushed forward with the monstrous soil. The cold-looking man in black stared at the war spirit print descending and bit his right hand so that blood flowed out. He quickly drew a seal with his blood, and the blood seal quickly froze. He then threw the seal. The heavens and earth trembled. This was the collision of spells from third-step cultivators. Wang Lin's war spirit print collided with the monstrous soil. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the soil covered the entire palm print. At the same time, the 9 nails pierced through the soil toward the palm print. Shortly after, the frozen blood mark from the man in white suddenly closed in. The moment it touched the soil, it collapsed. Then a cold energy surrounded the soil and froze the whole thing. Earth collapse. Soul slaughter. Freeze. The 3 stood below and looked at the palm print that was surrounded by their spells. They spoke almost at the same time. Then a thunderous rumble echoed and the palm print shattered. The 5 fingers fell like mountains. As it collapsed, a powerful impact spread. Wang Lin coughed out blood and was pushed back. 9 nails stabbed into his body, and the wounds showed sign of turning to dirt. A cold aura spread through his body with the intent to kill. His eyes were blood red and he coughed out blood once more as he retreated. In this short period of time, he was already seriously injured. Wang Lin revealed a miserable smile, but his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. His right hand reached at the void and a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to swallow them, the 3 below stepped forward. They seemed to break through the void, instantly closing in on Wang Lin. The gray-robed old man revealed a serious expression. He didn't know what the golden light was, but he felt like he had seen it before. He appeared on Wang Lin's left and he raised his right index finger. There was a flash of yellow light and it seemed as if his entire finger was made of soil. He pointed directly at the area between Wang Lin's eyebrows. As he pointed forward, countless Joss flame souls rushed out. The countless Joss flame souls turned into grains of soil and surround Wang Lin. They were going to destroy Wang Lin like the war spirit print. At the same time, the black-robed old woman appeared on Wang Lin's right. Her eyes lit up and her right hand pressed down toward Wang Lin's chest. Joss flame souls formed ghosts inside her 5 fingers. They let out cruel roars as they shot toward Wang Lin. It was as if this old woman's fingers contained hell itself and were filled with monstrous killing intent. The indifferent man in white stepped out before Wang Lin. His expression was still cold and ruthless as he raised his right hand. Cold energy gathered and he slammed down on Wang Lin's head. "It's over," the man said softly. The 3 of them attacked at once and charged at Wang Lin. At this critical moment, Wang Lin's ancient god stars flashed rapidly and the Emperor Furnace appeared. It collided with their killing moves and trembled. It then collapsed into specks of light and returned to Wang Lin's ancient god star. Using the moment that the Emperor Furnace blocked, Wang Lin let out a roar and the light and shadow shield appeared once more. It spread outwards, but it only lasted for a moment before shattering. All of this happened too fast. It had only been a few breaths of time since the beginning of the attack. In such a short period of time, Wang Lin had experienced countless life and death situations. He couldn't even use many of his spells and magic treasures. Even his war spirit print was interrupted once. Wang Lin had to divide his mind to observe his surroundings. He didn't believe that there were only 3 people here to kill him. Killing him now was just like when they killed the previous Lord of the Sealed Realm, a big move by the entire Outer Realm. The sovereign still hadn't appeared. The imperial celestial concubines hadn't attacked yet. This was the biggest danger Wang Lin had faced in his life. This was a death calamity. The moment the light and shadow shield collapsed, there was a flash of light from Wang Lin's right arm. The ancient gauntlet appeared. He needed time to use more spells, but the enemies weren't giving him that chance. Since they weren't going to give him the chance, he had to create it himself. As their killing moves closed in on him, the gauntlet on his right arm erupted with a powerful ancient god power. This ancient god power was astonishing, and the giant ancient god shadow that had protected him several times appeared. That ancient god shadow was covered in scars, but that warm feeling was still there. That ancient god shadow that held up the sky appeared and the trio's attacks landed on its body. Time seemed to stop and the ancient god shadow trembled and seemed to look down at Wang Lin. Its body collapsed, and at the same time, all the ancient god stars between its eyebrows exploded. An extremely powerful ancient power erupted from its body and pushed toward the three people behind it. Their expressions all changed and they coughed out blood while being forced to retreat. Before their eyes, the huge ancient god shadow quickly dissipated. First its legs, then its body. In an instant, only the right arm holding Wang Lin was left. It threw Wang Lin at the water below. After it threw Wang Lin, the right hand dissipated. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His body was surrounded by an ancient god aura as he fell into the water. A large ripple spread out on the water's surface. Those three stared at the water. After adjusting themselves, killing intent filled their eyes once more and they were about to give chase. Inside the water, Wang Lin's ancient gauntlet on his right arm shattered and dissipated. His eyes were filled with sorrow and contained a hint of madness. The three chased after him and were about to enter the water. A shocking vortex suddenly appeared in this calm water. A giant fist of water shot out toward the man in white. The man in white's eyes lit up and his hand slammed down on the water first. A cold aura spread out and the fist became ice before collapsing. However, Wang Lin let out a roar as he charged through everything and his right fist collided with that palm. This punch was the strongest punch Wang Lin could throw while ignoring the rejection force inside his body. The ancient head appeared behind Wang Lin and thunderous rumbles echoed as the man in white was knocked back several thousand feet. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Golden blood sprayed out of Wang Lin's body. But he didn't stop. After forcing back the man in white, he stepped toward the gray-robed old man. He raised his right hand and the golden thunder in his right eye flashed. The blue sky was filled with endless thunder, and monstrous amounts of thunder gathered in Wang Lin's hand as he smashed toward the old man. The old man couldn't escape at all. He was instantly hit by the golden thunder. This thunder was filled with celestial energy, making it celestial thunder. As the power surged, the old man's expression changed. He quickly retreated as the golden thunder swam through his body and he coughed out blood. Celestial energy! This is celestial energy! The old man retreated in horror. He finally remembered what this gold light was. Wang Lin's injuries were even worse. He was desperate and ignored the rejection force in his body. Fire surged out from his left eye, and his left palm hit the old woman in black. The endless golden fire surged out and surrounded the old woman. Blood flew out of her mouth and she quickly retreated. Her eyes were filled with the same terror. She was terrified of what the gray-robed old man had said. Celestial energy. Wang Lin had suffered serious injuries to push the three of them, but this had bought valuable time. Wang Lin retreated and pointed at the sky with a fierce expression. Realm-burning umbrella? Open to destroy the realm. The blue sky darkened and a giant umbrella pole appeared. The blue sky became its canopy. From afar, this looked like a blue umbrella. However, just as this umbrella appeared, a sea of fire appeared and surrounded the umbrella, turning it into a realm-burning umbrella. The moment the ancient umbrella appeared, monstrous realm-burning fire appeared in the sky and rapidly plummeted downward. Before this fire, the world became distorted. It was as if everything had become fragmented and was going to be torn apart. Dense smoke appeared and roared with the fire. The expressions of those three changed greatly. With this monstrous fire incoming, they wouldn't have time to kill Wang Lin, so they quickly retreated. The appearance of this fire umbrella made them feel like they were in a life and death crisis. Although they were only here as projections and their original bodies wouldn't die if they died here, if their projections died, they would be seriously injured and would need time to recover. At this moment, the three of them retreated in fear. Lord of the Sealed Realm. This person is indeed worthy of being the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He is able to use a realm destruction spell with his current cultivation level. The gray-robed old man's expression changed greatly. The previous lord of the sealed realm was extremely difficult to kill. I didn't expect this generation to be the same. The old woman in black took a deep breath and looked at Wang Lin with powerful killing intent. However, she rapidly retreated. The realm-burning umbrella was a spell that shouldn't belong in this world. Wang Lin also hadn't fully comprehended it, so the amount of vitality consumed was incredibly large. The sea of fire that came out from the umbrella came from his life force, so his face rapidly aged. However, the coldness in his eyes didn't decrease but became stronger. You want to escape? Do you think you can escape? If you want to kill me, you haven't paid enough of a price. Wang Lin let out a roar, and even more of this life force was sacrificed for the ancient umbrella. The realm-burning fire became even stronger and then turned a big mouth that devoured everything before it. The man in white was deathly pale, and as he retreated, he clenched his teeth and hit his forehead. A snowflake mark appeared on his forehead. The moment this mark appeared, a chilling aura appeared in this world and resisted the sea of fire. At the same time, the man reached at his mark and pulled it out. He threw it at the ancient umbrella that was releasing large amounts of fire. With this old man's life force as Tao, with the soul of ice and snow as heaven, with the coldness as the catalyst eternal ice, the man in white clearly had a higher standing than the other two. He was someone who was just below the 5 masters of the ancient star system. The world changed colors when he attacked. In this well-like world, as the cold aura spread, cracking sounds came from the surface of the water. The coldness increased and the ice spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, ice covered a boundless area. The large amount of ice emitted wisps of cold energy that confronted the sea of fire, making the entire world tremble. A snowflake mark 100 feet wide appeared in the sky where the ancient umbrella was. The sky rumbled and then was completely frozen. The sky was frozen. The earth was frozen. Snowflakes appeared in this world. As the man roared and pointed with his right hand, all the snowflakes in the world rushed toward the ancient umbrella. All the white snowflakes moved to form a storm around the ancient umbrella. The ancient umbrella was covered in fire, so the snowflakes melted rapidly. Then the melted snow fell like rain. At this instant, endless coldness came from the frozen water and fused with the coldness coming from the sky. This coldness shot toward the ancient umbrella. Cracking sounds echoed and the fire from the ancient umbrella was frozen. Even the ancient umbrella itself became an ice sculpture. Countless icicles formed from the melted soul under the ancient umbrella. They gave off endless amounts of cold light. Countless icicles came from the sky and earth to connect with the frozen ancient umbrella. It was a shocking sight. The man let out a big breath and the 2 people retreating also stopped. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he pointed at the frozen ancient umbrella. After sacrificing a large amount of his life force, muffled rumbles came from the umbrella. The middle-aged man's expression changed once more and he retreated with terror in his eyes. The other 2 that had stopped also quickly retreated, their scalps tingling. The sea of fire inside the ice rushed out and the ice collapsed. The first to collapse were the icicles connected to the sky, then came the icicles connected to the earth. Finally, the ice around the ancient umbrella collapsed and was scattered in all directions. Killing intent flooded Wang Lin's eyes and he pointed at the escaping old woman. As he pointed, a portion of the sea of fire that had collided with the ice separated and shot toward the old woman. Her face turned pale and her hand formed a seal. However, her body was instantly devoured by fire and her scream echoed. After the fire swept by, her projection body collapsed. The moment she was killed by the realm-burning umbrella, in the eternal floating palace in the ancient star system, there were several people sitting next to the well inside the hall. One of them was the old woman. She suddenly opened her eyes and coughed out a mouthful of blood. She stared at the well before her. This well showed the world Wang Lin was in. After a long time, the old woman raised her head and looked into the depths of the hall. "Give me an explanation. It's not the time. This child has something in his hand." An old voice came from within the depths of the hall. The old woman silently pondered. She no longer spoke, and her gaze looked at the world inside the well. The fire inside the well spread out. After killing the old woman in black, it surged forward as Wang Lin pointed. The fire divided into two, racing toward the gray-robed old man and the man in white. These two masses of fire were like fire dragons, and one of them got close to the gray-robed old man. His expression changed and his hands formed a seal before hitting his forehead. A large amount of yellow light appeared and turned into layers of earth around him. The sea of fire arrived and devoured him. Thunderous rumbles echoed until the sea of fire left, leaving a giant ball of earth. Cracking sounds echoed, and then the ball of earth collapsed, revealing the old man inside. The old man coughed out a large amount of blood and looked dispirited. He was seriously injured but hadn't died. He looked at the sea of fire and revealed a bitter smile. His right hand took out a jade and crushed it. His body dissipated just as the sea of fire was about to devour him. Although he had coughed out blood, it was only an illusion, so even though he had coughed it out, there was no trace of it. In the hall in the ancient star system, there was a gray-robed old man sitting next to the old woman. At this moment, he opened his eyes and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He bitterly shook his head. We've underestimated him. In the well world, the last fire from the ancient umbrella swept over the man in white. He was covered in a large amount of ice, and as the fire swept by, large amounts of ice melted and reformed around him. He was knocked back and stopped hundreds of feet away. As the layers of ice around him reformed, they formed a seal that trapped the fire. Wang Lin's face had aged greatly. He had sacrificed too much life force with this use of the realm-burning umbrella. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had this much power. The rejection force inside him made his entire body tremble. At this moment, as his life force weakened, the ancient umbrella no longer had the power it had before and slowly dissipated. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He no longer considered if he could survive this life and death calamity. So what if I die? I'm already sick of cultivating. Killing a few more before I go is enough. Wang Lin's hair was disheveled and he was going all out. He charged toward the man in the ice. He was going to kill. However, just as Wang Lin closed in on the man in white, his pupils shrank and he suddenly looked up. A person silently walked out from the void above the man inside the ice. This person was a woman who had a blurry figure, but her eyes revealed coldness. She raised her jade-like hand, stretched out her fingers and pressed toward Wang Lin. 5 burial celestial Tao. First are the kidneys. Kidneys decay to injure. The woman's voice was soft, but as she spoke, her pinky bent and touched her palm. Wang Lin's body trembled. He faintly felt a strange force surround the world. As the strange force spread out, his kidneys gave off a burst of indescribable pain. Wang Lin coughed out blood and subconsciously retrated. If his body was transparent, you would see his kidneys rapidly withering. Not even his ancient god body's recovery rate could heal it. When he retreated the third step, his 2 kidneys rapidly withered into a pool of blood and disappeared from his body. Under this intense pain, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot and his body trembled. However, the killing intent in his eyes reached a peak thanks to this pain. The second is the lung. The lung dies as the end. As the woman spoke, the ring finger bent to touch her palm. The third is the spleen. The spleen breaks to rot. After the ring finger, her middle finger bent to touch her palm. The fourth is the liver. Liver, melt and shatter. The woman's index finger bent to touch her palm. Her words were gentle, but they were filled with cruel killing intent. Wang Lin continuously coughed out several mouthfuls of bloods and was knocked back. The lungs in his chest withered and disappeared inside his body. Without his lungs, he couldn't breathe. The pain caused him to let out muffled groans. After his lungs died, his spleen decayed. Large amounts of blood spread everywhere across his body. The decay of his spleen severely affected his recovery. Wang Lin's body turned pale and spots of blood appeared all over his body. Lastly, his liver melted after she spoke. 4 of his 5 internal organs had dissipated, cutting off his life force. The dissipating ancient umbrella suddenly disappeared without a trace. The fifth is the heart. Without the heart, there is no Tao. The woman calmly looked at Wang Lin. Her thumb slowly bent and her hand formed a fist. After forming a fist, she gently threw a punch toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt intense pain in his chest. His heart stopped beating and slowly became petrified. In the blink of an eye, it turned to stone. With his heart petrified, the pain he was experiencing was indescribable. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. Thunderous rumbles echoed when the woman threw her punch. Wang Lin's chest caved in and he was knocked back toward the ground, where the ice had melted back to water. Celestial Imperial Concubine. With a bang, Wang Lin fell to the surface of the water but didn't sink. He endured the pain as his right hand hit the surface of the water and he bounced back up. He attempted to enter the crack in the cloud sea using the jade the mysterious woman had given him, but it had no effect. He tried to summon the nether beast, but there was a seal he couldn't break, and he couldn't sense the nether beast. You have no path to survival, you can't escape. But if you kneel and beg, I may be able to give you a chance of live, the woman said gently as she stepped out of the ice and walked toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face had no blood and he retreated a few more steps. Wang Lin, won't even kneel to the heavens, so why would I kneel to you? You have humiliated me, so if I don't die today, I'll pay you back 100-fold. Wang Lin's eyes shined. He didn't breath as he endured the pain and pointed at the sky. Call the wind. Summon the rain. Magic arsenal. Wang Lin's body gave off a golden glow, and that powerful celestial energy shot toward the sky. The woman had already seen the golden light from Wang Lin. When she saw it again, her beautiful pupils shrank and heavy doubt arose in her heart. But she didn't speak. She stepped forward and moved even faster. She then raised her right hand and pressed it toward Wang Lin once more. The sky rumbled and 13 black dragons that gave off a golden glow appeared and started howling. Then golden rain started to fall. Each drop of rain contained a soul that had died to Wang Lin. As the rain fell, it created a wind and rain world. Although a lot of the souls had dissipated, a lot still remained. They all rushed toward that woman. As the howling echoed, Wang Lin didn't look at the result but continued to retreat. A flash of coldness appeared in his eyes and he pointed at the sky once more. Mountain crumble, lands collapse. Wang Lin hadn't gained enlightenment in lands collapse, but with his cultivation level he could imitate it. As he pointed, large volcanoes appeared and thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Due to Wang Lin's celestial energy, it made by Fan's spell into a real celestial spell. All of this wasn't enough to resist the celestial imperial concubine. Wang Lin also didn't intend to use these spells to push her back. He was planning to use the last of Bai Fan's spells. Dark Moon Clear Sky. Wang Lin had only seen Dark Moon Clear Sky, and it was used by Celestial Lord Qing Shui in the Seven-Colored Realm in the Summoned River. They were apprentice brothers who had both cultivated Bai Fan's 6 spells. Wang Lin wasn't as skillful as Qing Shui to use the most powerful Dark Moon Clear Sky at will. However, he could force the activation of Dark Moon Clear Sky by using all the spells before it. He had seen it once, so with this current cultivation level and more than 2,000 years of enlightenment, it wasn't difficult to do at least this. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the woman calmly walked out of all these spells. They were useless against her. However, just as she walked out, Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky. Dark Moon Clear Sky. As Wang Lin roared, he pointed at the woman. With this point of his finger, a bright moon appeared on her face. The moment the moon appeared, the woman's expression changed and her steps stopped for the first time. Dark Moon Sect, the first style. Yes, before Bai Fan was taken in by that old thing, he was a traitor of the Dark Moon Sect. The dark moon on the woman's face rapidly condensed and cracks appeared on it, as if it wanted to disfigure her. The cracks were shocking and fresh blood flowed out. The woman let out a groan and her eyes turned extremely cold. If you knew the second style, Dark Moon No Rain, and the third style, Dark Moon Cold Wind, then you might have been able to escape death today. However, with just the first style, as long as I kill you, I can remove it. The woman endured the intense pain coming from her face and headed toward Wang Lin. She knew the spells of the Dark Moon sect. The Dark Moon sect's spells were extremely vicious. They wouldn't kill immediately but would continue to inflict more and more pain. The longer they lasted, the more difficult it would be to remove them. At this moment, she charged at Wang Lin and closed in on Wang Lin in an instant. Her hand formed a claw and mercilessly pressed down on Wang Lin. Madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and he raised his right hand. After using Dark Moon Clear Sky, he formed a fist and threw a punch at the woman. This punch contained ancient power, but it also used the most powerful Black Tortoise spell he had learned from the old vermilion bird in the Fallen Land. Waves of vibration formed ripples around Wang Lin's punch. From afar, these ripples made the area between Wang Lin and the woman look like the water's surface. The two of them met from the two sides of this surface. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Wang Lin gave it his all and borrowed all the rebound force and collided with the woman's hand. Intense pain filled his body, making him feel as if his body was going to collapse. Blood mist erupted from his body and dyed his clothes bright red. His right arm shattered from the joint and he was knocked back. The rejection force inside his body raged and was already unbearable, but he was still able to suppress it by a sliver. That woman also didn't feel good. Blood started flowing from the corner of her mouth and she was knocked back several hundred steps. Her body trembled and the dark moon appeared once more. Even more cracks appeared and the dark moon spread to her neck. As it spread, the spell displayed its viciousness. The intense pain caused the woman to let out a muffled groan. At this moment, she was completely disfigured and looked like a ghost. The damage from Dark Moon Clear Sky caused the woman to cough out blood and retreat several hundred more feet. She suddenly looked up and stared at Wang Lin. She then waved her right hand and an ancient harp appeared before her. This woman looked at Wang Lin profoundly and touched the ancient harp. The harp music echoed across the world. As the music continued, it formed a heaven-shaking killing intent. The music became even more urgent and entered Wang Lin's mind, making him feel as if invisible ripples were bombarding him. This pushed him back several thousand feet and caused blood to start leaking from his orifices. My harp music is something only the former celestial sovereign could hear. For you to hear it today, you can smile as you die. Listen to my song buried in the underworld. The woman's voice was calm and her hand over the ancient harp moved faster and faster. The harp music filled the world, but it felt like demonic thoughts had filled Wang Lin's mind. The countless demonic thoughts wanted to tear Wang Lin's heart apart. Wang Lin let out a miserable smile as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he began to laugh. What a good buried in the underworld! As he laughed, Wang Lin turned around and there was a flash of blood light. The dim blood sword appeared and howled through the air. In an instant, another woman silently walked out behind Wang Lin. The moment she appeared, the blood sword shot toward her. She was not surprised Wang Lin could find her. If he couldn't do this, he wouldn't be worthy of them setting up this plan to kill him. She allowed the blood sword to pierce through her. Her body was an illusion, as if she only existed in Wang Lin's eyes and had no real body. She gently smiled. An ancient expression goes, a glance back and a smile can charm all life. Although she didn't turn around, that smile seemed to make the world light up and was unimaginably beautiful. I haven't heard Big Sister's harp music in a long time. To be able to hear it today is all thanks to you. The blood sword was useless and was knocked back, circling Wang Lin. Wang Lin had already retreated when he threw out the blood sword. The harp music was filled with killing intent as it filled the world. I really don't want to kill you. The woman that had no real body looked at Wang Lin. She raised her jade-like hand and gently pointed at Wang Lin. I divine with my celestial soul that you will die in 3 breaths. My prediction will come true with my soul as the catalyst. The woman smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. This divination spell was similar to what the All-Seer had, but it was used very differently by this woman. After she spoke, black circles the size of one's fist appeared all over Wang Lin's body. The moment the black circles appeared, they began to fester. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he had a feeling that death was arriving. "I predict your body will rot in the first breath." The woman smiled as she looked at Wang Lin. The large amount of black circles all over Wang Lin penetrated deep into his body until his bones could be seen. Even his bones became black and began to shatter. The harp music became even more urgent and fused with the woman's gentle words. It rushed into the festering black rickless and tore his body apart. "I predict your bones will collapse in the second breath." Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body and countless cracks appeared on his blackened bones. The cracks spread until even his skull was suffering the same fate. If his body was transparent, one would clearly see that all the bones in his body were about to collapse as the black cracks spread. Some parts had already shattered. The pain being inflicted here was no less intense than what he felt from the first Celestial Imperial Concubine's 5 burial spell. As Wang Lin retreated, all his life force rapidly dissipated and he slowly walked toward death. He was already seriously injured, and he could barely suppress the raging rejection force in his body. His 5 internal organs were gone, and now, under the divination spell, he was already near his end. But Wang Lin still hadn't taken out the bow. Although he was dying, he hadn't died yet. The sovereign hadn't appeared, and he didn't believe these 2 celestial imperial concubines were the last ones. Wang Lin knew he only had the power to use the bow once. If that arrow couldn't seriously injure the sovereign and everyone here, then he would really die. He couldn't take out the bow until the last moment. The woman looked at Wang Lin gently, the same way she would look at a lover. Her jade-like hand pointed at Wang Lin as she uttered the last words. "I predict the third breath, soul death." Her voice was gentle and fused with the harp music. The 2 celestial imperial concubines were using different methods at the same time to kill Wang Lin. Their powers were fused. One part disrupted Wang Lin's mind and the other used the divination spell to suppress Wang Lin. The 2 complemented each other, making it obvious that this was planned. Just as she spoke the last words, Wang Lin let out a shocking roar. Wang Lin couldn't understand this divination spell, but he could tell that it contained a powerful destructive force. Wang Lin's flesh festered and his bones shattered. Intense pain flooded into him. His body showed signs of collapsing. However, at this moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand and hit his forehead. With this, his body rumbled. His body was a fusion of the ancients and celestials after collapsing and reforming many times inside the nether beast. Thanks to the madman's handiwork, his celestial body was now 50% the immortal celestial body. Although not perfect, it already contained the power of immortality. If not for this moment of crisis, Wang Lin wouldn't change. Once he changed, the rejection force inside his body would erupt out of control. During this entire time, although the rejection force raged inside his body, Wang Lin kept it under control. However, when he switched from his ancient body to his celestial body, his control would collapse. Once the rejection force erupted completely, Wang Lin would lose all chance of suppressing it again. It was like a wild horse escaping its reins. It would be impossible to capture it again. However, at this moment he had no time to think about this. As his soul was about to collapse, his hand landed and golden light shined from his body. This golden light was bright and spread in all directions. Even planet Suzaku in the distance was golden from the light. The man inside the ice had melted the ice and was just walking out with a pale expression. He immediately saw the glaring golden light and his expression changed once more. As the golden light spread, Wang Lin's ancient god body dissipated and hid inside his ancient god stars. His body emitted endless golden light and became the immortal celestial body. After the immortal celestial body appeared, the expression of the woman that spoke those gentle words changed greatly. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She came from the same world as the celestial sovereign. When she saw Wang Lin's change, she thought of a legend. When Wang Lin's immortal celestial body appeared, the strange divination spell inside him erupted. Wang Lin's immortal body collapsed. However, just as it collapsed, there was a flash of golden light and it formed once more. The woman with the gentle expression coughed out illusory blood and retreated a few steps. Her divination spell was destroyed and her mind was injured. However, none of this could compare to the terror and disbelief she felt. She originally felt that Wang Lin's original appearance seemed familiar and had her suspicions. However, after seeing his body collapse and reform from the golden light, her expression changed completely. Immortal celestial body. The woman was startled and subconsciously retreated. Her eyes were filled with fear. You actually have the immortal celestial body. The immortal celestial body that all celestials worship. You're not a native cultivator from here, you. Who the hell are you and what is your relation with the celestial heaven emperor? The woman was shaken by the changes in Wang Lin's body. Her mind rumbled as if countless celestial thunderbolts had exploded within her. I can't kill him. His change caused her to feel extreme fear. Several times more than when she faced the celestial sovereign. Not only her, but the woman playing the harp also trembled and her harp stopped. She stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin covered in the golden light. Inside the golden light, a storm swept inside Wang Lin's body. This storm was the rejection force that had fully erupted. His body suddenly collapsed under the gazes of the two celestial imperial concubines. After it collapsed, it formed once more. After this repeated several times, the woman that had stopped playing the harp clenched her teeth. At this moment, the dark moon spread even more. If she didn't kill Wang Lin, then not only would this kill her projection, it would even affect her original body. This immortal celestial body is not complete. It was obviously stolen. Kill him. The woman clenched her teeth and grabbed the harp. She pulled the strings and the world rumbled as shocking harp music echoed. As the harp music played, blurry knives appeared before it. She spat out blood and infused the knives with it before making them launch toward Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. During one collapse and reformation, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot from the pain. He let out a roar and his hand formed a seal. Just as the 9 knives closed in, he waved his hand. With this wave, his body collapsed once more. Although his body collapsed, the spell was still used. The world became dark as if shrouded in darkness. Then, in the distance, a sun began to rise. Sundered Night, Wang Lin's first original spell. The world was blurry in this darkness, but it couldn't hide the golden light around Wang Lin's collapsed body. That golden light seemed to fuse with the rising sun and erupted with the power to tear apart the darkness. The power of Sundered Night erupted forth. At this moment, Wang Lin's body reformed once more. He let out a roar and his face became twisted. The intense pain almost made him go mad. He weaved his hand and the water below him rumbled. A giant stone door appeared. When the stone door appeared, the aura of passing time surrounded the area. Wang Lin's second original spell, Flowing Time, appeared. Sundered Night and Flowing Night were extraordinary spells. As Wang Lin's body continued to collapse and reform, these spells contained his celestial energy and became even more powerful. The world rumbled and the darkness was torn by the golden light. 4 of the 9 knives collapsed to Sundered Night. The remaining 5 collided with Flowing Time. In the end, only 3 knives landed on Wang Lin's body, and they collapsed along with his body. The other woman that had made the predictions rapidly retreated while surrounded by Sundered Night and Flowing Time. She was already feeling shock and panic, causing a flaw to appear in her Tao heart. Now she was being hit by these 2 celestial spells, making her cough out blood and rapidly retreat. She already had no intention of fighting anymore. However, just as Wang Lin used these 2 spells and his body collapsed and formed again, a blurry figure walked out from behind him. It was impossible to see if this blurry figure was man or woman, young or old. His body was covered in a vague mist that drifted outwards after he appeared. This old man, one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, Heaven Master Void Gate. An erratic voice echoed as he raised his hand and slammed down on Wang Lin's back after he just reformed. Wang Lin's body trembled violently, and he coughed out a mouthful of golden blood. His body was thrown toward planet Suzaku and smashed into it. That blurry figure opened his mouth and inhaled the golden blood Wang Lin had coughed out. His eyes were filled with greed as his body turned into a cloud and chased after Wang Lin. Celestial bloodline. No matter what your identity is, this old man will take your immortal body. When Wang Lin landed on planet Suzaku, a thunderous rumble echoed. Planet Suzaku trembled as Wang Lin slammed into a mountain like a meteor. The mountain collapsed and rocks scattered as Wang Lin landed on the ground. The earth trembled and a crack formed as Wang Lin smashed in deeper. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin smashed deep into planet Suzaku while his body collapsed and reformed. He went through the caves of the Tattoo clan. Although this planet Suzaku had been fished out by the sovereigns fishing in the well, it was still planet Suzaku. Aside from the fact that there were no living things, everything else still existed. The Tattoo clan's cave was still there. As Wang Lin smashed through, he went through the earth and appeared in the 18th layer of the Tattoo clan's cave. Everything here was the same as when he left. One of the walls had collapsed, and outside the gap was the foreign battleground. Fishing in the well was extremely strange as it fished out the foreign battleground as well. Although it was only a projection, the endless wandering souls and countless corpses were still there. Wang Lin's body landed in the 18th layer with a bang and he coughed out blood once more. His body was covered in a golden light, and the pain was enough to make him pass out. However, he clenched his teeth and endured each collapse. One of the 5 masters, Heavenly Master Void Gods, palm contained a powerful aura. It hit Wang Lin's back, causing his immortal body to show signs of instability. Wang Lin's immortal body was not perfect. As his body continued to reform, Wang Lin struggled to get up. However, just as he got up, a vague, hoarse laughter echoed. Heaven Master Void God appeared outside the hole Wang Lin had made through the ground. His body was completely formed by fog and his eyes were filled with greed. He raised his right hand and reached at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was about to resist, but his body collapsed once more. When he collapsed, Heaven Master Void God's eyes narrowed and he withdrew his right hand. His fog-like body rushed into the collapsed flesh of Wang Lin. A heaven-given opportunity. It looks like even the heavens themselves want me to take your celestial body. Heaven Master Void God laughed and integrated into Wang Lin's collapsed flesh and blood. Once Wang Lin's immortal body reformed, he let out a miserable scream he hadn't released since the battle began. Wang Lin's reform had a hint of darkness in the golden light. The darkness moved through his body and rushed into his head. A faint laughter echoed in his mind. This body belongs to this old man from now on. It's useless to resist. Enjoy the feeling of being possessed. This feeling is something I fear you will only get to experience once. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. The pain of being possessed made him feel like he had lost everything. As he struggled with the darkness, he lost control of his legs. An instant later, he lost control of his right hand and upper body. He could only move his left hand, but even that gradually became numb. As Heaven Master Void God's divine sense took over his body, his memories began to fragment. This domineering divine sense rushed toward his memory. It wanted to learn his entire life and then erase him. Wang Lin let out painful roar from his mouth, but it grew weaker. His eyes were filled with struggle, but that struggle gradually weakened. His body flew upward outside of his control. With this body, this old man can do as I wish in this world. I just need to finish this final refining, and then even the heaven-defying bead will be mine. The old man's laughter came from Wang Lin's mouth. His expression looked twisted as he flew out of planet Suzaku. However, as he flew into the air, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed at the foreign battleground in the 18th layer of the Tattoo clan's home. With this, the countless wandering souls inside the foreign battleground trembled. Wang Lin was once a soul devourer, so he had strong control over these wandering souls. The countless wandering souls inside the projection of the foreign battleground began to rage. As they swept the area, forming a storm, even more wandering souls gathered. A few beings that were also soul devourers were also slowly integrated into the storm. This storm swept across the foreign battleground and tore apart the countless corpse. This caused the wandering souls inside the corpses to join. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the powerful wandering soul storm rushed out of the gap in the 18th allier. This was the first time they had left the foreign battleground. This was the first time they had charged out without that strange law blocking them. Although the sovereign had fished them out with fishing in the well, not even he could not fish out the strange law that sealed the foreign battleground. As a result, this allowed these wandering souls to move without any restrictions. Their excited roar swept across planet Suzaku. This caused planet Suzaku to tremble violently as if countless evil souls had been released. Planet Suzaku could not bear it anymore and began to collapse. Heaven Master Void God manipulated Wang Lin's body to fly out. Although he had taken control, he couldn't stop Wang Lin's body from collapsing and reforming. However, his cultivation level was far above Wang Lin's, so he could forcibly suppress the collapse and reform to a smaller scale. This killing is over. Heavenly Master Void God's ancient voice came from Wang Lin's mouth. He looked toward the two celestial imperial concubines and the man in white who had walked out of the ice. However, before he finished speaking, the planet Suzaku behind him trembled and suddenly exploded. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world when planet Suzaku was torn apart. A monstrous black storm rushed out from the collapsed planet Suzaku and shrouded this world. The expression of Heavenly Master Void God changed and his pupils shrank as he turned around. However, it was too late to retreat. The wandering soul storm rushed out from planet Suzaku and rushed at him at an unimaginable speed. It was as if there was a voice in his body that was calling out to the wandering souls and the few soul devourers that were charging out of planet Suzaku. It was as if that voice belonged to their king. The black storm instantly shrouded Heaven Master Void God and rushed into his body. If you looked closely, you would see that there were countless wandering souls inside the storm. They all rushed into Wang Lin's body. In an instant, the black storm was gone as all the wandering souls had rushed into Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled and collapsed once more. This collapse spread tens of thousands feet. With the help of the countless wandering souls and Wang Lin's own strength, a monstrous aura erupted. He was able to force Heaven Master Void God out of his flesh and blood while releasing reluctant roar. Large amounts of mist spread out as the endless wandering souls raged. This went on until the mist formed back into Heaven Master Void God's body. His eyes were filled with reluctance as he let out a roar and charged forward once more. At the same time, the celestial imperial concubine, almost covered by dark moon, revealed a cold gaze and stepped forward. The man in white also closed in with powerful killing intent. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's body reformed with the help of the endless wandering souls. Now it wouldn't collapse for a short period of time. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at the incoming Heaven Master Void God. "You're all looking for death." Wang Lin's previous experiences had caused him to come infinitely close to death. He could no longer care about the fact that the sovereign still hadn't appeared. After his body reformed, his left hand extended out and golden light gathered in it. Then Bao appeared in his hand. Shortly after, Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the bowstring and pulled back. In an instant, the bow was fully drawn. His body was pulled straight. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes and they were filled with monstrous killing intent. The moment he pulled, an arrow with a round tip appeared. The body of the arrow had complex runes, and the faint screams of Nanzhao and Tianzhao could be heard from it. Bursts of arrow energy surrounded the area and an ancient aura spread out. This caused the expression of Heaven Master Void God to change greatly and his body to tremble. "Li Guangbao, you actually found this arrow." The Void God's voice was almost twisted. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and retreated with terror in his eyes. "Damn it, I know why that sovereign still hasn't appeared. Sovereign, I'm not done with you." Heaven Master Void God had almost lost his wits. He was too aware of the power of the bow with this arrow. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. This old man is not getting involved. While retreating, Heaven Master Void God took out a jade. But there was no reaction. The two celestial imperial concubines knew the bow and arrow better than him. The woman surrounded by the dark moon was filled with panic and quickly retreated. The other celestial imperial concubine turned pale and no longer displayed the pride she had before. Before Wang Lin's arrow, she desperately retreated and also crushed the jade. But there was no response. When this bow was drawn, the heavens and earth changed colors. When this arrow appeared, the clouds scattered. Wang Lin's gaze was as cold as ice as he looked at the four people retreating rapidly, including the man in white who was extremely arrogant and had frozen the ancient umbrella. Their expressions changed greatly and they desperately tried to escape. All of them were powerful cultivators with much higher cultivation levels than Wang Lin. However, right now only their projections were here, so their cultivation levels were suppressed to mid-stage spirit void, a level that wouldn't be detected by the inner realm cultivators. However, these four people had forced Wang Lin to face several life and death crises. If Wang Lin hadn't learned the realm-burning umbrella in the fallen land, he would have died to their first combined attack. If Wang Lin hadn't obtained the fortune from the madman, he would have died to the two celestial imperial concubines. Similarly, if he didn't have this bow and arrow, even if he had given it his all, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Staring at the four of them, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He only had the power to launch this one arrow. Once the arrow was used, he would need to sacrifice life force to use this bow, and he had no life force left to sacrifice. He had prepared this arrow for the sovereign, the strongest person that hadn't appeared yet. He intended to wait until everyone who wanted to kill him had shown up and then use this arrow to end this calamity. However, not everything could go as Wang Lin wished. He was not the heavens, so he couldn't change how others acted or control their thoughts. As the four closed in, Wang Lin knew that if he didn't take out the bow and arrow, he would die before the sovereign arrived. His immortal celestial body was not complete. Although it could help a bit, it had also damaged Wang Lin too much. Wang Lin knew that if he experienced a few more collapses, his soul might truly collapse and he would really die before they could even kill him. The only thing remaining would be an immortal body. What was immortal was his body, not his soul. Kill! Wang Lin loosened his right hand that had pulled the bow into a full moon. His right hand trembled and the bowstring released a buzz that echoed across the world. All the force from the bowstring was transferred to the arrow. That arrow moved with the bowstring. When the monstrous force from the bowstring passed through, the arrow shot out. The world changed greatly. A deafening, howling sound echoed across the world. This arrow was like a ray of death that shot out like crazy. What charged out along with it was Wang Lin's soul, origin soul, and all the power inside his body. His ancient energy, celestial bloodline energy, and everything else. At the moment the arrow flew off, all of these things turned into invisible smoke and were absorbed by this arrow. He only had enough power for one arrow. Wang Lin's body trembled due to the bow and showed signs of collapsing. He retreated hundreds of feet but still couldn't offset the force of drawing the bow. Blood flowed out and he was knocked into the water in the distance. However, he stared ahead with a grin. He stared at the shocking arrow that had shot out. Once the arrow shot out, a deep gully appeared in the calm water. This gully seemed to match the arrow and extended as the arrow flew forward. It was as if there was a pair of giant hands forcing the water apart. A huge crack even appeared in the sky. The crack continued to spread and seemed like it was going to break this extremely powerful killing formation that was set to kill Wang Lin. The four people escaped in terror. Heaven Master Void God was the fastest and was the furthest away. The two celestial imperial concubines followed closely after. Their faces showed pain and despair appeared in their eyes. The man in white was lowest in cultivation level and status. He couldn't keep up and fell behind, which resulting in him becoming the person closest to the arrow. The arrow broke through the heavens and earth as it closed in, creating ripples that spread in all directions. A monstrous killing intent came from the arrow, and the runes on the body of the arrow gave off a faint flicker. It was as if at this moment, no person or thing in this world could stop this arrow. In an instant it closed in on the man in white. The man in white turned deathly pale. He attempted to crush the jade to leave, but although the jade shattered, there was no reaction. At this moment, as the arrow closed in. He felt a sting of pain in his forehead and coughed out blood. He knew he couldn't escape. He let out a roar and turned around to use a spell. However, just as he turned around, the arrow closed in at an unimaginable speed and hit the area between his eyebrows. A thunderous bang rang out and the man in white's head exploded. His body disintegrated layer by layer as the arrow pierced through. His mournful scream disappeared just as it began. This caused the other three to tremble and almost lose their minds. The celestial imperial concubine that was covered by the dark moon looked hideous, but there was terror and despair in her eyes. The arrow closed in and pointed at her forehead. This celestial imperial concubine suddenly turned, exposing her twisted expression. She raised her right hand and layers of light screens appeared. However, the arrow penetrated them all and closed in. At this moment of crisis, the celestial imperial concubine coughed out blood and formed a blood person. It began to take shape, but the arrow pierced through as it shot toward the celestial imperial concubine that had reached the limit of despair. All of this happened in an instant. The celestial imperial concubine took out the ancient harp she had played before. This harp was a gift from the celestial sovereign and an extremely powerful treasure. But just as the ancient harp appeared to block for her, it collapsed into countless fragments. The celestial imperial concubine let out a scream and retreated. But she only retreated 2 steps before the arrow pierced through the harp and through her head. The celestial imperial concubine's head exploded like the man in white's and her body dissipated. The arrow rushed through as her body dissipated. The shocking arrow had killed 2 people in a row, so it had lost some momentum, but it still had monstrous power. At this moment it shot toward the 3rd person, the woman who had used the divination spell. The woman had witnessed the death of the man in white and then saw her sister collapse. Her face revealed a miserable expression. Although this body was a projection and a normal death would be fine, dying to this arrow would apply serious injuries to her original body. This arrow didn't belong in this world. This arrow came from her hometown. It was a famous treasure of the Li family. Feeling despair, the woman no longer fled. She turned around to face the arrow that was growing larger and larger until it filled her vision. She closed her eyes. Just as she closed her eyes, the arrow closed in on her forehead. Just as it was about to pierce through, a 7-colored light came from her chest. On her neck was a pendant made of a piece of a black, oval-shaped stone. The 7-colored light came from this stone. The pendant floated before her and the 7-colored light surrounded her body. Just at this moment, the arrow pierced through the woman's forehead. She didn't open her eyes until after the arrow passed. She didn't receive any injuries, but a crack had appeared on the floating black stone before her. My most beloved concubine, I give this stone to you, can protect you, so that even if one day I'm not there, it will still be with you. These soft words from the celestial sovereign echoed in her ears. The arrow pierced through the woman and chased after Heaven Master Void God, who was in fog form. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world when the arrow pierced into the fog. The fog suddenly collapsed. The moment it collapsed, it rapidly condensed into an old man wearing black. His face was pale, and just as he retreated, his body collapsed once more. A miserable scream echoed. In a short period of time, Heaven Master Void God had collapsed several times. When he reformed the last time, the mark between his eyebrows shattered and the arrow pierced through his body. One of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, Heaven Master Void God, let out a miserable smile and exploded. Large amounts of fog dissipated without a trace. Sovereign, this old man has blocked the arrow for you. You have to give this old man an explanation. His mournful roar echoed as he dissipated. The only words that could describe the power of this arrow were heaven-shaking. After killing 3 people, there wasn't much power left in the arrow, but it still howled toward the sky. It was going to attempt to break open the sky and release Wang Lin from his calamity. However, just as the arrow closed in on the sky and the blue light began to flicker, a person silently walked out. This person was wearing a black robe that even covered his face. A powerful pressure spread out from his body. This pressure was far stronger than the mid-stage arcane void cultivation limit allowed in this sealed space. He stretched out his dried-up right hand and grabbed the arrow. His body trembled, and then he slowly raised his head to look at Wang Lin. He spoke in a calm and hoarse voice. The roar from borrowing the power from the ancient tomb, blocking the outer realm cultivators in the first battle in the Cloud Sea. Wang Lin, we finally meet again. This old man is the sovereign. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the person in the black robe. How could Wang Lin forget this appearance? This person was the sovereign, the leader of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, someone with great cunning who had schemed against heaven and earth. Whether it was killing the previous lord of the sealed realm, the destruction of the 4 celestial realms, scheming against celestial emperor Qinglin, setting up the Tattoo clan to find Li Guang's arrow, the betrayal of Taoist water, Master Simo's fall, the death of the Zhan family ancestor, and various other things all contained the shadow of the sovereign. In the ancient star system, Wang Lin faintly felt like his mind was being manipulated. Thinking about it now, it must have also been an act of the sovereign. In Wang Lin's memory, there was a spell he couldn't erase. It was fishing the moon in the well. He had seen that spell when he faced the 3rd vermilion bird that he suspected to be the sovereign. When he saw the water, he feared that this calamity was also a fishing the moon in the well. What was fished out was planet Suzaku and Wang Lin. Fishing the moon in the well. Wang Lin stood up on the water and calmly looked at the sky. The celestial imperial concubine that hadn't died stood in a daze between the two of them. She retreated a few steps and became silent. The man in the black robe seemed to smile as he said in a hoarse voice, "If it wasn't for Blue Dream taking pity on you, you would have already become this old man's pawn." He then leisurely squeezed and the arrow trembled and dissipated in his hand. He dreaded the power of this arrow, which was why he had delayed his appearance. He had waited until after Wang Lin used the arrow to reveal himself. This arrow had already formed a connection with the bow in Wang Lin's body. After it dissipated, it reappeared inside Wang Lin through some strange method. If Li Guang hadn't died, this arrow would have returned to Li Guang's body. "Tell me, where did you obtain your celestial bloodline?" After the black-robed man squeezed the arrow, he slowly walked toward Wang Lin. Although his pace was slow, each step he took caused Wang Lin to tremble. It was as if endless pressure was pressing on his body from all directions. What was even more bizarre was that a reflection of the black-robed man had appeared on the water's surface and was walking toward Wang Lin. It looked like there were 2 sovereigns, one in the sky and one on the ground. That pressure suddenly doubled and came from both the sky and the earth. This caused Wang Lin's face turn pale, and he couldn't move his body at all, as if he was being stopped by the stop spell. However, his eyes were calm. Things had already reached this point, and Wang Lin knew that it would be very difficult to survive this calamity. He understood this when he released that arrow. "Not going to speak? It doesn't matter. I'll get my answer from you." The black-robed man shook his head and raised his dried-up right hand. He pointed toward Wang Lin. With this, the blue sky disappeared without a trace and was replaced with golden light. This golden light was sunlight that came from a sun that had suddenly appeared in the sky. The sun appeared suddenly and hung in the sky. The aura of the law of origin spread out. As the sunlight flashed, the sovereign's figure became dark. As he walked forward, halos appeared around him. "Aside from that arrow, you have nothing left to use against me. Since the beginning there was light, and this light is one of the essences this old man has comprehended. Law of origin essence. Under the power of the law of origin, your ancient and celestial powers will separate." The sovereign's voice was ancient, and all the light in the world formed a pillar of light that shined on Wang Lin. Wang Lin couldn't resist absolute power. Intense pain came from his body as the light surrounded him. The light was as hot as the sun. Wang Lin felt the familiar law of origin as it burned everything inside him, including the wandering souls. This law of origin was extremely deadly to the wandering souls. Miserable screams echoed and all the wandering souls inside Wang Lin dissipated. Without the wandering souls, Wang Lin's body collapsed under the rejection force and the light. The law of origin forced its way into Wang Lin's flesh and blood. It was going to force Wang Lin's ancient and celestial powers apart. One could faintly see that after Wang Lin's body reformed, the golden light in his body was about to rush out. That feeling of being separated by force was several times more intense than when he fused. Wang Lin's expression became twisted, but he didn't make a sound. He just stared at the sovereign. He was going to remember this, remember everything that had happened to him today. If he had another life, if he didn't die today, then all the pain he had suffered on this day would be paid back 100-fold. He still had one ace he hadn't used. This ace was likely out of his control, but at this moment Wang Lin didn't care. But he was waiting for the most critical moment, waiting for the sovereign to come closer. Maybe then this ace might be able to change everything. The black-robed figure didn't seem to have any change in his expression from being stared at by Wang Lin. His right index finger slowly stretched out with the other four fingers and formed a palm. As the law of origin caused Wang Lin's ancient and celestial powers to separate, he walked closer and closer to Wang Lin. Then his right hand reached toward Wang Lin. Fishing the moon in the well. As the black-robed man reached out, his reflection on the surface also reached toward Wang Lin. He wanted to reach out to the celestial bloodline that was forcibly being separated from Wang Lin's body. As he moved, a tearing pain came from Wang Lin's body. This pain almost caused him to scream, but he held back. The veins on his face swelled up and his eyes were bloodshot, but he continued to stare at the sovereign. A little closer. Large amounts of golden light spread out from Wang Lin's body and endless golden blood came from his orifices. Also, inside Wang Lin's bones, the most important bone marrow that made the blood also squeezed its way out of his body. In a flash, under the intense pain, all the blood inside Wang Lin's body spread out, including the bone marrow. All the fortune the madman had given him erupted from his body. From afar, this scene looked extremely shocking. The golden blood that was spraying from Wang Lin's body took human form, and it was shaped like Wang Lin. It was like a soul. Wang Lin seemed to have been split in half, and the figure made of golden light slowly separated from Wang Lin's body. It floated 7 inches above Wang Lin, and less golden light connecting them remained. When the golden figure flew out, Wang Lin's ancient god stars appeared, but there was no golden light. Even the ancient devil stars in his right eye had lost the golden light. The black-robed man's eyes lit up and he mercilessly reached out. The remaining golden light broke. Wang Lin's celestial bloodline was completely separated from his body. When it was separated, the golden figure moved and then turned into a drop of golden blood. This drop of blood contained the half-complete rune for the immortal celestial body. This drop of blood was refined from the fortune the madman had given Wang Lin. Without the celestial bloodline, there was no rejection force. Wang Lin returned back to the way he was when he met the madman. Popping sounds echoed inside him and he returned to his ancient god body. Immortal celestial body. This is the immortal celestial body. Where did you get it? The black-robed man looked at the drop of golden blood floating above Wang Lin. There was strong excitement in his eyes but also a strong sense of fear. The sovereign would rarely lose his composure like this. Only this blood could make him like this. He could know everything about Wang Lin, but there was no way for him to know what had happened to Wang Lin inside the nether beast. At this moment, the sovereign stepped forward and his right hand reached out for the drop of golden blood. Just as he did so, there was a monstrous cold gaze in Wang Lin's eyes. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of his ancient blood like an arrow. This opened his storage space and a black palace flew out. The moment this palace appeared, the world darkened and Wang Lin's ancient blood landed on one of the windows, dyeing it red. With my name as Ancient Wang Lin, I release your seal to give you your freedom and help me kill my enemy. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could only open one window and release one of the powerful souls sealed by Yimo. As his voice echoed and the blood fell, the window on the black palace trembled. Cracking sounds echoed and it suddenly collapsed. A powerful and excited roar came from the collapsed window. Damn Yimo, you sealed his old man, Master Scarlet Soul. for countless years. Today this old man is finally free. With this roar, a red shadow charged out. It was impossible to see the face of the figure, just that it was blood red. A shocking aura appeared with him. The sovereign was too close, so he was hit by the blood shadow when it appeared. He was knocked back several hundred feet and his hood was knocked off, revealing his appearance. Master Scarlet Soul. The red shadow laughed and didn't even look at the sovereign or Wang Lin. In a flash, he went toward the celestial imperial concubine in the distance. The blood shadow surrounded the celestial imperial concubine as she screamed. Her delicate body melted and was devoured by the blood shadow. The blood shadow laughed and charged at the sky. With a flash of blue light, a giant hole appeared. The blood shadow charged out through the hole. At this moment, in the inner realm on the real planet Suzaku in Immortal City, the madman was holding an oily chicken leg. Sitting among a group of beggars, he proudly took a bite under the envious gazes of the beggars. He stared at the sky and was in a daze. Damn, he is no longer here. He doesn't care about this king anymore. No, I need to go find him. He can't just leave me. When the blood shadow charged out of the well, a giant hole appeared in the seal. When the hole appeared, the boundless world began to tremble. Large amounts of cracks spread with the hole as the center. From afar it was a shocking sight. As the cracks appeared in the sky, countless cracks appeared on the water's surface. The entire world trembled violently as if it was going to collapse. A madman came from the sky. Master Scarlet Soul didn't look down at all. After breaking a hole in the sky, he laughed as he left. Little kid, you have the ancient aura on you. This old man should kill you, but since you've released me, this matter evens out. Haha. This old man is finally free. Master Scarlet Soul's voice echoed and no one could stop him from leaving. Even the sovereign had a serious expression as he watched Master Scarlet Soul gradually disappear. Master Scarlet Soul couldn't be controlled, which Wang Lin had expected, but he still felt regret. However, his emergence did resolve the danger of the sovereign reaching out toward the golden blood above Wang Lin. He had also broken open the seal, so Wang Lin could move freely once more. Wang Lin quickly raised his right hand and grabbed the drop of blood above him. This drop of blood was extremely pure and was his celestial bloodline, so it could not be placed in his storage space. He held it in his hand as he charged for the hole in the sky. If I leave this place, I can survive this life and death calamity. Now that a hole has opened, the aura will leak out and all the third-step cultivators in the inner realm will notice. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness as he charged at the hole in the sky. The sovereign's law of origin and fishing the moon in the well were used to extract Wang Lin's celestial bloodline. His purpose was to obtain that drop of condensed celestial blood. Although Wang Lin hadn't willingly taken it out, the sovereign had his methods to obtain what he desired. However, because Master Scarlet Soul had rushed out, he was forced back several hundred feet. Although he looked unharmed, his original body had coughed out its second mouthful of blood. The first mouthful of blood came when he grabbed the arrow. After being forced back, he lost the chance to get the blood. As a result, this wasn't a bad thing for Wang Lin. His ancient and celestial bodies hadn't fused and the rejection force was like a blade hanging above his head. He was in extreme danger as his body was constantly collapsing. However, now his ancient and celestial powers had been separated by the sovereign, which resolved the issue of the rejection force, and the blade hanging above him had disappeared. Things in life were often like this. There were losses but also gains. Wang Lin lost his celestial body and celestial bloodline, but at the same time, his body had turned back into an ancient god. The amazing recovery power immediately kicked in. The 5 organs he had lost began to appear and his injuries rapidly recovered. His origin soul appeared inside his body. Although it was weakened, the intense pain was no longer there. He also felt more relaxed. At the same time, the golden blood condensed from his celestial body was not taken by the sovereign and was in Wang Lin's hand. If he survived, he wouldn't try to integrate it by force. Doing so was simply impossible. The result would only be death as it was like a powerful toxin. Wang Lin would choose to refine it into a treasure, a celestial body treasure. Then he would integrate this treasure into his body to avoid the problem of the rejection force and still use its power. When Wang Lin was given this fortune by the madman, he had no power to choose and was forced to absorb. If he had to choose, he would not try to fuse ancient and celestial powers with his current cultivation. Even in the madman's world, no one had ever tried it. The result of trying it by force would only be death. However, the life and death calamity the sovereign had brought upon Wang Lin had resolved this issue. A calamity was a calamity, but it could also be great fortune. These thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind as he rushed toward the hole. The moment the hole appeared, all the aura inside erupted outwards. The originally hidden world could no longer be hidden once that hole was made. It was instantly felt by the various third-step cultivators in the inner realm. In the Cloud Sea, Master Hongshan was refining the third-step cultivator they had captured in the seven-colored realm in the Summoned Revered. He had just noticed something strange in the soul when he suddenly looked up into the distance. His expression changed greatly. Not good. Master Hongshan didn't hesitate to put the puppet before him away and step forward. Ripples echoed as he used his full speed and disappeared. The moment he disappeared, Master Zhongxian's teacher also awakened. His pupils shrank and he quickly fused with the world. In the brilliant void realm, in the rain celestial realm, Qing Lin was in closed-door cultivation, healing. He was in a secret room surrounded by mist that gave off a dim glow. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and was shocked. Sovereign! His face sank and his right hand ripped open a rift before him. He disappeared in an instant. Also inside the brilliant void, in the corpse sect, Master Southcloud was concentrating on refining a set of formation flags. These flags would be for the next great war. But as he was refining, he suddenly looked up. His expression changed greatly when he noticed the sealing aura. Then he stepped forward without hesitation. The Summoned River third-step cultivators also noticed this aura, and they all anxiously moved. In all heaven, a person wearing green was silently walking through the stars. He looked ahead with a dim expression as if he was looking for something, but he found no sign of it. This person was Qing Shui. He let out a sigh and was about to look forward when he suddenly looked back. His expression changed and he stared toward the brilliant void. Wang Lin! After feeling the looming aura in the inner realm, Qing Shui no longer thought about his own matter. Coldness and killing intent filled his eyes as he charged toward the brilliant void. In Summoned River, the young man that had escaped during Wang Lin's divine retribution still couldn't find the place. He had simply decided to hang around the area he suspected. While thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked toward the brilliant void. Eh! His eyes narrowed and ripples echoed as he disappeared. In the thunder celestial realm, there was a thunderous rumble. The mysterious old ghost John stepped out and charged toward the brilliant void. Various powerful cultivators noticed it when Master Scarlet Soul broke the seal. They all rushed over from all directions. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin was about to step into the hole. Seeing Wang Lin about to leave, the sovereign's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He wouldn't allow this plan to fail, despite the fact that the moment the seal collapsed, everyone in the inner realm would have felt it. Even though old ghost John or the mysterious person that had seriously injured him with a roar before could instantly appear, he still wasn't going to let Wang Lin escape. Blue Dream, don't forget our agreement. I'll help you get your wife's body back. The sovereign's voice was calm. At the same time, his dried-up right hand pointed at the sky. After he spoke, a sigh came from the sky. As Wang Lin stepped into the hole in the sky, blue light gathered, forming a light screen blocking Wang Lin. Not only that, but the blue light flashed and knocked Wang Lin back inside. He once said that he wasn't going to attack, but at this moment he had attacked. When he attacked and blocked Wang Lin from leaving, the relationship between them had been broken clean. There was a complicated look in Wang Lin's eyes. As he was knocked back, the sovereign's right hand pointed at the sky and a red light appeared. Shortly after, orange light appeared, and in the blink of an eye, seven-colored filled the sky. This endless seven-colored light interlaced together, and soon, a giant, 7-colored lance appeared above the sovereign. His dried-up right hand grabbed the 7-colored lance. As he coldly looked at Wang Lin, he threw the lance at him. The 7-colored lance howled through the air, carrying a destructive aura and a power Wang Lin could not resist. This was a lance of death. 7-colored lance. The madman had used the spell before, and Wang Lin even knew the chant and seals for it. However, he hadn't comprehended it, so he couldn't use it. However, he knew the 7-colored lance contained the power to destroy the world. It was an extremely powerful spell that didn't belong to this world. Like the realm-burning umbrella. Everything before Wang Lin dissipated, and the only thing that remained was the 7-colored light. His eyes were filled with despair, and the aura of death surrounded his body. Wang Lin understood he couldn't dodge, escape, or resist. This 7-colored lance was the real life and death calamity. In his eyes, those rolling clouds seemed to appear once more. He saw the helpless white bird that tried to escape the dark clouds as the rain fell. That bird clearly appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. It was filled with despair, reluctance, and struggle. But in the end it was still devoured by the dark clouds. That bird was the sign of the life and death calamity. The sky was shrouded in 7-colored light. The lance formed by the 7-colored light got closer and closer. Wang Lin revealed a bitter smile. He understood it was likely he wouldn't survive this calamity. Father, mother, Taiju is very tired. I'll come and accompany you. Okay? The despair in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced by relief. He was very tired. He wanted to rest, he wanted to close his eyes, he wanted to live a mortal life. He didn't want to face those life and death struggles, he didn't want to consider all the struggles against fate, he didn't want to drag his parents into it, have to send his parents off and sweep before their grave. He would rather not know anything himself, not know that there were cultivators on planet Suzaku, that there were other cultivation countries, and that there was the Cultivation Alliance outside of planet Suzaku. He didn't want to know that the space outside planet Suzaku had countless other planets like planet Suzaku. He didn't want to know that outside planet Suzaku there was the Cultivation Alliance and that the Cultivation Alliance was only in the Brilliant Void. He also didn't want to know that outside the Brilliant Void there was all heaven, the Cloud Sea, and the Summoned River. He didn't want to know that all of this was only the inner realm. He didn't want to know that there was the outer realm outside. As Wang Lin lived on, he faintly realized that there was even more out of that. And more. It's all over. I'm free. Wan Air. I'm sorry. In the end, I didn't gain the strength to awaken you. Ping Air. I'm sorry. Your father did his best. Wang Lin felt bitter as he closed his eyes. These were his last thoughts before death as the 7-colored lance closed in on him. As he closed his eyes, the clothes on his chest collapsed and his chest followed. Flesh and blood were ripped apart, and his face was the same, dust to dust, earth to earth. When the 7-colored lance was only a few hundred feet away, warm images appeared before his eyes. In the yard, his father inhaled from his pipe and spat out smoke before he put the pipe down. There was a small wooden carving of a colt in his hand. His face was filled with a smile. This was his gift for Taiju's 7th birthday. Wang Lin crouched next to his father with his hands on his chin and his eyes filled with excitement. He watched the little colt take form. In his eyes, his father was omnipotent. His father was the heavens. His father could do anything. Not far away, his mother was holding a pan. While feeding the chickens, ducks, and livestock around her, she would look at the father and son pair with a soft gaze filled with happiness. The image gradually dissipate into countless fragments. These fragments gradually reformed into a secluded valley surrounded by shade. There was a wooden cabin inside the valley. Li Muin was sitting in front of the house with her hair coiled up like a madam. Her delicate face radiated happiness as she gently looked at the man before her. She had waited for a long, long time for this moment. Now she could silently watch him until the end of eternality. Her gentle hand moved over the ancient zither and gentle tunes played. As the music echoed, Wang Lin held a piece of wood like his father and looked gently at Li Muin as he carved for her. The two looked at each other. This valley was filled with an unexplainable feeling, and it was unforgettable. This image slowly dissipated, and after it turned to fragments, they reformed once more. He was on a tall mountain. As the winds howled, Wang Lin stood silently at the top of the mountain, filled with sadness and loneliness. He looked ahead, and there was melancholy hidden in his eyes. Although it was hidden, it was very strong and leaked out in his shadow. It landed in the eyes of a youth behind him. This youth wore coarse clothes. When he was behind his father, no matter how strong the wind was, the wind that landed on him became gentle. His father was like a mountain that supported his world. With his father there, he was not afraid of the mountain peak being too high or the wind too violent. With his father there, he wasn't afraid of anything. The youth looked at his father's back and said earnestly, "Dad, Ping Air will accompany you forever. We will never be apart." The last image in his mind collapsed, and his body collapsed along with it. The seven-colored lance howled and got closer and closer to Wang Lin. However, just at this moment, a voice came from the blue light that covered the hole in the sky. "Eh?" This voice appeared extremely abruptly, and not even the blue light could stop it. As this voice echoed into this world, the expression of the sovereign changed. His gaze that would never change even if heavens collapsed was filled with extreme fear. Even when Master Scarlet Soul appeared, he wasn't like this. But when he heard this one word, his mind almost collapsed and he subconsciously retreated. His face was filled with disbelief and fear so powerful. He couldn't even conceal it. "Haha! This king finally found you. Damn it, you actually ditched this king. This king won't allow it." In the blue light, the madman was holding half a chicken leg in his hand and had a smug gaze. He walked out from the blue light. When the madman appeared, a powerful golden light spread from his body. The expression of the sovereign changed. Even though he had cultivated for countless years, his mind collapsed. Mas! The sovereign almost lost his wits as he looked at the madman, and his face instantly turned pale. After the madman spoke, he saw Wang Lin and the seven-colored lance. With a bang, the lance shrouded Wang Lin in a seven-colored glow. The madman was startled for a moment and let out a shocking roar. Simply ignoring the sovereign, golden light shrouded him and stepped toward the seven-colored light. "You can't die, you haven't played with this king yet. You promised to take me to a lot of places to play." The madman roared with madness in his eyes. He rushed into the seven-colored light and hugged Wang Lin's collapsing body. The seven-colored lance contained a destructive aura, and when the madman hugged Wang Lin, that destructive force erupted. What made the seven-colored lance so terrifying was that its power would erupt 7 times, and each time was stronger than the last. A series of violent rumbles echoed in a row, each time stronger than before. After 7 thunderous rumbles passed, the world trembled and the sky was torn open by force. Even the water below erupted, and this sealed world turned into fragments. The fragments scattered in all directions like a storm. This storm ripped open the world, ripped open space, and ripped open all existence. Then a black hole suddenly appeared. This black hole led to an unknown place, and it was pitch black. That madman had a complete celestial immortal body. During this collapse, his body had disintegrated several times. In the end, under the destructive force of the seven-colored lance, he held the unconscious Wang Lin, and the two were inhaled by the black hole. At this moment, as the sealed world collapsed, the sovereign's body became blurry. He stared at the black hole that had already dissipated and murmured to himself, "He really went mad, really went mad. It must be him who gave the immortal celestial body to Wang Lin. If he didn't go mad, he would never have done this. He was seriously injured, and given his character from the past, he would never save anyone. He really, really went mad. He doesn't recognize me anymore." The sovereign relaxed and his body dissipated. Just as he was about to dissipate, a person silently walked out beside him. This person was Old Ghost John. The moment he appeared, he pointed at the sovereign's blurry figure. The sovereign suddenly turned his head, but he was in a trance and was caught off guard. It was too late to dodge now, and he let out a painful groan as his figure disappeared without a trace. Old Ghost John looked at where the black hole was and pondered. This sealed world had been created by many third-step cultivators in the outer realm. Even with the aura leaking from the hole as guidance, it still took him a bit to get here. A step late. It's unfortunate about that celestial blood. As for that madman, could it really be that person in his memory? I didn't think he had really gone mad. They were devoured by that black hole. The aura that came from the black hole was clearly the cave wall layer. One step in the celestial immortal, one step here. Old Ghost John shook his head and left. Planet Suzaku gave off a gentle light. From afar it looked peaceful. Only an invisible speck of dust collapsed and released a slight sound. That dust particle was the location of Wang Lin's calamity. After Old Ghost John disappeared, more and more ripples echoed around Planet Suzaku. Soon, ripples covered the whole sky and figures anxiously walked out. Master Hongshan, Master Southcloud, Qing Lin, Qing Shui, etc. They didn't appear at once but one after another. Powerful divine senses swept the area until they locked onto the collapsed dust particle. Everyone silently pondered. They couldn't feel Wang Lin's aura. Just like when Wang Lin went missing back then, it was as if he was dead. Master Hong Shan's eyes were filled with sorrow. After a long time he softly said, "He is not dead. The great battle is about to begin. The outer realm will spread this." Qing Lin let out a sigh as he looked at the collapsed dust particle. The image of Wang Lin from the past flashed before his eyes. Qing Shui looked up at the stars in the distance and his gaze became extremely cold. A killing essence aura spread out from his body and shrouded the area. "I'll replace him and station myself at the Cloud Seas battle station." Qing Shui closed his eyes and his face gradually changed. Eventually, he took Wang Lin's appearance and even his cold temperament became similar to Wang Lin's. He gave up on finding his daughter and his freedom. He chose to take Wang Lin's appearance and become a symbol at the battle station in the Cloud Sea. "Junior brother, I'll get revenge for you. As for everyone involved in this matter, if I have even the glimmer of a chance, I'll give it my all to get revenge for you." Qing Shui closed his eyes to hide his sorrow. Many people who had arrived here knew well that Wang Lin couldn't avoid this calamity. They knew the outer realm had planned for a long time to avoid their detection and launch his attack. It would be very difficult for Wang Lin to avoid it, and he was likely dead. As the silence continued, everyone gradually dispersed. However, the anger in their hearts burned brighter and brighter. Planet Suzaku in the distance still gave off a gentle light, as if it would stay like this forever. All the people Wang Lin was familiar with were still immersed in their own world. They still didn't know what had happened here. Zhou Wutai was still sitting on the Suzaku statue, silently drinking wine. In Imperial City in the country of Zhao, that old house and yard were still there. The tomb remained lonely. Only that weeping and grieving figure was gone. Only a few empty wine jugs sat on the ground. There was no longer any wine from the Tsang family inside. Only the giant statue holding the heaven-splitting axe and looking at the sky remained. It seemed to become an eternal existence. Several days later, a cold-looking young man silently stood under the statue. He slowly knelt down and kowtowed as tears flowed down the corners of his eyes. "Teacher, 13 will announce that he is your disciple when I'm in the limelight and under everyone's gazes." Several days later, a beautiful woman came with teary eyes and a slightly old tiger. She gently stroked the statue as her tears flowed down her cheeks and fell on the ground. "Uncle, I'm Zhou Ru. I'm little Ru heir." Several days later, a burly man laughed before the statue. He laughed and laughed until tears flowed down from his eyes. He held 2 jugs of wine as if he wanted to get drunk with the statue. After getting drunk, the burly man began to cry. "If I didn't guide you down the path of cultivation, if we didn't meet back then, if I had taken away the heaven-defying bead back then, if you were still a naive teenager back then." Several days later, a gorgeous woman stood before the statue. She stood there for a long, long time. She looked at the statue as sun rose and set. After several cycles, she silently left. 2 drops of tears fell as she turned. shattering when they fell on the ground. She was Mu Bingmei. Several days later, a woman wearing a pink, water-patterned skirt arrived on planet Suzaku looking exhausted. She looked at the statue and recalled the past. Lord doesn't know me, but I know Lord. Several days later, several months later, the passage of time seemed to be forgotten like the void. There was no beginning or end, only two broken bodies. This place was a dark void with no life or objects. The silence here seemed to have existed forever. In this void, there was a faint blood-colored light that formed a circle. Inside this circle, Wang Lin's body was collapsing on a wide scale. It was covered in scars. Beside him, the madman's eyes were closed, but his face was ashen. There were no injuries on his body, but there was seven-colored light between his eyebrows. The seven-colored lance couldn't hurt the madman's immortal body, but it could hurt his soul, which had become unprotected after the serious injury from the past. This blood circle of light was formed by the drop of golden blood that Wang Lin held in his hand. As the light gently surrounded them, Wang Lin struggled to open his eyes. He didn't know how long he had been asleep, but he knew that he would only be awake for a short period of time. Feeling bitter, Wang Lin saw the unconscious madman and his gaze became gentle. He let out a sigh and barely managed to raise his hand. Only after waving several times did he manage to open his storage space. 3 Dao fruits floated out and he inhaled. The 3 fruits turned into 3 rays of light and entered Wang Lin's mouth with their unimaginably chaotic Dao intent. Wang Lin's eyes revealed the strongest light at the end of his life. His left hand grabbed the madman and then his right index finger pointed toward the area between his own eyebrows. Dream Dao. Using what's left of his power, he used the 3rd original spell he had made, Dream Dao. Using his own Dream Dao to dream of thousands of years ago. In that dream, he would complete his life and death, karma, and true and false essences. His right hand dropped and Wang Lin closed his eyes. Little brother, wake up. Alas, how are you so drunk? I'm going to clean up. Please wake up. On the side of the road, in a humble restaurant, a waiter in green helplessly pushed a drunk young man on the table. This is really a scholar. So drunk after just 2 cups. The waiter pushed harder. Heaven is an inn for all living things. Time is the hundreds of passing travelers. And being born into a dream, such a joy or joy of dream. Good poem. Good poem. The young man had an intoxicated gaze as he looked at the waiter and giggled. Hee hee. Let me tell you, I had dream. I dreamt I was an immortal. Then the young man fell onto the ground and began snoring. The early morning sunlight gently scattered over the earth. The sky was clear and the feather-like clouds were spread across the sky. As the sunlight hit the clouds at the dawn of the day, there was a faint, orange light. From afar it looked like a dream-like world. Smoke and the sound of dogs barking came from the inn on the corner. These things didn't feel out of place. It was as if this was how everything should be. The few dogs raised by the shop were playing with each other and running around, shaking their tails. Shortly after, the sound of horseshoes hitting the ground came from the distance. In the distance, dust was being kicked up as several horses galloped by. Sitting on top of the horses were several burly men wearing robes. They all had serious expressions as they galloped by. As they approached, the dogs whimpered and avoided the road. The horses quickly passed by with the wind. Perhaps the sound of the horses was so loud that it caused the ground outside the inn to tremble, and even the inn itself seemed to tremble. This inn was very humble and seemed to have existed for a long time. As it trembled, it emitted sounds as if it couldn't withstand this trembling. Cries of shock came from the 2nd floor of the inn. Don't worry, don't worry. This old man's shop has been here for over 100 years. And this happens every time horses rush by. It won't collapse. An ancient voice echoed across the inn. In the corner of the hall sat a small old man wearing coarse clothes. He held a pipe in his hand and leisurely smoked it. Opposite him, the waiter from last night put a towel over his shoulder and brought a kettle of hot water to the guests in the rooms on the 2nd floor. At this moment, in the rightmost room on the 2nd floor, there was a young man still wearing his clothes lying on the bed. The entire room was filled with the smell of alcohol. As the horses passed by and the room trembled, the young man slowly opened his eyes. He placed his hand on his forehead and looked around in a daze. Alas, greed is wrong, greed is wrong. How did I drink so much wine? The young man looked 18 or 19 years old. He was slender and plain-looking, and he gave off the aura of a scholar. He put on a bitter smile and his head hurt as he stood up holding the side of his bed. He staggered to the table and poured himself a cup of cold tea. Only after drinking it did he feel slightly better. It looks like I have to be careful in the future about getting drunk. I lost consciousness last night. If I only lost my silver, that would be small, but if I lost my life... The young man sighed and drank a few more cups of cold tea. Just at this moment, a knocking sound came from the door, and the voice of the waiter echoed. "Hot water? Does guest want any?" The young man quickly got up. He seemed to have stood up too fast and became dizzy again. He barely managed to speak. "Come in." The door opened with a creak and the waiter walked in with the kettle. After filling the basin with hot water, he looked back at the young man and smiled. "I have been a waiter here for 3 days. I have never seen anyone get drunk from the rice wine here after only 2 cups. Last night, no matter how much I pushed you, you wouldn't wake up, and I had to bring you up here to rest. Little brother is not good with alcohol, so you need to practice. I heard that all the officials at the capital can drink 1,000 cups without falling." The young man's face turned slightly right and his eyes became filled with gratitude. He got up and clasped his hands. "Thank brother, for your care. I don't know what went wrong either. The first cup felt fine, but once the second cup entered my stomach, I fell on the ground, drunk." The waiter grinned, and as he was leaving with the kettle, he had a playful smile. He looked at the young man and said, "You're coming here to test for an official position, right? When you were drunk last night, you said you had a dream where you became an immortal. Haha, what you said was very interesting. If you have time, come talk to me again. It was very fun." As they spoke, the waiter walked out with a gentle smile. The young man's face turned flushed and he shook his head bitterly. After the waiter left, the young man washed his face with hot water and washed away a lot of the drunkenness from last night. He opened the window and the cool wind came in along with the bright sunshine. This wind felt very good when it blew on his face. It made the young man let out a deep breath. The young man stood by the window and looked outside as he muttered to himself, "After getting drunk last night, I really had a dream. That dream was very strange, and I haven't forgotten any of it. That dream was very realistic, almost impossible to separate from reality. It actually started 3 years ago when fourth uncle arrived. I joined the Hung Yu sect. It was interesting, but the dream didn't seem to finish and I only remember joining the Hung Yu sect. Hung Yu sect? How could such a sect exist? How can there be immortals? Scholars like me don't believe in the power of ghosts. It is mostly rumors to fool people." The young man shook his head and looked at the cup on the table. His childish heart showed as he formed the seal from his memory and pointed at the cup. "Attraction spell." The young man smiled and pointed at the cup. That cup didn't move at all, it just calmly stayed there. The young man laughed and muttered, "These spells are very interesting." After playing around for a bit, the young man cleared his mind and tidied up his things. His clothes, money, dried food, pen, ink, and books were all there. Then he carefully cleaned the room and waited for the smell of wine to dissipate before he changed into clean clothes. Then he put the bamboo backpack on his back and walked out of the room. He had been very smart ever since he was young, but his personality was very simple. He grew up in a mountain village, and this was his first time leaving home. The kind gaze of his parents followed him as he left the mountain village. He was like a baby bird that was going to spread his wings. This room had become dirty and smelled of alcohol due to him. He'd rather clean it up himself than let the waiter who had carried him up here do it. He simply ate some food on the first floor and paid his bills. Then he smiled at the waiter before he left, facing the sun. The gentle light fell on his body and filled the young man with sunshine as well. He gave off a very comfortable feeling, and people couldn't help but feel affection toward him. His clean clothes and neat attire were filled with vitality. Walking along the official road, he looked ahead, and he could faintly see the faraway capital of the country of Zhao. Wang Lin, you can definitely do it. When I get a title, I'll bring my parents out from the mountain village, serve them until they grow old, and let them enjoy happiness. The young man took a deep breath and walked forward. The spring breeze blew by and brought the fragrance of flowers toward him. Wang Lin's clothes fluttered in the wind as he gradually walked further and further from the inn. The sound of the dogs barking was scattered by the wind and sent into some unknown place. The scattered sound slowly became fainter. A young man at 18 or 19 would often not know what tiredness was. As Wang Lin walked down the official road, his eyes were nimble. From time to time, he would stop and look at the surrounding mountain and forest as if it was very comfortable. The daylight passed by quickly. As Wang Lin leisurely walked down the road, the trees were no longer dense and soon a river revealed itself. The sound of the river rushing came with the wind. In Zhao, there were several official roads that traveled with the waterways. Just like how on the left side of Wang Lin were mountains, and not far on his right was a river. There were several boats flowing down the river. The horizon gradually grew dark and dark clouds began to gather. Thunder rumbled in the distance and lightning moved within the dark clouds. They looked like silver snakes. The sky was clear during the day, but before night even arrived, clouds filled the sky and became unpredictable. The green mountains in the distance became dark due to the dark clouds. Although the clouds were dark, they couldn't completely cover the mountains. From afar, the mountain and the clouds seemed to be battling. The mountain wanted to pierce the clouds, but the clouds wanted to devour the mountain. It was like a battle of a dragon and a tiger. At this moment, the sound of thunder echoed and rain started to fall. Wang Lin quickly ran to a tree and took out a large umbrella from his bamboo backpack. This umbrella was skillfully made by his father and could be folded. Once opened, it could not only cover his bamboo backpack, but also his body under the umbrella. Holding the umbrella in his right hand, Wang Lin looked at the mountain in the distance that the dark clouds couldn't cover. He looked at the rain as it fell to the earth, fell on the leaves, fell on the surface of the river, creating ripples, and fell on the surface of the boats. The old saying goes, "The black clouds are like black ink that can cover the mountains. The white rain jumps like beads into the boat." It turned out to be true. Wang Lin looked at all of this and laughed. Did a scholar like you become dumb? You see rain fall on my boat and you can still laugh. It really is infuriating. A crisp voice came from the boat close to the shore of the river. At the bow of the boat stood a pretty girl holding an umbrella. The young girl had a gloomy face as she stared at Wang Lin, and her jade-like hand pointed toward him. Wang Lin was startled and his laughter stopped. He scratched his head. The young girl was wearing a bright green dress and looked very beautiful. The pole of the umbrella looked like a tree trunk, and even the canopy looked like leaves. The thin lines looked like the veins of the leaves. Overall, it was very strange. The girl's skin was pink and very beautiful. With her eyebrows locked and her eyes glaring, she gave off a different sense of beauty. At this moment, the rain curtain was dividing the girl and Wang Lin as the raindrops fell into the river, splattering everywhere. As the rain fell, the sky and earth seemed to become one. Even the green mountains in the distance no longer looked like anything but part of the scenery. As Wang Lin looked at all of this, his face suddenly turned red. This was the first time he had left the mountain village, and he had never seen a girl this pretty. Comparing his playmates in the village to this girl was like comparing mortals to immortals. The girl originally had a gloomy expression, but after seeing Wang Lin stare at her and then turn red, she couldn't help but smile. Her mind like the weather always changing. "Hey, bookworm, you've seen enough." The girl smiled, and even her voice sounded like crisp bells. It swirled within the rain and entered Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin's face, which was filled with a scholarly aura, became even more red, to the point that even the bases of his ears were red. He quickly bowed at the girl on the boat. "It was rude. I hope lady won't mind." The girl's laughter echoed. Looking at Wang Lin's silly expression, she was about to speak when a soft and gentle voice came from inside the boat. "Junior sister." As the voice echoed, The corner of the canopy of the boat was opened by a jade-like hand, revealing the girl's delicate figure. When the girl's face entered Wang Lin's eyes, the rain in the world seemed to pause. A purple dress and eyes as bright as the moon. It was as if her appearance had caused the world to lose all color, as if her appearance had sucked all the light from the world. It was as if she was the only thing that existed in this world. She was very beautiful, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. They seemed to contain sadness, exhaustion, and hesitation. Anyone who saw these eyes would feel pity rise in their heart. They also contained a hint of annoyance as she looked at the girl in green. The girl in green smiled and pulled the girl in purple. She pointed at Wang Lin and her voice was like a songbird. "Senior sister, this scholar is really rude. First, he spoke rudely and then stared at me. But he looks kind of dumb and is interesting." The girl in purple smiled and her gaze followed the rain toward Wang Lin, who was hiding from the rain on the shore. When she saw him, she was startled for a moment. After taking a closer look, there was a flash of confusion in her eyes. "I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Wang Lin's face became even more red as he was being watched by these two women. He coughed a few times and clasped his hands once more, not knowing what to say. He quickly turned away to look at the mountain and dark clouds to calm his rapidly beating heart. Wang Lin, you have read so many books. How can you look at two girls like that? It's best to be calm. Once the rain stops, I should continue on my way." Wang Lin took a deep breath of the rainy air and slowly calmed his heart. The girl in purple looked at Wang Lin for a moment and softly said, "Sir, I fear that the rain will last through the night until tomorrow. Since it is fate we meet, how about you come aboard and take shelter from the rain? There will be a place to stay at the next station." Although her words were light, they penetrated the rain and spread out. "This?" Wang Lin hesitated for a bit and looked up at the sky. The dark clouds were covering the sky and the rain didn't seem like it would stop anytime soon. It might really last the night. "We are allowing you take shelter on our boat from the rain with good intentions and you still hesitate? Do you think we will eat you or something?" The girl in the bright green dress saw Wang Lin hesitate and stared at him. "Junior sister." The girl in purple looked helplessly at the girl in green. Wang Lin smiled bitterly and nodded as he picked up his bamboo backpack. He held the umbrella as he walked through the muddy path toward the shore. The water and soil had fused together. As his steps fell, mud dyed the edge of his pants. The rain had made the ground slippery, and the shore was a bit slanted. While walking toward the river bank, Wang Lin slipped and was about to fall. A burst of fragrance flowed into his nose and Wang Lin's falling body was supported by a delicate body. It was the girl in purple. Her feet gently kicked off the ground and jumped in a beautiful arc onto the boat with Wang Lin. "Many thanks, my lady." Wang Lin stood on the boat, his face bright red. "Sir, you don't need to be polite. Please sit." The girl in purple loosened her hand and sat down with a giggle. The girl in green put away her umbrella and sat down next to the girl in purple and began to observe Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart pounded. From his birth to now, he had never been this nervous. He sat opposite of the two girls after putting down his bamboo backpack. His forehead was already covered in sweat from embarrassment. "Sir, you don't need to be nervous." When the girl in purple saw Wang Lin's appearance, she smiled. She raised her hand and lit up the candle. The fire flashed and lit up the room. The more the girl in green looked at Wang Lin's expression, the more interesting she found him. This caused Wang Lin to feel even more embarrassed. "This scholar is named Wang Lin. I greet you two ladies. Thank you for allowing me to stay on the boat." Wang Lin took a deep breath before he got up and clasped his hands at the two girls. The boat leisurely floated down the river as the rain fell. Although the three were sheltered from the rain, the sound of the rain hitting the canopy could still be heard. The sound of the rain hitting the boat and the river gradually fused together into a wonderful spring song. From afar, as the sky darkened, the boat gradually became hidden inside the rain. A gentle light came from the boat and gave off an inexplicable sense of warmth in the cold spring rain. "Wang Lin, why do I feel like I have seen him somewhere before, Even his name feels very familiar. The girl in purple looked at Wang Lin and the confusion from before appeared again. Eh? Your name is Wang Lin? I feel like I've heard that name before. The girl in green carefully looked at Wang Lin and pondered. The girl in green thought for a long time and finally raised her head. She smiled at Wang Lin and said with her beautiful voice, "Strange. I don't think I have ever seen you before, and I've never heard your name before. My name is Su Fei, and this is my senior sister Zhou. As for her name, you should ask yourself." Su Fei winked, looking very cute. "This one is named Zhou Rue," the girl in purple said softly. There was still confusion in her eyes, especially since even Su Fei felt that Wang Lin's name was familiar. She just couldn't figure out why. As time passed and the clouds in the sky thinned, the moon would sometimes appear but would soon be covered again. The rain became stronger and stronger and the sound of raindrops falling replaced everything. The wind blew in moisture and caused the candle fire to wobble. Wang Lin felt cold, but he saw that the two girls looked normal, as if they hadn't noticed the cold wind at all. The rain rattled and the world outside the curtain was dark. As Wang Lin looked, he suddenly entered a trance. In the dark night and quiet river, it felt like this boat was the only thing that remained. The two beautiful girls in the boat gave off a feeling that none of this was real. Wang Lin's body felt cold during his trance. His vision blurred and he felt sleepy, but he held himself back. He leaned against the wall and slowly said, "You two ladies refer to each other as junior and senior sister." Lady Zhou also leaped onto the boat carrying me. "You two must be experts in the martial arts world." "We are not people from the martial arts world. You are really interesting, bookworm. We are people who cultivate toward immortality, real immortals." The vague voice seemed to come from farther and farther away as Wang Lin became even more sleepy. He faintly felt as if someone was speaking about the Hong Yu sect. "Am I dreaming again?" Wang Lin closed his eyes and passed out. The boat shook gently and even the candlestick shook. The girl in green looked at the girl in purple with a confused expression. "Senior sister, he is only a mortal. Why did you use a spell to make him sleep?" The girl in purple looked at the sleeping Wang Lin. After a long time, she softly said, "I must have seen this person before. However, I just can't remember where. Even you said his name sounded familiar. Wang Lin. Wang Lin." The girl in the bright green dress frowned and there was also confusion in her eyes. A moment later, the girl in purple shook her head and sighed. "Forget it. Let's not think about this matter. Perhaps we met in a previous life." "Previous life?" The girl in the green dress laughed and looked at the dark sky outside. "Senior sister, it's about time. We have to go meet with Wang Zhua." This time the sect master noticed a golden light from the east and calculated that a treasure might be born. A lot of sects might go searching. Although our cultivation levels aren't high enough to participate, it will be a good experience. The girl in purple gently nodded and got up with the girl in green. Just as they were about to leave, she turned to look at Wang Lin, as if she wanted to engrave his appearance in her heart. Just as she was about to leave, the girl in purple hesitated for a moment. The girl in green had already left the boat and was flying using the attraction spell. "Senior sister, let us go." The girl's voice echoed through the rain. The girl looked at Wang Lin's body that was trembling and shrunk into a corner and silently walked over. Her jade-like hand touched her bag of holding and a thick coat appeared in her grasp. She gently covered Wang Lin with the coat and murmured, "Is it really in the past life?" The girl sighed and left. The rain became more and more intense. The rain fell as the lonely boat floated on the river, giving off an inexplicable feeling. This was the aura of loneliness. Ripples echoed in the water as the boat drifted down the river. The boat gradually went further and further away and gradually disappeared into the lonely night. Only the faint lamp in the boat could still be seen wobbling in the darkness. From afar, the wobbling fire from the boat was like a lonely leaf floating down the river as it gradually sailed to the end of a dream. The sound of rain hitting the boat continued, but Wang Lin was having a sweet dream under the canopy. The coat around his body had a faint fragrance that entered his nose and was brought into his dream. "Su Fei." Senior Sister Zhou, Wang Zhua, Wang Hao, Zhang Hu, Wang Lin murmured in his sleep. If those two girls hadn't left and heard Wang Lin's words, they would be shocked. But now they couldn't hear him. Wang Lin's dream was like another life. In that dream, he saw Su Fei in the Hangyu sect and also Senior Sister Zhou. On the mountain of the Hangyu sect, there was also a white bird that flashed by. After a long time, the little candle flame gradually extinguished and became one with the night. The rain stopped early in the morning. The horizon gradually brightened, but it hadn't completely scattered the darkness. The world was still dim, and it seemed to make people's mood dim as well. The rain overnight had caused the river to rise a bit higher. Although it was difficult to notice with the naked eye, the shore of the river made it very obvious. The rain fell on the soil and formed large amounts of mud that flowed into the river. A boat slowly floated down the river and got closer and closer to the shore. In the end, the boat ran into the mud on the shore and stopped. Inside the canopy, Wang Lin's head hit the wall of the boat when it hit the shore. He opened his eyes in pain and confusion as he slowly remembered what happened last night. However, looking around, the two girls from before were gone without a trace. Last night was like a dream. The beautiful figures of those two girls lingered in Wang Lin's mind. Was it an illusion? Wang Lin was confused and looked at the coat covering him. It obviously belonged to a girl. He gradually awakened. However, in his mind, aside from the two girls' figures, there was also that extremely real dream. He saw those two girls in that dream. All of this confused Wang Lin greatly. The candlestick had extinguished a while ago. This made the inside of the canopy barely visible. After a long time, Wang Lin walked out from the canopy and looked at the dim world. The surroundings were hazy, so he couldn't see too far. The wind blew by, and while it was cold, it also allowed him to smell the fragrance of the soil. He let out a deep breath. Could it really have been a dream? Wang Lin stood at the bow. After the rain stopped, the area was extremely silent. This silence made it seem as if Wang Lin was the only one left in this world. Looking around, Wang Lin felt a sense of loneliness spreading from his body for some unknown reason. As he looked at the dim sky, this sense of loneliness became even stronger. The wind blew by, causing his black hair to flutter behind him. The wind couldn't flatten the folds on his clothes. A bit cold. Wang Lin lowered his head. He didn't know why that sense of loneliness had suddenly become so strong. This loneliness made him think of home, of his parents, of everything. And also of that woman he couldn't seem to remember. It seemed like an invisible force had gathered in his body and caused two streams of tears to flow. Why would I cry? Wang Lin raised his hand and wiped away a drop of tear that was like a drop of rain. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with endless sadness and sorrow that he didn't even notice himself. What's wrong with me? Wang Lin lowered his head and sat down, ignoring the wet surface of the boat. In the serenity of the dawn, tears fell and fused with the wet surface of the boat. This feeling, like he was the only one left in the world, was very familiar to him. It was as if he had felt like this for a long time, walking silently through the world and savoring this sense of loneliness by himself. Wang Lin gradually entered a trance as if there was an abyss before him. This abyss had endless suction force that seemed to be able to drag the sky down into it. Deep inside the abyss, there was a crack, and a lonely figure sat inside. That place was also very quiet, with only the sound of the suction force. The lonely figure had its back toward him. Although Wang Lin couldn't see the face of the figure, he could feel the loneliness and sadness from the figure. In a trance, he saw a young man wearing white with white hair silently walking through the stars. His figure also gave off a sense of loneliness. He saw a lot, and the tears from his eyes gradually fell. This sadness came from his soul and this world. It was as if this world was his soul, his dream. At this moment, he found this familiar sense of silence and loneliness here. Under the dim sky, Wang Lin looked at the water for a long time. It wasn't until the cold wind blew by again, causing him to feel very cold, that he subconsciously lifted his left hand and pointed at the candlestick not far away. The candle slowly ignited. Wang Lin didn't even realize this himself. His eyes were filled with sadness and the sorrow that came from nowhere as if it was eternal. In this silence and dimness, the burning candlestick slowly lit up the surrounding area as it flickered. Although it was weak, it gave off a sense of warmth as it struggled to burn. Looking from far away, the figure on the boat gave off a sense of desolation. As time passed, the sky gradually light up. The darkness scattered from the earth, river, and boat. The surroundings gradually cleared up and what was in the distance became clear. Only the rolling, black clouds still moved through the sky. A bird that was like a dot flew off from the mountain and rushed into the black clouds. After piercing through, it flew around a few times before it flew toward Wang Lin. Soon, the bird closed in and Wang Lin raised his head to look at the white bird. The white bird seemed to look down at Wang Lin. Wang Lin could notice a detectable trace of sadness, and that startled him as the bird disappeared into the distance. When the bird left, the sorrow in Wang Lin's heart slowly dissipated. The fire on the candlestick slowly extinguished. "What's wrong with me?" Wang Lin seemed to have awakened and stared at the drop of tear that was still on his finger. He watched as the crystal drop of tear fall. After a long time, Wang Lin stood up and packed up his things with that confusion and inexplicable sadness. He put the girl's coat in his backpack and walked off the boat. The moment he walked off the boat, he looked back at the boat before walking off into the distance. However, just at this moment, a howl came from the rolling clouds in the distance. The moment this shocking sound rang out, Wang Lin subconsciously looked up and saw an unimaginable scene. Rays of light that seemed to be able to pierce the heavens flashed through the black clouds. One of the rays of light suddenly stopped above Wang Lin, revealing a woman wearing blue. She looked down and her gaze met Wang Lin's gaze. "Eh?" Confusion appeared in her eyes. A handsome young man walked out from the other ray of light and gently asked, "What's wrong, junior sister Lu?" "Nothing. I feel like I have seen that scholar somewhere before." The woman shook her head and flew off into the distance. "A mere mortal. We should quickly go meet with teacher and go to the place that released the golden light." The young man looked at Wang Lin before withdrawing his gaze and looking at the woman. Wang Lin stared at the sky and the two rays of light disappearing into the distance. "Who is she? Very familiar, very familiar," Wang Lin murmured, feeling a sting of pain in his heart. This fused with the inexplicable sadness and turned into a strange force that caused Wang Lin's breathing to become rushed and his face to turn pale. His body staggered and he retreated a few steps as his gaze toward the horizon collapsed. His right hand pressed against his chest where the stinging pain was coming from. The pain washed over him like a tide. It was an unspeakable pain, as if his heart was being torn apart, and a sense of melancholy surfaced. All of this came from the woman that flew through the sky. The woman seemed to exist in Wang Lin's mind for countless years, but the thoughts accompanying that figure were very complicated. After a long time, a tinge of color returned to Wang Lin's face. He breathed heavily and closed his eyes. "So immortals really exist. Then is my dream really a dream?" Wang Lin slightly pondered as he stood on the damp dirt after the rain. It wasn't until the sky was completely bright that he opened his eyes in a daze and silently walked forward. Did I dream of an immortal, or did an immortal dream of me? Wang Lin didn't understand. It was as if that drunken dream before had changed the trajectory of his life. Wang Lin stepped onto the main road and walked toward the capital once more. He no longer had the urge to observe his surroundings but silently walked with the bamboo backpack on his back. His footsteps caused crunching sounds to echo as he walked. The sun rose, the sun set. Wang Lin walked along the official road the entire day. When he was tired, he would sit on the side and take out some dried food to eat. After resting a bit, he would continue on. When the sounds of horses and carriages would drift in from the distance, Wang Lin would dodge to the side. Only after the carriages or horses passed would he return to the road. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, Wang Lin's weak body gradually became stronger. From sunrise to sunset, Wang Lin walked on the road. If there was an inn on the road, he would rest. Or if he could see smoke from a village during sunset, then it would be even better. Wang Lin found it more comfortable than staying in an inn. However, most of the time, Wang Lin would have the illusion that he was the only one left in the world after the sun had set. He would find some shade along the road and cover himself in thick clothes. Then he would count the stars in the sky as he thought of the warmth of his home and his parents as he slowly fell asleep. The fire he had started crackled before him and gradually extinguished. The smoke rose into the air and seemed to fuse with the sky. The wind in the night was cold and would often wake Wang Lin up. Every time he woke up, he would look at the silent surroundings. He felt very familiar with this darkness, and he wasn't afraid. Instead, his head was calm as he looked around before falling back asleep again. This was the rainy season in the country of Zhao. Even if the rain stopped, the sky would be covered in dense clouds and thunder would echo. The rain would often stop for half a day before falling again. On the dusk of the 8th day, Wang Lin propped up his umbrella and rushed forward with a wry smile. The rain fell outside his umbrella and thunder rumbled. Although it was only dusk, the sky was already dark. One more day of travel and I'll reach the capital. But this rain is getting more and more intense. Water covered the ground, so as the rain fell, drops of water would bounce off the ground and land his clothes. His green robe became soaked and constantly suck away the heat in his body. This slowly made Wang Lin feel very cold. When the moist wind blew, the coldness was bone-chilling. Wang Lin shivered and placed his umbrella to mostly cover his bamboo backpack. There were books and dried food inside, along with his replacement clothes. Those things couldn't be drenched. Wang Lin quickly walked through the rain and looked around for some place to take shelter. In the distance, he vaguely saw the shape of a house. He didn't have time to look closely, but Wang Lin propped his umbrella and walked closer. When he got closer, he saw that it was an abandoned temple. Creaking sounds echoed in this rainy night, giving off a sinister feeling as it entered one's ears. The temple wasn't large and was broken. There were 2 doors to the temple, with one closed. The red paint on the door had faded and the ring on the door was covered in rust. Rain gathered on the rusted ring and dripped down. The other temple door was broken badly. Although it was still slightly connected to the frame, it could no longer be closed. It constantly rocked under the wind and rain, giving off the creaking sound Wang Lin was hearing. As wind and rain became larger, the door rocked even more violently as if it was going to be blown off the frame. Wang Lin quickly walked closer and looked at the temple before walking in. The yard of the temple was covered in gravel and weeds. The wind and rain caused the weeds to bend, and the rattling of the rain mixed in with the creaking door. There was a flash of lightning followed by rumbling thunder that lit up the world, allowing Wang Lin to see everything inside the temple. Wang Lin exclaimed and subconsciously took a few steps back. He saw several white skeletons at the edge of the temple. His heart pounded and his face turned pale, but the rain was getting heavier. He clenched his teeth and ignored the bones of the people that had died here an unknown amount of years ago as he walked into the temple. A large statue dozens of feet tall was inside the temple. It was impossible to see its appearance, and its color had long faded. It was broken everywhere. There was water inside the temple. Many of the roof tiles were broken, so rain fell in, causing a lot of water to gather in the ground. A cold aura surrounded this temple. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his face turned pale. He first bowed toward statue before finding a place without water to place his bamboo backpack. Then he placed some dried branches before him and tried to light them. These branches weren't completely dry, so Wang Lin failed to light them up after many attempts. His body was very cold and he trembled as he attempted to light them again. However, just at this moment, a bolt of thunder exploded inside the temple. The resulting rumble caused Wang Lin's hands to shake. A huge shadow appeared and surrounded the area. Who? Wang Lin suddenly looked up, suppressing the shock in his heart, and looked at the door. His voice was very loud, almost a roar. Just as the thunder dispersed, it caused the person who was about to enter the temple to tremble in fear. Who? A frightening voice came from outside. A middle-aged man wearing rags who seemed to have just climbed out of the water took a few steps back before falling over. After taking a closer look at Wang Lin inside the temple, the middle-aged man relaxed a bit. He quickly entered the temple and glared at Wang Lin. Then he vigorously patted his chest and roared at Wang Lin. "You scared me!" Wang Lin was startled for a moment and revealed a wry smile. He relaxed and then clasped his hands at the middle-aged man and apologized. "The night was dark and I couldn't see clearly. The thunder also came too suddenly, so I hope brother won't mind." The middle-aged man snorted, and after muttering for a bit, he no longer paid attention to Wang Lin. He sat down on the side and reached into his sleeve to take out half of a wet chicken leg. While looking at it, he burst into tears. His cry was extremely sad in this rainy night, and this caused Wang Lin to feel a chill. Wang Lin moved further away and finally lit up the branches before him. Under the flickering fire, everything inside the temple became more clear. The middle-aged man cried and cried as he took a bite of the wet chicken leg before he started to grin. Then he let out a loud laugh which startled Wang Lin. "A madman!" Wang Lin moved further away. If not for the rain outside, he would have chosen to leave. Although this was next to the official road, if a madman appeared in the middle of a rainy night, it was still chilling. The middle-aged man laughed and laughed before crying again. "They don't care about me, they don't care about me. I can't remember who I am." His cries filled the temple and made Wang Lin feel pity. He turned to look at the madman and sighed. "The lifelike dream before one awakens. Life is like a play. But who am I? Dreaming is living and waking up is dying, or the dream is dying and waking up is living. The moments of closing and opening the eyes are the moments of life and death, or perhaps it is when one can't separate the real and fake lives. This life is a reincarnation cycle, and perhaps it is also a karmic cycle. However, when will I awaken?" Wang Lin murmured, then confusion filled his eyes. During these days, his dreams had caused him to become confused. As he thought for the past 7 days, he vaguely felt something. With a sigh, Wang Lin took out dried food from his backpack and looked at the fire before him. He listened to the rain outside the temple and began to silently eat the dried food. The rain leisurely fell from the sky, shrouding the mountain, the earth, and the temple. In this temple, next to the fire, 2 dream souls that didn't seem to belong to this world entered. One looked at the fire and one gnawed at the chicken leg. The statue between the 2 of them had an elusive smile, as if it was looking at the 2 of them. In a trance, Wang Lin looked at the fire, but he was interrupted by the sound of swallowing saliva. He looked around to see the middle-aged man not far away looking at the dried food in his hand. The middle-aged man constantly licked his lips and revealed a pitiful look. Looking at the man, Wang Lin smiled. At this moment, he didn't feel like the middle-aged man was a stranger, he just felt pity. "Here you go." Wang Lin took out dried food from his bamboo backpack and passed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and after swallowing his saliva, he rushed over. He grabbed the dried food and devoured it in just 2 bites. "Delicious, delicious. This king hasn't eaten for several days. Why do I call myself king?" The middle-aged man frozen for a moment and shook his head. He no longer thought about it and looked pitifully at Wang Lin. Wang Lin took out a few more pieces of dried food and handed them over. He softly asked, "What's your name? Why are you here? Where is your family?" The middle-aged man gave him an unspeakable reason. The more he made contact with this middle-aged man, the stronger the feeling became. It was as if they knew each other before, and now there was a feeling of guilt in his heart. The middle-aged man took the dried food and was about to eat. He was startled by Wang Lin's words, and then began to cry as he looked at the dried food in his hand. "I don't know what my name is. When I woke up, I was in the mountains. I can't think of anything. Golden light. I remember waking up surrounded by golden light and a lot of people trying to catch up. Humph, humph. But they can't find me." The middle-aged man cried and his voice became blurry. Wang Lin's gaze became even more gentle. Seeing the man devouring his dried food, which he didn't have much of left, in a few bites again, He shook his head and smiled. He then took out his water pouch and handed it to the madman. The middle-aged man drank a few big mouthfuls and then let out a hiccup. He looked at the smiling Wang Lin and handed over the chicken leg had in his hand. Here you go. This chicken leg is not tasty anymore. Wang Lin smiled and took the chicken leg. He didn't eat it but wrapped it and placed it inside his backpack. The rain outside the temple became even heavier, with the thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. The temple's door continued to swing with the wind and would sometimes hit the wall. Aside from the creaking sounds, there was now also the sound of the door banging on the wall. The entire world became dark, with only the fire in the temple leaking out. It was a faint light in this dark world. Wang Lin and the middle-aged man sat next to the fire. Warmth slowly appeared within their wet clothes. Wang Lin looked at the fire and softly said, "Perhaps it's good to not know who you are. Sometimes even if you know who you are, you can't help but think you're in someone else's dream. I have been dreaming a lot lately, and that dream is so real. I can't separate it from reality." The middle-aged man drank a mouthful of water and murmured as he shook his head. "Says who? Try to think of how painful it is not knowing who you are. Humph, humph, if it was me, it wouldn't matter if it was a dream as long as I'm happy. As long as I'm happy, it's all good." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The man's words touched him. "As long as I'm happy, then it's all good. My dream is to pass the imperial examen so that my parents can have a good life and not be looked down upon by our relatives." Wang Lin silently pondered for a long time and then nodded. Wang Lin looked up. He put more dried branches into the fire and asked, "What are you? What are your dreams?" The middle-aged man yawned and seemed sleepy. When he heard Wang Lin, he suddenly became spirited and began speaking excitedly. "Me, I have many dreams. I want a lot of spirit stones. I want a lot of silver. I want a lot of delicious food." As he spoke, he swallowed. "What is a spirit stone?" Wang Lin was startled. "Spirit stone? I said spirit stone. But what is spirit stone?" The middle-aged man was also startled. He scratched his head and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and then smiled. He didn't question more and began to talk with the madman. The two of them seemed to have endless words to say to each other. The madman was originally sleepy, but the more he spoke, the more excited he became. He didn't know why, but Wang Lin gave him a warming feeling, like a relative. The wind outside howled and would occasionally blow into the temple, causing the fire to flicker. It would also bring in a chill, but it no longer made the two of them feel cold. Even the elusive smile from the statue behind them slowly softened. A sense of warmth shrouded the temple and dispersed the coldness here. It was late into the night, but not only had the rain not stopped, it had become even stronger. The fire before Wang Lin slowly weakened because dried branches weren't added, so it seemed like it could go out at any moment. "I'll tell you a secret. I have never told this secret to anyone else," the middle-aged man said to Wang Lin mysteriously. Wang Lin looked at him and nodded with a smile. He revealed a look of interest. The middle-aged man stretched out his right hand before Wang Lin. Look here. What do you see?" The middle-aged man pointed at his right wrist and became even more smug. However, aside from it being dirty, there was nothing there. Wang Lin looked at it for a while and bitterly shook his head. You can't see anything? Impossible. Wait and let me go wash." The middle-aged man quickly ran to some water in the temple and watched his right arm. Then he returned to Wang Lin, raised his right hand again, and mysteriously whispered, "You see it now?" Wang Lin's expression turned strange and he shook his head again. He indeed didn't see anything. The middle-aged man became furious and roared at Wang Lin. "Take a closer look. Widen your eyes and take a look. How can you not see? You liar, you clearly see it." Wang Lin rubbed his forehead and held the middle-aged man's right hand before his eyes. After looking for a bit, he smiled and nodded. "I see it. I indeed see it. I'm good, right? I'm gonna find this person. He should know me." The middle-aged man sat on the side and looked at his arm. He slowly went into a daze. "I need to find him. I faintly have a feeling that he promised to take care of me. He promised to take me to play. But he left. No one is left to care about me. I'm the only one left. I'm going to find him. I have to find him. As he muttered, his expression dimmed and he curled up as he looked at his arm. His voice grew weaker until he fell asleep. Wang Lin let out a sigh and got up to take out a thick cloth. Not caring that the middle-aged man was dirty, Wang Lin placed his cloth over him. This seemed to disturb the middle-aged man, who grabbed the cloth and turned before falling back to sleep. His right arm was facing Wang Lin. Wang Lin sat next to the fire and watched the gradually weakening flames. He silently pondered in this silent temple with the rain still falling outside. His heart was no longer confused. Dreams were only dreams. Nothing would change. Even if this was just a dream, he was still going to be happy. He was still going to walk forward with determination. Let's just say that dream is my other life. Although that life was wonderful and even magnificent, the sadness and loneliness from that dream makes one's heart ache. Wang Lin seemed to gain an understanding of some things. At this moment, the fire dimmed and completely extinguished. The smoke rose and darkness shrouded the temple once more. Wang Lin leaned against the pillar and was about to sleep while the middle-aged man snored. Just as he was about to close his eyes suddenly widened and he turned to look at the middle-aged man. Now that the temple was dark, there was a faint golden light coming from the middle-aged man. This light came from his wrist, where there was a faint palm print. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed the madman's right wrist and left this print. Looking at the palm print, a very familiar feeling appeared in Wang Lin's heart. He was startled for a long time and then looked at his own hand. However, the palm print was blurry, so it was impossible to make out. Wang Lin was startled for a long time and then shook his head. The rain fell all night and didn't stop until dawn. The fragrance of the earth permeated the world and drifted into the temple. One night, no dream. Wang Lin opened his eyes and stretched his body. Looking at the sky outside the temple, he stretched his stiff body. He looked at the middle-aged man who was still snoring. The middle-aged man's right arm had returned to normal. The golden palm print could no longer be seen. Hiding the doubt in the bottom of his heart, Wang Lin packed his clothes and changed into a clean outfit. He then pushed the middle-aged man a few times. Seeing the middle-aged man wake up, he clasped his hands and smiled. Our meeting last night can considered fate. My name is Wang Lin. I still have to take the imperial exam, if we can. As Wang Lin was speaking, he stopped. The madman had his head lowered and looked crestfallen. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin kept 1 day of dried food and took out the rest. He placed it before the madman and whispered, I need to go. You can definitely find that person. Definitely. Somehow he felt reluctant. He looked at the middle-aged man before letting out a sigh and heading out of the temple. However, before he walked out of the door, he heard the madman cry. They all left me. He left and you left. No one cares about me. Wang Lin's footsteps stopped and he looked at the sky outside. After a moment, he turned around and looked at the crying middle-aged man inside the temple. He softly said, I'm missing a book, boy. You're a bit old, but it should be no problem. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't know that what he had said was like a reincarnation cycle. Back when he first saw the madman, he faintly felt like he had seen him before. It was back in the human trial in the Fallen Land, where he saw another version of himself and the housekeeper-like book boy. That person held the wine and was constantly worried about the money for the wine. At this time, there were a lot of scholars from villages, towns, and cities all over the country of Zhao heading to the capital for the imperial exam. They were alone, like Wang Lin, or in groups 3 to 5, heading to the 49 province capitals. Only after passing this exam could they head to the city of Su to take the second exam. The city of Su had become famous due to one person. His name was Su Dao, the country of Zhao's head scholar. His existence had caused the city of Su to become the capital of scholars in the country of Zhao. The person that stood out the most in the exam in the city of Su would become the chosen Su. All the chosen Sus would go to the capital of Zhao, where they would either soar into the sky or quietly leave. Wang Lin walked along the road. carrying the expectations from his parents and his own vision of the future. Behind him was the middle-aged man, now wearing new clothes. He had a bamboo backpack on his back and he hummed a song he had heard in some unknown place. He looked very relaxed. The sky was gray, but there was no rain. However, the trace of water on the official road gave off a chilly aura. The soil and water seemed to fuse together, making the path very muddy. Originally, it would only take a bit over half a day to reach the city. But Wang Lin and the middle-aged man didn't see the city until dusk. The sunset released bursts of orange light that pierced through the clouds and landed on the city. At a glance, it gave off the sense of a road leading to the end. Finally here, Wang Lin let out a big breath and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Along the way, he had experienced a lot of things. Thinking back, even he found it very strange. Big fortune, the city is ahead of us. We are going to stay there for a while. Wang Lin smiled and looked at the book boy behind him. I don't like that name. The middle-aged man shook his head with a bitter expression. I think it's very good. That name is good. Wang Lin laughed and led Big Fortune to the city gate. After taking out the token he got from the village, they were examined by the soldiers and allowed inside. Although it was dusk, the city was still lively. There were many people on the street. They were scholars that had come from all over for the exam. Wang Lin arrived a bit late, so he and Big Fortune didn't find any open rooms even after checking 4 or 5 inns. Seeing the sky become darker and darker, Wang Lin became anxious. Luckily, the last inn had one empty room. Although the price was a bit high, thunder started rumbling across the sky. The rain that had stopped showed signs of appearing once more. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and had Big Fortune take out the silver. Big Fortune took out the silver he had been holding for Wang Lin. His heart ached as he took out a bit and unwillingly handed it over while muttering to himself. Not much silver. Heartache. I seem to have experienced something before and know that silver is very important. As he muttered, the waiter looked at Wang Lin and the middle-aged man with scorn. He lazily led them to the guest room. He had seen many scholars like Wang Lin. Some were generous and others were very poor like Wang Lin. Wang Lin had a simple personality. Although he had noticed the waiter's expression, he didn't take it to heart. The room wasn't big, but it was suitable for 2 people. However, a musty smell wafted out of the room when the door was opened, causing Wang Lin to frown. This kind of smell was unavoidable in this season unless it was a very good inn. After eating some simple food, Wang Lin lied on the bed with his cloth and looked at the oil lamp on the table. He could hear Big Fortune's loud snoring. The bedding gave off a sense of moisture, and it was very uncomfortable to lie in. After tossing around for a long time, Wang Lin still couldn't sleep, so he got up with a sigh. Big Fortune continued to snore as Wang Lin sat down at the table. He took out a book and began reading using the lamp on the table. As he read, thunder rumbled in the sky and lightning flashed. This thunder was very intense. This thunder didn't dissipate but lasted for a long time. The continuous rumbles awakened many people in the city. The wind blew even more strongly, making it seem as if the sky above the city was torn open. Endless wind howled and swept the earth. Large amounts of muddy sand were blown into the air and rain continued to hit the window of every home. Popping sounds came from the window in Wang Lin's room as if the wind was going to break through. Wang Lin wasn't able to focus on reading. He frowned and raised his head. Just at this moment, the window was suddenly violently pushed open by the wind. The 2 shutters started to hit the frame around them. The gusts of wind also brought in water through the window. The fire on the table was extinguished and the room went dark. Wang Lin's hair was blown by the wind and even his clothes fluttered violently. As the rain and wind invaded the room, even the book in Wang Lin's hand was almost blown away. Wang Lin exclaimed and quickly got up. He faced the wind and walked up to the window to close it. Just as he got close, thunderous rumbles echoed. It seemed like this violent sound was coming from the window, which shook Wang Lin's mind. Just at this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed before Wang Lin. A bright light flashed, shrouding the sleeping city. At this moment, Wang Lin saw a small portion of the city in the dark night. When he saw this, he was startled. He saw the white bird that he had seen in his dream on the way here. The white bird circled amidst the wind and thunder. It seemed to notice Wang Lin's gaze. The white bird looked at Wang Lin. At this moment their gazes met. The thunder became even more intense and lightning flashed nonstop. As the sky flickered with the light from the lightning, Wang Lin's mind rumbled. He remained still, feeling as if some thoughts were slowly gathering in his mind. These thoughts eventually turned into a blurry voice. That voice was filled with confusion and sounded ancient. It echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. Karma? What is karma? Karma? What is it? Wind blew into the window and continued to hit Wang Lin's body. He stood in front of the window and allowed the wind to hit him, the rain to fall, the thunder to rumble, the lightning to flash. In his eyes, everything in the world beside that white bird had disappeared. The bird flapped its wings and turned into a ray of light that charged toward Wang Lin. Closed in an instant and landed on the window. It closed its wings and silently looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at it for a long time. Wang Lin murmured, "Is it you talking to me? Karma, what is it?" Confusion appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The bird looked profoundly at Wang Lin before it flew off the window. It circled a few times in the sky before letting out a cry and disappearing into the dark clouds. Although it had left, the thunder in the sky continued to rumble. As the rumbles became even more intense, they seemed to disturb Wang Lin's thoughts. He subconsciously frowned and pointed outside with his finger. With this, there was flash of thunder in his right eye. As the mark flashed, the thunder in the sky stopped. It was as if there was a will beyond the thunder that caused it to retreat. It was as if this will was the king of thunder and could control endless thunder. If it wanted the thunder to retreat, the thunder had to retreat. Even the endless lightning seemed to have extinguished with this point of his finger. Even wind collapsed before this finger and was pushed back. Along with it went the rain seemed to have a spirit, and it was terrified. In the blink of an eye the rain stopped. What stopped was only the rain above the city. Under the pressure the will that was like the king of thunder, all the rain in the country of Zhao seemed to stop. The thunder collapsed, the lightning shattered, and the dark clouds dissipated. There were cultivators flying in the sky of Zhao, including Wang Zhua, Su Fei, Zhou Rui, and company. They had been flying in the rain, but they were all shocked and terrified at this moment. Before him was an old man. The old man looked back, and endless shock filled his eyes. This aura! My God! What kind of cultivation level is this? In the other side of Zhao, two rays of light appeared when the dark clouds collapsed, revealing a man and a woman. The woman was Lu Mei. Her face was pale and she looked back with confusion in her eyes. The expression of the man next to her changed greatly, and he almost exclaimed out loud. Also in the country of Zhao, in the city of Teng, the Teng family nascent soul-old monster, Teng Huayuan, was cultivating. At this moment, he opened his eyes upon feeling something frightening. At the peak of the Hangyu sect, there was an old man in a yellow robe looking at the sky and frowning. He was Huang Long, but at this moment, his expression was very serious. His hand continued to form seals until it trembled and blood flowed out from his nails. His eyes revealed a strange color, as if he didn't dare to believe it. How is this possible? In a place far away on planet Suzaku, there was a strong sect. This sect was strong enough to sweep across all rank 5 countries. This sect was filled with souls, and the howling of ghosts echoed. From a distance, it looked like a giant flag. There was a person sitting in the sky filled with souls. He was a middle-aged man, and he was Dun Tian's senior brother. I can't find it. This old man has divinated 37 times and hasn't succeeded once. Could it be that my soul-refining sect really has no hope left? Could it be that my soul-refining sect has no chance of rising again, no chance of continuing on? The middle-aged man seemed to go crazy and began to laugh. However, just at this moment, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. His eyes narrowed and his hands formed a seal. He began divinating like crazy. The man's expression changed rapidly. He consumed large amounts of life force and divinated 9 times, but the result of all 9 times were the same. This was an unbelievable and even absurd result to him. While pondering, his body flickered and he disappeared without a trace. He used teleportation and charged toward the country of Zhao. In a city inside Zhao, the world had become peaceful. In the second floor of an inn, Wang Lin stood before the window and his murmurs echoed. Karma, what is karma? The night slowly passed. Wang Lin unknowingly returned to the table and stared at the extinguished candlestick in a daze. That voice continued to echo in his mind until it replaced everything. He had forgotten to close the window. There was no wind or rain anymore. The sun rose into the sky and light shined on the earth. The people that got up were surprised to find that the dark clouds that had shrouded them for over half a month had all disappeared. The bright sky had no cloud as far as the eye could see. The sunlight gently shined on their bodies and gave people vitality once more. It seemed the summer had come a bit early this year. It seemed the rainy season had left a bit early this year. Big Fortune also awakened. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the sky outside the window. He immediately smiled, pointed out the window proudly, and began to roar. I had a dream last night. With a point of my finger, the thunder stopped. Haha, look how powerful I am. Humph, humph, it seems I'm indeed not ordinary. It is a pity. Wang Lin's thoughts became hidden in his mind when the sun appeared. He hadn't slept all night, but he didn't feel tired. However, a swelling pain came from between his eyebrows. He rubbed his brow and looked at Big Fortune. After seeing the smile on Big Fortune, he felt happy as well. You're powerful. It was your dream that caused the thunderstorm to disappear. Okay. Big Fortune became excited and felt even more proud. Time quickly passed. The county imperial exam would be held in 5 days. All the scholars that had come to take the exam waited for these 5 days to pass. On the morning of the 6th day, the sky was still sunny and all the scholars rushed out from the various inns toward the different exam grounds. During these 5 days, Wang Lin had gone to the office to submit his entry and find his exam location. Other than that, he didn't leave his inn at all. He spent all his time reading. He was very nervous because if he passed, he could continue, but if he failed, he would have to start from the beginning. He would have to return to the village and silently wait for a few years before another test began. Wang Lin didn't want to fail. He couldn't bear to see his parents' disheartened expressions. He didn't want his failure to cause his relatives to give his parents those fake comforting gazes that were in actually mocking them. Big Fortune was suffocated during these 5 days. He was very active and had gone out by himself while Wang Lin was studying. He wandered the city and gradually met some people. He managed to learn to be even more stingy. On the 6th day, Wang Lin bathed and burned some incense. He then changed into a white scholar robe and let out a sigh of relief. He put on the bamboo backpack and walked toward the exam ground. He was going to the 3rd exam ground that was on the west side of the city. The street was very lively and stalls filled both sides of the road. The stalls had been set out early so the students taking the exam could buy food. At a glance, there were many scholars rushing toward the exam locations. They were in a rush, worried, or very nervous. Even when eating, they would often devour the food in a few bites and quickly leave. Wang Lin took a few deep breaths and slowly calmed himself. After eating a few buns, he arrived outside the exam area with Big Fortune. There were many people here, but there was no noise. Most people had their eyes closed, recalling what they had read. 2 officials wearing robes coldly looked at the scholars. Because of them, there was a dignified atmosphere here. Wang Lin calmly stood there as he looked at the exam area, and he gradually calmed down. Big Fortune looked around a lot, but the more he looked, the more gloomy he became. He saw that the other book boys were all a lot younger than him. In comparison, he was out of place. After muttering a few words, Big Fortune took out some buns and took some big bites. Shortly after, the exam arrived. A bell chime seemed to come from the distance and echoed across the entire city. It was a heavy sound. The moment the bell rang, all the scholars opened their eyes and their expressions turned serious. The tension instantly reappeared. One of the officials rolled his eyes and slowly said, "Enter the exam room." If anyone has notes, get rid of them yourself. Don't be found later and get disqualified. After the scholar entered the exam room, everyone was searched. After making sure there were no notes, they were allowed in. When it was Wang Lin's turn, it was the same. After examining his bamboo backpack, they allowed him to enter. Big Fortune waved his hands at Wang Lin and began to roar. Even though the surrounding people frowned at him and looked at him with disdain, he didn't care. Wang Lin smiled and waved at Big Fortune outside before heading in. After finding the seat with his name, Wang Lin calmly sat down and paid attention to the inspector of the exam. Once all the scholars sat down, they turned over their exams and became focused. Only when the inspector took out the sealed exam paper did the sounds of writing start to echo across the room. Wang Lin calmly grinded ink and looked at the blank paper before him. He didn't write for a long time. The exam would last for a whole day, giving people plenty of time to think. The people that were meditating like Wang Lin had collected their thoughts and began to write. Soon, Wang Lin was the only one who was still pondering. The subject of this test was a painting. The painting was very simple. There was a mountain with a single tree on top. There seemed to be wind causing the tree to shake. There were a few sketches under the mountain. It seemed like there was a family guarding the mountain. The intent of this painting was very clear. It basically meant that ability was the pillar. All the other scholars knew this, and the essays they wrote all revolved around this. However, when Wang Lin saw the painting, the voice from 5 days ago appeared once more. Karma? What is it? Karma. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Some people were already finished writing. They held up their papers and blew on them to dry the rest of the ink. Their faces were filled with joy as they shook their heads and began to meditate. Only Wang Lin was still silently sitting there with confusion in his eyes and still hadn't written anything. This kind of thing was rare, and the inspectors couldn't help but pay more attention to Wang Lin. People gradually began to leave the exam ground. Some were proud and some looked crestfallen. They either left alone or with their book boys. The sun began to set and the exam room became dark. There wasn't much time left, only half an hour. The last scholar aside from Wang Lin got up with a sigh. He looked at Wang Lin and shook his head before leaving. If you can't do it, then leave quickly. Don't waste our time. An inspector frowned as he walked next to Wang Lin and knocked on the table. Wang Lin didn't look up but closed his eyes. A few moments later, he opened his eyes and added some water to his ink. His eyes shined brightly and he began to quickly write on the paper. What is karma? I seek a wooden house, but this mountain has no wood. So I plant this lone tree. During sunrise I harvest the branches. During midday I harvest the wood. And during sunset, I harvest the roots. Wang Lin seemed to have forgotten what was going on in his surroundings as the ancient voice echoed around him. The painting filled his mind as he wrote down his thoughts and questions. Eh? The inspector standing beside Wang Lin looked at this paper and was startled before taking a closer look. Soon, more inspectors were attracted and came to look. Some scoffed at a glance and left. Soon, the remaining inspectors all shook their heads and walked away. What is karma? Planting the tree is karmic cause and harvesting the wood is karmic effect. The day the house took form, it also became a karmic cycle. Wang Lin put down his pen and looked at it deeply. The brightness in his eyes dissipated and was replaced with confusion. He sighed as he clasped his hands at the last elderly inspector. He then cleaned up his stuff and left the exam area. After he left, the old inspector picked up Wang Lin's paper and carefully read it again. He seemed to enter a trance and gained some enlightenment. He remembered Wang Lin's name on the paper. This kind of insight into karma came from a teenager? This person might not become a pillar of the courts, but he will become great scholar. The old inspector pondered for a long time before circling Wang Lin's name. Wang Lin walked out of the exam area. He spotted Big Fortune, who had been waiting all day and had fallen asleep leaning against a tree. He smiled and was about to wake him up when the world suddenly darkened. There seemed to be a ghostly howl, and the darkness shrouded Wang Lin and Big Fortune. It seemed to separate them from the rest of the city. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe walked out of the black wind. A cold aura filled his body as he looked at Wang Lin. This old man won't hurt you. You only have to answer one question. He was the soul refining sect's Dun Tian's senior brother. Almost all the scholars in this country had been found by him, and he had asked them the same question. Then he erased their memories in disappointment and searched for the next person. Back when Wang Lin unconsciously blasted away the storm, Dun Tian's senior brother felt something. He then spent a large amount of life force to divinate 9 times. He was going to find the future of the soul refining sect. He was going to find the soul refining sect a path to survival. The 9 divinations all gave him an extremely absurd conclusion. He didn't believe it at first, but after coming to the same result 9 times, he had to believe it. All the divinations pointed to the country of Zhao. They pointed toward a specific country and a scholar inside that county. As a result, he came with his expectations high along with a feeling of absurdity. After arriving in this country, he spent a few days questioning almost every single scholar, but he didn't get a satisfactory answer. Those scholars were only mortals. How could they answer this question? With the middle-aged man's cultivation level, forget the country of Zhao. He was considered extremely powerful across the entire planet. Soul transformation, just one step from ascendant. The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves and the black wind roared. Endless ghosts roared inside, surrounding Wang Lin and Big Fortune. This caused this area to separate from the world and become blurry. Big Fortunate was still sleeping. His snores echoed and seemed to be out of place. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the man that had walked out from the dark world. This person was an immortal. Wang Lin understood this, but he wasn't afraid at all. He could see that while the middle-aged man seemed powerful, he was in fact extremely weak. Wang Lin didn't understand why. It seemed that ever since that voice had appeared in his mind during that rainy night, a strange change had happened to his body. This change was an inexplicable feeling, and it became even more apparent just after he finished writing the answer to the test. He calmly looked at the middle-aged man that walked over and slowly said, "Speak." The middle-aged man was surprised. He stood several feet from Wang Lin and carefully looked at Wang Lin. In his eyes, Wang Lin was very ordinary, a true mortal and not a cultivator. However, Wang Lin's calm expression allowed the middle-aged man to see something extraordinary. All the scholars he had encountered had crumbled before him. The fear and terror they felt required him to use a spell to soothe them before they could speak. Wang Lin was the first person he had met that was so calm. This couldn't even be described as calm. From what the middle-aged man saw, Wang Lin seemed to not care about his presence at all. It was as if Wang Lin didn't think of him as an immortal but as a mortal. It has to be said that with his cultivation level, even mortal emperors would have to tremble in fear and treat him like an ancestor. The invisible pressure around him wasn't something a mortal could resist. Even cultivators would be suppressed with fear. This middle-aged man had only encountered something like this twice in his life. Both of the mortals that he met that were this calm were the greatest scholars on planet Suzaku. These great scholars had comprehended the heavens and could see through the world. They had powerful auras and were not afraid of ghosts or the supernatural. Although even a chi condensation cultivator could kill them, the higher one's cultivation level, the more they would feel an aura similar to that of a cultivator within the scholars. If someone like this were to cultivate, they would be a natural. Wang Lin was the third person that gave him this feeling. After pondering for a bit, the middle-aged man clasped his hands at Wang Lin. This old man is soul refining sect master, Nian Tian. One line to read the heavens. The word Nian covers everything. Good name. Wang Lin smiled and clasped his hands at the middle-aged man. The aura of a great scholar became even stronger on his body. The howling ghosts slowly retreated as if they were afraid to get close. Even the howling weakened until it disappeared completely. This shocked the middle-aged man. He took a deep breath and hope appeared in his eyes. He faintly felt that he would find his answer from his person. It was likely that his 9 divinations all pointed to this person. This old man wants to ask if my soul refining sect has a path to survival. I hope you can resolve this old man's 100-year question. Nian Tian looked sincere and clasped his hands at Wang Lin again. The inheritance of his sect was very important, and asking a mortal was very strange. Even Nian Tian himself thought it was absurd, but with 9 divinations coming to the same result, he had to believe it. Luckily, Wang Lin's extraordinary calmness allowed him to see hope as he waited for Wang Lin's answer. After hearing this question, Wang Lin was startled and silently pondered. I can't answer it. After a long time, Wang Lin shook his head. He had no idea what the soul refining sect was. He could only roughly guess that it was an immortal sect. The middle-aged man didn't speak and revealed a bitter expression. He shook his head and let out a sigh. He looked at the sky and felt that his behavior was really unreasonable. He was asking this mortal about the fate of his sect. This old man has disturbed you. You are a great scholar, so this old man won't erase your memory. Ah! The old man revealed a wry smile. He waved his sleeves and turned to leave. His figure gave off a sense of depression and confusion as he walked away. Wang Lin looked at the bleak figure. He could faintly feel an invisible mountain weighing on this person. Under the weight of the mountain, this middle-aged man looked even more miserable. Wang Lin thought about his dreams. He remembered the voice that echoed in his mind and calmly said, "Take me to see the soul-refining sect." The middle-aged man that was about to leave stopped and turned to look at Wang Lin. After a long time, he nodded and pointed at Wang Lin. The black wind gathered from all directions around Wang Lin. Then the middle-aged man stepped into the sky and disappeared along with Wang Lin. In the county, no one noticed the spell that was used outside the test area. No mortal could even see the black wind that had appeared. Under the tree, Big Fortune was still snoring. He muttered a bit before continuing his sleep. Planet Suzaku, in the sky above the soul-refining sect, Wang Lin appeared with a pale expression, but he was extremely calm. The black wind surrounded him and allowed him to stand firm. Beside him was Nian Tian. This is my soul-refining sect. Nian Tian pointed at the land below and a rumble echoed. The black fog covering the sect scattered and the entire soul-refining sect entered Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin looked at the soul-refining sect beside him and a familiar feeling appeared from the bottom of his heart. He felt like he had been here before in his dreams, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't think of anything. A moment later, Wang Lin softly said, "I want to go walk around." "Good." Nian Tian didn't hesitate. He controlled the wind for Wang Lin, leading him to the soul-refining sect. There were many cultivators in the sect, and the opening of the sect attracted their attention. When they walked out, they immediately saw Wang Lin and Nian Tian. "Greetings, sect master." Voices echoed. The cultivators of the soul-refining sect all had strange expressions. They could all see that Wang Lin was immortal, but they didn't know why the sect master would bring Wang Lin here. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion as he walked through the soul-refining sect. He felt that this place was very familiar, and he even knew ahead of time the dangers that were here. The more he walked, the stronger this feeling became. Under a mountain peak, Wang Lin stopped. There were many caves in this mountain, and they could be seen from below. The familiar feeling became even stronger. It was as if he had lived here at some unknown time. Nian Tian still followed Wang Lin and accompanied him as he walked through the soul-refining sect. His eyes revealed a mysterious light as he looked at Wang Lin. Most of the day slowly passed, and Wang Lin finally arrived next to the main mountain in the soul-refining sect. Looking at the main mountain, it was surrounded by black fog rings that led into the sky. It was a majestic sight. At this moment, the sky dimmed. Wang Lin looked at the main peak. Although the familiar feeling was there, it was missing something. After a long time, he shook his head and was about to speak. A roar came from the main mountain and a figure appeared in the fog at the peak. He stepped toward Wang Lin and Nian Tian. "Senior brother, this person is?" As the ancient voice echoed, the black shadow closed in. He was also a middle-aged man, and his gaze swept across Wang Lin. "Dun Tian, this person is a scholar that I invited here. You are in the middle of fusing with the flag. Don't be distracted. Quickly go back into closed-door cultivation." There was a complex emotion in Nian Tian's eyes as he spoke. Dun Tian smiled. Wang Lin was only immortal in his eyes. Although he had taken a glance, he didn't bother remembering Wang Lin. He turned around and disappeared. Although he was like this, when Wang Lin saw Dun Tian, his mind rumbled as if he had thought of something. Looking at Dun Tian's retreating figure, 2 lines of tears started flowing down from the corners of his eyes for some reason. Just at this moment, a white bird flew across the soul-refining sect, passed by while letting out a series of cries. Hundreds of years from now, on the day you die, a man will come here. He will be the path to survival for your soul-refining sect. Wang Lin murmured as he looked at Dun Tian's back, and even more tears appeared. Nian Tian trembled. He looked at Wang Lin for a long time and clasped his hands. He didn't believe this completely, but he remembered it in his heart. He didn't tell Dun Tian this. It wouldn't until hundreds of years from now, when he was dying, that the words of that unforgettable scholar would appear in his mind. On his deathbed, he recalled the words of the no-name scholar formed hundreds of years ago. Those words seemed to fill his mind until the moment his life ended and he became one of the primary souls of the soul flag. His divine sense spread out for the last time at the end of his life and spread across the soul-refining sect. He saw a man who had fled from a faraway place and mixed in among the soul-refining sect disciples. A very ordinary-looking person. When he saw that moment, Nian Tian's divine sense trembled like never before. He was shocked to find that this person was the scholar he had questioned hundreds of years ago. With confusion and an unimaginable speculation, his divine sense dissipated. His soul became part of the soul flag. Wang Lin was sent back to the city in Zhao and stood next to the tree outside the test area. Big Fortune was still sleeping there. Everything that had happened felt like a dream. Karma. I understand a little. Wang Lin looked at the sky and saw the white bird again. The white bird circled in the sky before slowly disappearing into the clouds. After waking up Big Fortune, the two returned to the inn. The moonlight fell from the sky and stretched out their shadows. The ranking was going to be placed a few days after the test. All the scholars anxiously waited for that day to come. Those who entered the ranking would have a chance of going to the next test. This chance was to go the city of Su to participate in the exam there and have a chance to fly to the heavens. Once they obtained the title of Chosen Su, they would have a chance to go to the capital of Zhao for their last struggle. If they were talented enough to obtain the appreciation of head scholar Su, they would instantly become famous. If they could become Su Dao's disciple, the glory they could obtain would be unimaginable. This was the desire of almost all the scholars in Zhao. Less than 50 people in the entire county would have the chance to go to the city of Su. Although Wang Lin's name was not on the top of the list, he was among these 50 people. When Wang Lin saw his own name, he didn't feel excited. He calmly looked at the ranking and left with the excited and proud Big Fortune. He went to the city hall to confirm his identity and obtain the certification for the next exam and the silver reward issued by the imperial court. What caused Big Fortune to become excited was not that Wang Lin had gotten on the ranking but the silver. His experiences during this short month had unknowingly changed Wang Lin, or one could say that he should have always been like this. Those dreams still existed every night, and he had grown used to them. His mentality had changed. He no longer felt lost. He no longer felt confused or worried about the failing the exam. What would be obtained would still be obtained, and what would be lost would still be lost. Nothing was worth anything, only the heart remained the same. The heart was as calm as the water in the well. It was like looking at a mountain as a mountain, then seeing a mountain not as a mountain, and then seeing a mountain as a mountain again. In this short period of time, not even he realized how much he had changed. The aura of a great scholar gradually grew on his body. Among the countless scholars, his straight back and calm eyes stood out like a pearl. Like cultivators that coldly look down at their fellow cultivators. Life is like a dream. I'm not willing to wake up from this dream. There were many scholars celebrating and even more feeling depressed when Wang Lin left the city with Big Fortune. Just like how he came, he calmly left. Big Fortune followed Wang Lin and continued to calculate their silver. He would sometimes mutter and reveal an expression of heartache. At the gate of the city, Wang Lin stopped and his gaze fell on a wine stand not far away. Big Fortune, go buy wine. He suddenly wanted to drink even though he had gotten seriously drunk after just 2 cups before. There is very little silver and you want to drink wine? Big Fortune rolled his eyes as he grabbed the cloth around his chest and shook his head. What does this silver count as? Thousands of gold coins can be scattered, and they will always come back. Quickly, go buy wine. Wang Lin smiled and pushed Big Fortune. Big Fortune struggled and let out a long sigh. He arrived next to the wine stand unwillingly and began to bargain in a way that made Wang Lin gobsmacked. He even played dirty, and in the end the liquor vendor smiled wryly and sold Big Fortune 2 jugs of wine at a very low price. Despite this, Big Fortune still felt so much heartache when he took out the silver that his face became twisted and he started to mutter. Mine, mine, it was mine. Wang Lin laughed and took the wine jug. He took a big gulp and allowed the wine to flow down the corner of his mouth. Big Fortune quickly followed with a bitter expression. At this moment it was noon. The two walked further and further away. The lonely and sad aura around Wang Lin dissipated greatly. Instead, it was replaced with relief. Young lord, where are we going? Big Fortune's voice echoed from the distance. The city of Su. I heard the osmanthus wine there is pretty good. I need to wait for a person there. Wang Lin took another sip of wine. He untied his hair and let it scatter behind him as he laughed. The city of Su was 250 kilometers south of the capital of Zhao. This city was very long and had a few rivers going through it. The city of Su was a river city. The city of Su was famous because of Su Dao. The city of Su was also a gathering place of talents, and where there were talents, there would be no lack of beauties. There were always boats traversing these rivers. Dancing and singing would happen day and night, making it very lively. Poetry, beautiful dances, and zither music filled the entire city of Su. All the wine stalls that sold osmanthus wine were as famous as the scholars. It was said that the officials in the capital would send people to buy the osmanthus wine from the city of Su. The head scholar, Su Dao, loved this wine in his earlier years and often drank it while comprehending the world. When he became famous, the osmanthus wine became even more famous. The 2-month journey passed by in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin and Big Fortune were sitting inside a humble carriage on the way to the city of Su. Wang Lin drank wine he had bought along the way and looked outside. Sometimes his laughter after getting drunk would echo. Young lord, don't drink anymore. The amount of wine you drink is frightening. It's only been 2 months. 2 months. See how much wine you already drank? Almost all the silver has been used by your drinking. Big Fortune cried out, voicing his extreme heartache. If you keep drinking, even if we reach the city of Su, we won't have any silver to stay at an inn. Who told you to drink? Who told you to drink so much? Big Fortune's chatter became more and more frequent in these 2 months. However, not only did he not make Wang Lin feel annoyed, but Wang Lin felt a sense of familiarity with him. No harm, you are the book boy and housekeeper. If there is no more silver left, you can just go earn some. Wang Lin laughed as he joked with Big Fortune. He drank wine and looked at Big Fortune, who had a bitter expression. As Big Fortune continued to chatter, dusk arrived and the sunset gave off a red glow. It wasn't glaring and the light was extremely gentle. As the carriage wobbled, they closed in on the city of Su. The city of Su was very big and looked like a mighty city. However, this was only the outer appearance. Inside, it was filled with winding rivers and gave of a feeling of elegance. After paying the fare for the carriage, Big Fortune looked at the little remaining money in his hand and nearly cried. Most of the money they had spent on the road was for wine that entered Wang Lin's stomach. Wang Lin's tolerance for alcohol had unknowingly increased. He was no longer someone who would get drunk after just 2 cups. After getting off the carriage, Wang Lin fixed his clothes. He looked very elegant with his white robe and long hair scattered. As he held the wine jug in his hand, the scholarly aura around him had dissipated. It was replaced with a sense of freedom. As he walked on the streets of Su, he saw many people walking along the road. Students accounted for more than half, and there were also many beautiful women embellishing the city. Although Wang Lin's appearance was ordinary, his temperament was very special. As he walked down the street, he attracted a lot of attention. Many beautiful women directed their gazes at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm and continued to walk forward. Big Fortune followed behind him. During these past 2 months, he constantly had a bitter expression. At this moment, he was the same and continued to sigh. It was dusk in the city of Su, and the moonlight gradually appeared. As the boats floated along the river, the sound of music and leisure could be heard. Wang Lin stood on a bridge and looked at the boats on the river as the zither music filled his ears. "Young lord, who are we waiting for?" Big Fortune peeked at a few of the women dancing on a boat. He swallowed and his eyes shined. Wang Lin remained calm and muttered, "Waiting for a person from my dream. He will come and gift me a pot of wine. If he shows up, it will confirm one of my guesses." Big Fortune looked at the empty wine jug in Wang Lin's hand and said very carefully, "We are going to stand here waiting? Maybe we should find a cheap inn first." He was afraid Wang Lin would make him buy wine again. Wang Lin shook his head and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. He looked at Big Fortune and said leisurely, "I remember that there was a lot of silver, especially after we got the silver from the exam. Is there? Forgot." Big Fortune blinked and revealed an awkward expression. "Take out the silver you hid and get some osmanthus wine and rent a boat. We will live here for a few days." Wang Lin waved his sleeve with a smile and no longer looked at Big Fortune. Wind blew by, causing ripples to echo across the river's surface and landed on Wang Lin's body. This wind was soft and not cold. It carried a hint of warmth. Along with the wind came the sound of a zither playing. Wang Lin murmured, "Will you come? The world is an inn for all living things. Time is a guest of the ages. The difference between life and death is like being awakened from a dream." The city of Su left the season of recovery in June and entered the season when the flowers bloomed. The willow leaves that flew through the sky seemed to want to carry the passage of time with them. The willow leaves filled the sky like snow. It was a very beautiful scene. They looked like snow in the summer as they drifted across the sky. If the wind was even stronger, they would flutter more and look like they didn't have roots. While beautiful, they would also give off a hint of sadness. They seemed like wanderers that had no home. They could only move with the wind, not knowing where they would go. Perhaps they would land in the river and become part of the water, or fall on the ground and mix with the dust. They would then be swept away by the powerful wind. Their fate was the wind, and different winds gave them different lives. There was one wisp of willow that was white and covered in flowers gently fluttering in the air. It landed in the palm of a young man in white who was on a small boat. The young man was holding a wine jug in his left hand and drank a mouthful of wine as he recited a haughty poem. His voice wasn't loud, but it gave off a leisurely feeling, like he was going to pursue the end of the world. Behind the young man was a middle-aged man wearing the clothes of a book boy. He had a bitter expression, and every time the young man took a sip, the middle-aged man's heart would ache a bit more. One jug of osmanthus wine costs 7 silver pieces. Expensive. Really too expensive. Drinking a mouthful is almost like swallowing half a piece of silver. The willow leaf that landed in the young man's hand stopped for a moment but didn't seem to reach its end point. It seemed to release a faint sigh as it flew off from the young man's hand. It fluttered into the distance with a hint of madness, as if it knew where it was destined to go and charged tirelessly toward its goal. There was a forest of peach blossoms on the river bank. As the willow leaves fluttered away, peach blossoms fell into the river, causing ripples to echo. The crazed willows dance with the wind. The light peach blossoms flow with the river. Wang Lin drank the wine in his hand and his laughter echoed. Aside from the boatman and these 2 people, there were 3 beautiful women on the boat as well. One was playing the zither and 2 were singing and dancing. The boat floated along the river, through the stone bridge, and leisurely into the distance. Big Fortune, bring out the wine. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the middle-aged man as he laughed. Big Fortune had a bitter expression and continued to sigh. He picked up a jug of wine and unwillingly handed it to Wang Lin. He began speaking as if he was about to cry. "Young lord, there really isn't much silver left. We are renting this boat but also buying wine. These 3 little girls accompanying us cost a lot too. The daily cost is simply too high. How about we go ashore and find a cheap inn to save some money? What's the rush? The person I'm waiting for hasn't arrived." Wang Lin shook his head and smiled. He took the jug and drank as he sat down. He listened to the beautiful woman playing the strings on the zither. The sound of the zither was gentle and cheerful, but it couldn't enter Wang Lin's mind. "Young lord, I have taken out all the silver I hid. Damn it," this old man counted. "If we continue spending like this, we are going to end up as beggars in 7 days. It has been more than 1 month. Who the hell are you waiting for and why haven't they come?" Big Fortune's heart ached as he bitterly complained to Wang Lin. As if he looked very funny, the woman that was taking a break from dancing laughed. Big Fortune's eyes widened and he stared at the woman. After muttering a bit, he picked up a jug of wine himself and took a big gulp. "I need to drink more, this is good wine. 1 mouthful is half a silver. The zither music is still not right." Wang Lin leaned against the side of the boat and gently shook his head. After a long time he seemed to have drunk too much. He got up and walked next to the woman playing the zither. He placed his hand on the zither and the beautiful woman's face turned red as she withdrew her hands. "I remember a song. I don't know the name, but I heard it in my dream. It should be placed like this," Wang Lin said as he closed his eyes and his hand began playing the zither. At first it was very raw and the broken sound was not a song. However, as Wang Lin focused on playing, the song gradually became coherent. An unspeakable sadness came from the zither music and flew out in all directions. The 2 women resting on the boat went into a daze and looked at Wang Lin. The sorrow in the music was very light, but it could reach one's soul. When you heard it, you couldn't help but be startled. It was unknown how long ago Wang Lin had sat down before the zither and started to play. The woman that was playing the zither sat beside him. There was an unspeaking splendor shining in her beautiful eyes as she seemed to be lost in the zither music. Even Big Fortune was startled as he sat there. He drank mouthfuls of wine one after another. He forgot his heartache and began to stare at his right wrist. Li Muin had played this zither song. And a different song that contained the same charm came from the blind woman in the demon spirit land. At this moment, tears slowly flowed from Wang Lin's closed eyes. His tears landed on the zither. They seemed to fuse with the song and scattered with the music. He would have the dream every night. He saw a lot, but not everyone was clear. There were a few people that were still blurry. Although they were vague figures, that feeling of sorrow is very strong. Under this zither music, the boat drifted across the river and passed through many bridges until dusk arrived. Wang Lin waited for more than 1 month, but the person from his dream that should have appeared still hadn't shown up. As the boat floated under a stone bridge, 2 figures unknowingly appeared on the stone bridge and listened to the sad zither music. These 2 people were old men with white hair. One of them wore a green robe. Although he was just standing there, he stood straight like a pine tree. His expression gave off a sense of age and his eyes revealed wisdom. Even just standing there, he gave off the aura of a grand scholar. He was Su Dao. Su Dao revealed an emotional gaze as he looked at the boat floating away. He saw Wang Lin playing the zither and leisurely said, "What a sad song. Such a song is not something an ordinary person can play. The sorrow reveals sadness that could only appear after one has experienced countless years." The image of that sad figure still lingers in his heart. Su-san. This old man didn't make this trip in vain. The old man behind Su Dao also let out a sigh. If Wang Lin saw this person, he would recognize him as the old man who watched him write his exam until the end. Student didn't expect him to be able to play the zither. When I saw his exam paper, I felt that this child was not ordinary. When I came to meet you, I saw this child on the boat. So I thought I would bring you here to see him, sir. The old man respectfully bowed. The boat went further away and the zither music gradually disappeared. At this moment Su Dao smiled. He took a few steps down the bridge and shouted at the boat below. "Young man, tell this old man what you think karma is." Wang Lin's hands stopped and the zither music stopped. He opened his eyes and looked back with confusion. From his position, he could only see the old man and not the second old man on the other side of the bridge. At this moment, night arrived and the bright moon hung in the sky. In the night, the figure of the old man was a bit blurry, and even the bridge seemed to be hidden under the moonlight. Even Wang Lin's gaze seemed to become blurry. He looked at the old man, at the bridge, and the surrounding haziness as he began to mutter, "Karma! It shouldn't be like this. If this was time reversing, if this was a reincarnation, if this was a dream, then I should have met the me in my dream. But why did I meet this old man? Why is it like this?" Wang Lin had waited for more than 1 month. He had waited for that scene that caused him to awaken in confusion and spend a day drinking wine. In that dream, he saw the other him in the dream appear on the bridge in the city of Su. However, instead of meeting his dream self, he met this old man. This can't be explained. I know about the soul refining sect. I can even vaguely guess that the person that will appear in the soul refining sect hundreds of years from now is the dream me. I have gained enlightenment in all of this, but didn't I see him here? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't understand. Even he himself became blurry. As Wang Lin remained in a state of confusion, the boat floated further and further away. When the old man saw that Wang Lin didn't answer, he smiled and shouted again. "Young man, tell this old man what you think karma is." "Karma? I'm karmic cause. I'm karmic effect." Wang Lin's voice slowly arrived and gradually disappeared with the boat. Su Dao smiled as he looked at the boat that disappeared. He turned back and looked at the student behind him. "What is his name?" Su San quickly said, "His name is Wang Lin. Give me his exam paper." There was a hint of joy in Su Dao's eyes. Su San smiled when he heard this. He then proceeded to take out the exam paper. He had come here just so he could let Su Dao see this extraordinary exam paper. However, after he came here, Su Dao wouldn't look at it until today. Holding Wang Lin's paper, Su Dao took a closer look and nodded. "This young man will be the last student this old man will take." With a smile, Su Dao looked back at the boat. There was a willow leaf floating between him and the boat under the moonlight. It was impossible to know if Su Dao was looking at the willow or the boat. Time would fly by, and when you wanted to pursue it, there would be no trace of it. Several days later, Wang Lin left the boat with big fortune. He stood on the shore and looked at the boat he had lived on for more than a month and at the river where he waited for more than a month. He silently pondered for a very long time. It wasn't until half an hour later that Wang Lin shook his head and let out a sigh. He was about to turn and leave when a cry came from the sky. Wang Lin's body trembled and he looked up at the sky. He saw the familiar white bird circle in the sky. The bird gradually descended and landed on the bridge in the distance. It looked at Wang Lin before flying back into the clouds. Its white figure was like the willow flower. Wang Lin murmured, "Is it you?" Wang Lin didn't participate in the exam in the city of Su. The day he left the boat, he was invited to the house of the great scholar Su Dao. The person that invited him was the old man inspector. Su Dao's house wasn't large, but it was very elegant. It was quiet and gave one peace of mind. In the courtyard, Wang Lin saw the old man that had asked him the question on the bridge. Big Fortune had to wait outside in the courtyard while Wang Lin and Su Dao drank osmanthus wine as they began to chat in the courtyard. Only when the moon was high in the air did Wang Lin bow at Su Dao. "This old man has had many disciples in my life, but I only have 3 true students. From now on, you will be my last student. This old man doesn't want you to take the imperial exam, and your personality is not suited for that. This old man wants you to become the country of Zhao's grand scholar once I die. Not only the country of Zhao, there are many countries on planet Suzaku. This old man wants you to become the grand scholar of the entire planet. This is a life without riches and glory or monstrous power, but you will be able to comprehend the world and have your own thoughts. In this world, since there are mortals like us, there are naturally immortals. Many immortals have come to me, asking me to walk the path of Tao, but they were all rejected by me. This old man smiles and looks at the sky. I have my own ideals. I pursue no Tao, but I comprehend the truth of the world. Although my body is fragile, my mind can live forever and break open the cage. Although these immortals can kill us mortals with just a finger, they still have to lower their noble heads before the world's grand scholar. Immortals cultivate to defy the heavens, but us scholars comprehend the heavens. That is also defying the heavens. If the heavens have a spirit, then in its eyes the immortals are just mortals like us. They are mortals and we are mortals. The only difference is that they have the power to make the mountains crumble and we have an understanding of the heavens. In the end, it all intersects. This teacher has taken in many students that are cultivators who came to teacher in hopes of reaching the soul formation stage. Some pursued even deeper into the meaning of Tao. This kind of life is ordinary but not ordinary. Wang Lin, are you willing to choose this path? At this moment, although Su Dao was merely an ordinary old man under the moonlight, Wang Lin could feel a mighty aura from him. This aura came from comprehending the truth of the world and having one's own thoughts. It was this that allowed Su Dao to stand at the top. That will was like a flame that burned inside Su Dao, and it was heaven-shaking. Scholar, Grand Scholar, and finally Lord Scholar. Su Dao had his hands behind his back as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered, and after a long time, he knelt and bowed at Su Dao. At this moment, Wang Lin had just turned 19 and Su Dao was now 83. Su Dao smiled as he grabbed Wang Lin's hand and supported Wang Lin up from the ground. Their words echoed inside the courtyard. This old man entered the world as a boy and returned home middle-aged. I traveled all over Zhao and also went to many other countries. I saw mountains, I saw rivers, I saw life. At age 50, my wife died and this old man grieved before her grave. It was there that I gained enlightenment about the world. Every time I thought about life, I would remember the time that I knew her. After that, my thoughts turned to karma. What is this karma? Why does a karma cycle exist in this world? One night passed, and Wang Lin's life changed on this night. He no longer pursued the imperial exam but pondered his own life's desires. Aside from being filial to his parents, he wanted to understand the world and pursue that voice in his mind. What is karma? What is life and death? What is true and false? He and Big Fortune lived inside Su Dao's mansion and listened to Su Dao's teachings every day. The aura of a great scholar became stronger and stronger inside his body. Several dozen people received the title of Chosen Su and went to the imperial capital after the exam. Some rose and some fell, but none of this could move Wang Lin anymore. He hadn't entered the exam, but Wang Lin's reputation had soared in the country of Zhao, surpassing those that had soared into the imperial capital. Although he hadn't left the Su mansion, as time passed, people came to visit Su Dao, and Wang Lin was the one that came out to greet them. Wang Lin had seen a lot of people, whether it was mortal students, rich royalty, and even cultivators. He became even more calm, he started loving wine even more, and he became even more leisurely. In the blink of an eye, years passed. As the willow leaves fell, Wang Lin was about to become middle-aged. He stood in the courtyard where Su Dao had taken him as a student 10 years ago, watching the willow leaves cover the ground. Su Dao's body had become even older. Time had taken a lot from his body and left a lot on his body. He could no longer drink and talk all night with Wang Lin like 10 years ago. He sat in a chair with 2 servants helping him move. He watched the willow leaves fly with Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. After sending the 2 servants away, he pushed Su Dao's chair. Lin Air, look at these willow leaves. They are here year after year. Even if teacher is gone, they will still come every season as if they have an agreement with heaven. Su Dao's voice was hoarse, but his spirit was very good. He lifted his right hand and one of the willow leaves fell in his palm. Wang Lin softly said, "This willow leaf is life." Su Dao looked at the willow leaf and slowly said, "Life isn't it just a ball of karma? It floats before you, but if you try to seize it, you can't catch it. Only when it's tired will it fall in your hand." As he spoke, a soft breeze came, causing the willow leaf in his palm to fly away. Karma, karma. Wang Lin, if you can find your own way among the countless willow leaves, then you will know what karma is. Su Dao smiled and pointed at the sky. That ball of willow leaves is teacher. Wang Lin looked up and looked at where Su Dao was pointing. However, there were many willow leaves in the sky, so he didn't know which one Su Dao was pointing toward. You can't see it because that willow leaf is my entire life. Su Dao closed his eyes and 2 streams of tears rolled down. It is 2 willow leaves. They were tangled together due to the wind. That's my life with her. In Su Dao's eyes, all the willow leaves had disappeared, all of them beside the 2 that were sticking together. They flew further and further away. That year, when the willow leaves flew through the sky, I saw you on the bridge. I saw the confusion in your eyes. I thought you were like a rootless willow leaf. You were very helpless and confused. It was as if there was a problem that you couldn't understand. I saw you and saw the willow leaf that flew by. That was your life. It swirled before you, but you weren't able to see it, so it came before me. I saw the willow leaf, but you must have thought I was looking at you. I asked the willow leaf the question, but you must have thought I was asking you. At that time, I was thinking I should help you. Su Dao turned his head. His old face revealed a kind expression as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body trembled. You are the last karma in my life. I've always felt like I've seen you somewhere else before. Su Dao turned around and looked at the sky. As years pass, people will see the willow leaves cover the city. They don't understand that the willow leaves come to find the person they are connected to. Each willow leaf represents the entire life of a person. However, in the end, they land in the water, they land in the dust, and dissipate before our eyes. It's not that they can't find us, but we aren't able to find the one that belongs to us. Wang Lin silently raised his head and looked at the flowing willow leaves in the sky, a scene that was just like 10 years ago. He eventually saw a group of willow leaves. There were 2 that seemed to be glued together. The willow leaves fluttered endlessly, and no matter how hard the wind blew, it wasn't able to separate them. Zither music seemed to come from somewhere, floating into this ears. It was as if a woman was waiting, and the only thing to accompanying her was the zither music.